Shadowing Stella, a Christian romantic suspense novel, Endless Mountain Series, Book 1, written by Elle E. Published by Faith Rights Publishing, narrated by Megan Lott. Chapter 1. Stella rubbed her eyes. Her heart beat hard against her rib cage. She jumped up in the bed she'd been lying in. Holding the sheet in place with one hand, she took in her surroundings. A high-end hotel room, it seemed. A painful stabbing sensation let her know all was not well. What am I doing here? Stella listened intently to make sure she was alone. When she rose, she looked out the window and noticed she was on an upper floor with a private balcony overlooking the ocean. The waves crashed violently against the sandy shoreline. As her senses awakened, she realized that her last memory was from the club the night before. She glanced around the room wildly. Finding her clothes stacked neatly on the chair, she dressed as quickly as she could with shaking fingers. It took several tries to get the button on her skirt fastened. What happened to me? Where are Cindy and Joan? I need to get out of here. Stella opened the door to the hallway and peeked out to make sure nobody was around. I've got to get home. She hurried to an elevator nearby. When she reached the lobby, she looked over at the front desk clerk, a middle-aged woman with long gray hair. For a moment, she considered talking to the woman, but decided against it. Instead, she exited the hotel, through the front doors, looking back at the older woman with the kind blue eyes one last time. Stella leaned against the porcelain sink at the Java Hut, a hole-in-the-wall coffee bar in Daytona Beach. It was a hangout for recovering alcoholics and bikers from the Sons of God Motorcycle Club. The crowd was always friendly and pleasant. They drank coffee, played cards, and listened to music from the local musicians. The place was clean despite its shabby appearance. Maggie had come across Stella trying to sleep in the dunes on the beach, and had extended her friendship and asked her to stay with her and her husband a few days. She'd introduced her to some people at the Java Hut so she wouldn't feel so alone. She could be surrounded by hundreds and would still be lonely. Her loneliness was deep within and couldn't be touched by human hands. She thought God had abandoned her, and her heart felt as if it were an empty abyss. Stella looked down at the little plastic tester. A little plus sign had appeared in bright blue on the pregnancy test. Stella was not feeling positive as she contemplated how she was going to get by. She was ready to be a good girl. She remembered walking into the darkness of Club Elysium with her girlfriends 1 month ago. She recalled ordering a glass of strawberry white Zinfandel and setting it on the bar while she headed to the restroom. She even thought twice about leaving it, but decided it would be okay since her girlfriends were there. She remembered waking up in the morning in an empty hotel room with nobody around. She could tell what had happened by the lingering pain, but mercifully, she didn't remember anything in between. Even now, after a month, she didn't feel like she could get the unknown man washed off of her. Her dreams were flooded with images. Were they memories, or was she conjuring up what she thought had happened? She wasn't much of a drinker, but 1 glass of wine wouldn't cause her to black out, would it? Here I am, 21 years old, pregnant by a man I don't know, defiled. Why did I go to that club? Maybe I should have called the police. They probably wouldn't have believed me anyway. I would have just brought shame on my family. Should I call home? I don't even know what to say. Should I tell them the truth? Will they believe me? Stella took another look at the test in her shaking hand and carefully wrapped it in the paper towel before putting it in the wastebasket. Stella dropped to her knees and pressed her forehead to the peeling linoleum of the dirty bathroom floor. God, please don't leave me alone. Do something, anything. Please, Lord, fix this. I need to know you're there. She cried out to a God she never really knew. The next morning, Stella returned to Club Elysium, where the whole nightmare had begun. She walked up to the lanky man behind the bar. Hi, I was here about a month ago with my girlfriends Cindy and Joan. They're regulars. Do you know them?
We have lots of regulars. How about a description?
Stella described her friends in more detail and looked at the man for a hint of recognition.
Yeah, I'm a-thinking I might know 'em. Are they girls with the matching rose tattoos on their hips?
He asked. How strange is it that I have friends who would wear belly shirts and jeans so low cut that you can see their hip bones? That would be them. Do you remember seeing them?
Sure, I'm a-thinking I seen you on here.
The man scratched the stubble on his chin thoughtfully. I left with a man that night. Do you know him?
I'm a little foggy on that, but I'm thinking you left with 2 guys. One of them hasn't been back, couldn't tell you who he was. But the other one's been around a few times. I was getting on him about having his way with you. Just joshing, of course.
The bartender avoided making eye contact. Sweat was gathering on his forehead and upper lip. She sensed he knew more. Stella had a lump form in her throat. 2 of them. Wasn't this bad enough? Well, I'm leaving town. but would like to leave a note for him. If he comes back, would you be willing to give him the note?"
"Sure, and if he comes in, I could do that. I can't make you no promises, though. He ain't no regular around here."
Stella handed him the note and smiled gratefully. The note was hard to write, but she meant every word. She made her way back out of the dark club and into the bright sunshine. She felt relieved that the bartender noticed who she'd left with and agreed to pass along her message as the man came back into the bar. It was time to get out of town. Stella walked toward the highway. She was penniless, having lost her waitressing job after spilling a hot platter of food on a customer. She hadn't expected to be an exceptional waitress, but she'd expected to be able to get by until she was settled in and found a better job. As she walked, her muscles ached. She was tired and sore before she'd even finished crossing the bridge from the beachside to the mainland, but she needed to make it back home to Pennsylvania. She had no idea how she was going to get there, but something was telling her to go home. She expected to have to hitchhike and wondered if she'd even survive the trip, yet she kept going. She didn't have a clue what else to do, so she walked until the pain in her feet was unbearable. She leaned against a telephone pole to rest. A trucker pulled over as soon as she stopped walking. He'd seen her walking alone and struggling with her big, heavy duffel bag. The man reached over and opened the passenger door and raised his voice to be heard over the diesel engine.
"Would you like a ride?"
"No, I'm okay," Stella responded without looking up.
"Sure you don't need a ride?"
"Should I wait until a woman stops? What are the chances I'll find a woman willing to give me a ride? Slim at best." Stella looked up and saw him smiling down at her. He was a mountainous man with a big round face, kind eyes, and a warm, welcoming smile. His white beard contrasted with his dark skin. Not knowing what to do, she hesitated. She started to turn away when a woman's voice stopped her.
"Sweetie pie, you might as well jump up on in here. He ain't gonna leave until you accept his help."
She decided to take a chance on this stranger. She recognized the risk. Married couples could be crazy too, but she decided it was the best option she was going to find. "Okay," Stella said. "I guess I could use a ride." The man got out of the huge Mack truck and came around to help her with her bag.
"Where are you headed?"
the man asked, after returning to his seat and putting the truck into gear. "Near the border of northeast and north-central Pennsylvania, but I'll be happy to be dropped off wherever you happen to be going, sir," Stella answered.
"We're headed to New York, so I'm thinking I should be able to get you wherever you're going. By the way, my name's Bobby. Wife back there is Minnie."
Minnie leaned forward smiling and held out her hand. "Pleased to meet you, darling. We'll get you where you need to go. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it." Minnie had a welcoming smile and a hearty handshake. She wore her hair in lots of little braids. "Thank you both for allowing me to tag along."
"Nonsense. No thanks needed. Just you relax."
"I'm Stella, by the way." As she sat back in her seat, she noticed little things that made her more comfortable. There was a King James Bible on the console beside Bobby. The sound of an old gospel song, "It Is Well With My Soul," filled the cab of the truck. There was a Jesus fish sticker on the dashboard. She wondered if God was trying to tell her to relax, that she was free from danger. She started to breathe a little easier and dismissed her thoughts that she might be attacked on the way home. It wasn't long before she fell asleep in the big passenger seat. Later that night, when they were well into Georgia, Bobby stopped for gas, and Minnie suggested that Stella switch places with her and climb into the back of the cab and get some real rest. She gladly did as the woman suggested. When she awoke, they were at a truck stop in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. She'd slept for more than 10 hours.
"Come inside, we'll get you something to eat,"
Bobby said. She felt a little nauseated, but didn't know when she'd get food again, so she took them up on the offer. "Okay, thanks."
"We'll be in your neck of the woods in a couple hours. I'm going to need some directions from you,"
he said as they settled into the booth. "You don't have to take me all the way to Edensville. I can call someone to pick me up." Bobby grinned.
"There's no way we're going to let you hop out of the truck with no safe way home, so you're going to have to give me directions."
"Okay, I'll give you directions to my daddy's church. He probably won't be there when we get there, but I can sit and wait for him." She was nervous about going home without any warning, but no better idea was materializing. More than a year ago, a friend had suggested on a whim that they take a couple semesters off and move to Florida. Then they could re-enroll somewhere down there after getting settled. Stella had told her family she was going, and they let her know they didn't approve. She'd gone anyway, and hadn't been home since that day. Not wanting to show up at the house unannounced, she decided on the church. She'd only been to the new house once, the weekend she told her family her plans. It was only a few minutes down the road from their old place, so the area was familiar. While she'd been away at school, her father had been offered a position as lead pastor of a little church in Edensville, The increase in income had allowed her family to move to the bigger home. Minnie drove for the last 2.5 hours until they entered a small town of Edensville. She pulled the truck into the lot at the Edensville Bible Church. Stella was amazed with the accuracy with which Minnie maneuvered the big vehicle. She couldn't imagine driving a big rig. Stella watched as Bobby got her duffel bag from the truck and leaned it up against the stairs. Stella had taken a seat on the front steps of the church.
"Sure you don't want me to wait with you, Stella?"
"Yeah, I'm sure. I'll be fine, don't worry about me." She managed a tiny smile for this big man, who'd shown her so much kindness in the last 24 hours. "I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for me already," she said. Looking over at Minnie, she got up and hugged the diminutive woman. "Thank you."
"You best be looking after yourself, Stella. You hear?"
At her slight nod, Minnie and Bobby turned from her and climbed back into the truck. They drove off, leaving Stella in front of the building. It was like many other small-town churches, painted white with a steeple and a cross on top. The building had lovely stained-glass windows and narrow, well-tended gardens. Picture perfect. Stella reached into her bag to get her toiletries so she could freshen up a little bit while she waited. She found an envelope tucked in her bag. She opened it and read the note stuffed inside.
"Stella, I know you're lonely and afraid, but you should know that you're not alone. God is with you. He made sure we stopped and picked you up. We've never picked up anyone before, so it had to be Him directing us. He has you in the palm of His hand. Don't give up. Trust God and it will all work out in the end. Minnie and I are here if you need us. Just call. God bless, Bobby."
He'd written down his address and his home and cell numbers. The envelope was loaded with cash. She pulled the money out and counted it. They left her $1,000. Tears threatened, so she blinked them away. She pulled out the tract included in the envelope. She'd seen many tracts sitting in a rack at the old church near Dushore where her dad had been the youth pastor. She wasn't sure if she'd actually read one. She handed out some with a youth group a few years back at the Sullivan County Fair, but didn't remember reading any of them. This tract was titled A Love Story. As she read about God knowing her sin, she thought about the pain she'd caused God and her family with her reckless, selfish behavior. And as she read about everything Jesus had done to offer her forgiveness, she felt God's love overwhelm her. She prayed fervently and thanked the Lord for the forgiveness He had offered. She meant every word. She alternated between crying and praying while she waited for her dad to show up at the church building. She had no idea when he'd arrive, but knew he'd show up. She leaned her head against the rough stucco of the building and eventually dozed off. She was awakened by the noise of a truck pulling into the lot. She looked up and realized it was her father. Jim McIntyre pulled his dust-covered dark green F-250 into the lot and parked near the door. He rubbed his temples when he saw the young woman sitting on the top step with her back leaning up against the building. Recognition slowly dawned. The brilliant copper hair was unmistakable. That emaciated young woman was his little girl.
"She's home. Praise God."
Jim slowly climbed down out of his truck and walked over to greet his prodigal daughter. He looked at her with sad eyes.
"Look what the cat dragged in."
"Daddy," was all she could say. He crushed her in a bear hug.
"Honey, I'm sure glad you came home. Nothing else matters."
"Daddy," came out in sobs as she cried on his shoulder.
"Oh, I love you, sweetheart. I'll always love you. Don't cry."
She kept sobbing, and soon his shoulder was soaked with tears. He ushered her inside the building and into his office, closing the door behind them.
"Tell me everything,"
he said. She did. She tearfully described her year away from home. "When I left for Florida, I was excited, and I couldn't wait to start my adventure. Misty and I rented a cute little place near a restaurant where we both waited tables. It wasn't long before she was homesick. She headed home to her family in Maryland and left me there. I know I could have come home, but I didn't want to admit I'd failed."
"Why would coming home be akin to failing?"
"I don't know. I guess because you told me not to go, I'd already disappointed you, and I didn't want to prove you right."
"Would that have been so bad?"
"It felt like it was. Anyway, I wasn't making enough in tips to afford the rent, so I moved out. I stayed on a friend's couch. She was into partying, and one night I was bored, so I accompanied her and another girl to a nightclub. I don't remember what happened after that. I woke up in a strange hotel room the next morning." Stella couldn't stop the quiver from entering her voice.
"It's going to be okay, honey."
"I'm pregnant, Daddy." The sobs racked her body, and Jim held her close.
"It's going to be okay."
He repeated the words again and again, stroking her hair and holding her close. When she could finally talk again, she told her father about Bobby and how he'd brought her home.
I wasn't planning to come to church until prayer meeting tonight, but I felt a strange desire to check on things here,
her dad said.
I'm glad I did. I wouldn't want you sitting around here most of the day by yourself. Let's go home. Joy and Claudia will be delighted to see you.
Stella felt her stomach turn over as she thought about the impending reunion with her stepmother and half-sister. Jim pulled the truck into the driveway. Stella stared out the window through the hazy film that covered the windshield. The big white house had a wraparound porch and a red horse barn with a gambrel roof off to the right side. Off to the left was a substantial pond featuring a spring-fed waterfall with a 7-foot drop. A mother duck with her ducklings glided smoothly behind the falls. The water droplets reflected the sun as they splashed up on the duck family. There were benches around the pond where one could sit and reflect or watch the birds land on the many feeders. Stella's stepmother Joy ran out to greet her. "Oh, look at you, girl. I'm so happy to see your face. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Are you hungry? Can I get you anything? Let me make up a room for you." She kept going as if she were the Energizer Bunny. "I'm fine." Stella couldn't help but smile at Joy's exuberance. "I don't want to put you out any more than I have to." "Nonsense, child. Utter nonsense. We're your family. This is your home. You're not putting us out." Joy ran off to prepare Stella's room. Jim and Stella headed to the kitchen. Stella sat at a high stool along the kitchen bar, and Jim poured the three of them a tall glass of sweet tea. When Joy came back, she rummaged around the kitchen fixing a light lunch. Stella couldn't have been made more welcome. After they ate their tuna sandwiches, Jim took a phone call in his office. Joy stood. "Come on now, let's get you settled in your room. I'm sure you want some quiet time to yourself before your sister gets home." She led the way up the grand stairs to the little purple bedroom that Stella had only stayed in once before. "This is still your room, and you should make it up any way you want." "Thanks, but it's perfect the way it is." Stella looked around the room that was clearly designed with her in mind. The beautiful star-patterned Amish quilt on the bed was lavender and white. The double-hung windows were open on the top to allow a breeze in, and the sheer curtains fluttered slightly. An antique cedar trunk rested at the foot of the bed. A sizable painting of a porch swing with 2 people on it hung over the queen-size bed. A full-size bath was just off the bedroom. It was decorated with a lavender shower curtain and a nice mix of matching fluffy towels. The room smelled of lilacs from the candle Joy had lit earlier. The room couldn't have been more inviting. Joy had put out fresh towels and changed the sheets when Stella arrived that afternoon. Stella felt loved as she looked around the room, knowing that Joy had created this space for her. Stella wrapped her arms around Joy. "I love you, Joy. I'm sorry for running off the way I did. I know I hurt you. I hope you can forgive me." Tears welled up in Joy's eyes. "I love you, sweetie. I've already forgiven you. But don't you ever scare me like that again." Joy kissed Stella on the cheek before returning downstairs, leaving Stella to unpack and rest. Stella picked through the trunk where she'd placed her school books when she took off for Daytona. She found her diary resting among the piles of notebooks. It was a notebook in which she wrote letters to God. It could be described as a prayer journal, but she considered it her diary. She hadn't kept a diary or written to God since she'd left. She pulled a pen out of her nightstand, stretched out on her bed, and wrote, "Dear God, thanks for getting me home safely. It's such a relief to be back in the presence of loved ones. A weight has been lifted off me. I've been lonely and scared for so long. I started the trip to Daytona with such hope. I had plans for a real adventure with my best friend, but it turns out I didn't know much about friendship or adventure. When Misty left for Maryland, I was so scared. I wanted to go home too, but I didn't want to admit failure. I didn't know how to reach out to others. My shyness became debilitating. I've always realized I was awkward and not outgoing, but I didn't know how bad it was until I was alone in a strange place. The only people I was acquainted with were my coworkers, and if it hadn't been for them making the effort to get to know me, I would have remained alone and scared. Yet they did reach out. They probably weren't the best choices for friends. They liked to smoke pot and drink, but I was glad to have anyone befriend me. When I had to leave my apartment, Cindy offered me a place to stay. I should have gone home immediately while I still had money to buy a ticket for a flight, but I wasn't that smart. I failed you and my family by going, and I failed you again by staying down there as long as I did. Lord, I know it was the pregnancy that got me to come home, so in a way I'm glad for it, but I'm scared. I was violated. Thank you for giving me enough peace to handle the truck ride home with Bobby and Minnie. I know if you hadn't given me those little tokens, like the hymn and the Bible, I would have remained wound up tighter than the coils of a boa constrictor. It was scary getting in the truck with strangers at first, but for some reason that fright disappeared quickly. I was able to rest even though I was with strangers. I didn't think I'd ever be able to be in the presence of a man who wasn't my father. When I stayed with Maggie, I tensed up every time her husband, Hank, entered the room. I think I would have preferred to stay on the beach, but I didn't want to hurt Maggie's feelings. She was so kind to me. I truly hope to be comfortable around men again, but I guess it will be a slow process. One step at a time, Lord. Thanks for listening to me ramble. I know it's been a long time since I talked to you this way, but I hope to make it a habit. Maybe you can help me do so. Good night. I love you, Jesus. Stella's image reflected back at her in the glassy surface of the pond. She touched the water and watched her reflection distort. Turning away from the water, she watched as a mother duck led her ducklings across the lawn. She'd been told time and time again she looked like her mother. She'd seen pictures, and she supposed she did. Her mother was pretty, but Stella rarely felt pretty. She was often teased about her white skin and freckles. The kids called her a little orphan Annie, and they threw out taunts like better dead than red on the head. But as she got older, the taunts were milder, and she was simply called a ginger. As a little girl, she considered herself ugly, but had come to realize that beauty was subjective. She garnered plenty of attention from the opposite sex, most of it unwelcome. She wasn't beautiful like her younger half-sister Claudia. Claudia had gorgeous, thick black hair, cut short to frame her face, and brilliant blue eyes. Claudia could have been a replica for Joy if it wasn't for Claudia's shorter hair. Joy embodied the name. She seemed to radiate joy from every pore. People were drawn to her simply because they wanted what she had. Claudia, on the other hand, was an enigma. She had a heart of gold, but a wild streak that scared her older sister. Stella used to wonder when they'd get a phone call in the middle of the night that some tragedy had befallen her baby sister. She'd seen her sneaking out of the house, late at night, but she hadn't turned her in. Funny how things turn out. The so-called perfect child runs off, and the proverbial rebellious teen remains home and attends local college. Who would have thought? Stella shook her head as if to clear the images of Claudia and Joy. As she did so, the sliding door opened and Claudia sauntered over to the bench Stella was seated on and plopped herself down beside her. "Hey, sis." "Hi, Claude. How you been?" "Not bad. Glad you're home. Now I can get some help around here. You know mucking out the horse stalls on your own isn't all it's cracked up to be." "I'm sure it's not." "Well then, I guess you're going to start helping me around here, correct?" "Sure, just as soon as I can. Now is as good a time as any." Stella shoved her sister slightly and made her lose her balance on the end of the bench. "I'll get you for that." "I'm sure you will, but it can wait until after dinner." Stella rose. She turned and put her arms around her sister. "I missed you, sissy." Then she walked toward the house. After dinner the following night, Claudia had a date, so she rushed out the door. Stella and Joy moved to the cozy little sitting room off the side of the kitchen, while Jim escaped to his office to prepare for Sunday service. Stella realized he was intentionally giving the two of them time alone. He probably prepared a sermon days earlier. Joy was the only mother Stella had ever knew. Her mother died giving birth. Joy and Jim had married 2 years later. Stella told Joy about the nightclub incident and the accidental pregnancy. "Oh, honey, you know there's no such thing as accidental pregnancy. Psalm 119:73 tells us we were fashioned by our Creator's hands," Joy said. Stella felt a stab of bitterness at Joy's word. Why would God fashion a child in my womb against my will? Why would He allow a strange man to steal my innocence? In my head, I know what you're saying is true, Joy, but I can't get it through to my heart. I'm hurt and angry. Did God betray me by allowing this to happen? It feels as if He did. At the same time, I'm overwhelmed with guilt, as if I did something terribly wrong. I can't remember. So, was I somehow responsible? I don't know that it's considered rape, especially if I was drugged. But how can I know for sure? I don't remember. And then I think about how God can't possibly forgive me for messing up so badly. Yet I know He has forgiven me. It's like my heart keeps contradicting itself. I know He's with me, because I couldn't keep moving forward if He wasn't holding me up. You can't do that to yourself, sweetheart. You have to let the guilt go. If God forgave you, who are you to continue to berate yourself? It's okay to question the Lord, so question away. But don't expect to fully understand His greater purpose in your earthly life while you're still living it. You know the Lord loves you, and there's nothing you can do that'll cause Him to stop loving you. What happened to you was not your fault. You have to trust that even though God's allowing it, that doesn't mean God caused it. He'll use this situation to bring about greater good, you'll see. He gave us free will. Even the wicked have free will, so sometimes we suffer at the hands of wicked men, but we must trust God to help us heal." Stella nodded her head slowly. "I can't understand or accept what God is allowing in my life. It seems so unreal, as if I'm living someone else's life." "One thing at a time, honey, one thing at a time," Joy said. "God will help you get through each day as it comes. It won't be easy, but you won't be alone." Stella held her Bible to her chest and walked across the foyer from the Sunday school room to the church auditorium. She set the Bible down in a spot near the front of the church and turned to head to the restroom. She'd spilled juice on her skirt and wanted to try to get the stain out before it set. Before she reached the back of the room, Crystal tapped her on the shoulder, and Stella jumped a little. "Oh, Stella, it's so wonderful to have you back. So exciting you're going to have a baby." "Thank you, Crystal. It's good to see you. When did you start coming to Edensville Bible?" "I've been coming here for about a year now, since the church in our old school burned down." "I didn't know about that. I'm sorry you lost your home church." "Oh, it worked out okay. Most of the folks who attended there come here now, so it's like our church family grew a little bigger." "I'm glad to hear it's going well." Stella turned again to walk away. "So will your husband be joining us for service?" Crystal glanced at Stella's left hand. Stella drew in a deep breath and bit the inside of her cheek. "No, I'm not married." "Oh, I hadn't realized," Crystal said. Stella pasted on a fake smile and turned back towards the restroom. "Please, Lord, help me not to say something I will later regret. I need to get going. We only have a few minutes till service starts." "I'll see you later, Stella. Take care." Chapter 2. 4 months later. The towering, majestic white pines surrounded the deep blue water of Eagle View Lake. An aluminum fishing boat was anchored near the far side of the lake. Its single occupant reeled in his fishing line. The brim of the man's baseball hat cast shadows over his features, which would have been indistinguishable anyway, with the blinding sun bouncing off the water. Stella's mind drifted off. Seated on a rock near the edge of the lake, her bare feet were ensconced in thick, lush grass, still cool from the morning dew. She looked down at the mirror image of the mountains and the stillness of the water. She sent up a little prayer of gratitude that she'd somehow ended up back home in the unpretentious town of Edensville in the endless mountains of Pennsylvania. A kick to her gut got her full attention. She placed her hand on her midsection and smiled to herself. It wouldn't be long before she held the tiny bundle in her arms. What will motherhood be like? Will I be able to handle the pressure? The midnight feedings? Lord, be my strength. She thought back over the last few months and thanked God for the blessings she'd been given. Stella remembered what it had been like to kneel on the bathroom floor at the Java hut in total humility and submission to God. She thanked Him daily for that moment of clarity. She had realized in the moment that her own strength was insufficient and she needed to rely on the Lord to get her through. Since then, the broken pieces of her life were slowly being glued back together. She still cringed when a man shook her hand or tried to hug her during meet and greet at church. Hiding a reaction was difficult, but she was learning to do so. God, please help me to overcome the dread I feel when a man touches me. I can't shy away from men forever. Or maybe I can. A man watched Stella from a safe distance of a nearby fishing cabin. He saw her place her hand on her growing belly. She has to be 5 months pregnant. He patted his pocket where he kept the little baggie with her wedding and engagement rings and strands of her lovely hair. He'd planned to put those rings back on her hand when they were together again in Daytona, but hadn't gotten the chance. He thought back to that day. He'd returned to the hotel room with coffees from the local convenience store. He'd fixed hers the way she liked it, with 4 creamers and 6 sugars. After running his card through the slot in the door, he'd opened the door with one hand while balancing a cardboard drink holder in his other hand. After he'd looked around the room and found it empty, he'd thrown the coffees at the sliding glass doors and screamed her name down the empty corridor. But that was 5 months ago. He'd found her again. As he set his binoculars down on the wooden table by the window, the sun glinted off the gun in his waistband and caught his eye. He scratched his head, formulating his plan to bring her home. Stella leaned on the counter by the coffee maker. She watched as Crystal bent down close to Megan and Stacy and lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. The 3 girls had attended Christian school with Stella. It was located about halfway between Edensville and Nanticoke, and the most devout Christian families in the area sent their children there, if not for grade school, then at least for high school. Can you believe she got herself knocked up and the man is nowhere to be found? Little Miss Perfect is now Little Miss Pregnant and alone. Crystal's voice was lowered, but Stella still heard her. Megan said, I'm sure there's more to the story that we don't know. Oh, I asked her about her husband. When she first came back to town, she told me clearly she doesn't have one, Crystal said. I heard she'd been thinking about having an abortion when she first came back, Stacy said. I hadn't heard that, Megan said. I'd be inclined to believe it, Crystal said. Having heard enough, Stella turned on her heel and rushed from the room. Megan caught up with her in the breezeway and grabbed her by the arm. I'm sorry you had to hear that. I'm not. It's good to know what people really think of me. You know I don't think poorly of you. Then why didn't you walk away? Stella pulled away. She hurried to her father's empty office and closed herself inside to gather her thoughts. Stella was dressed in a soft, flowing floor-length skirt dotted with little roses and a light green top. She wore her hair in a simple style with the front pulled back in 2 little braids, allowing the back to remain naturally curly as it tumbled down to her waist. She had a modest diamond and gold cross around her neck, but no other adornments. She was seated in the second pew from the front, between Joy and Claudia. They surrounded her constantly, trying to protect her from any possible vicious rumors or gossip that may have been circling around her out-of-wedlock, unplanned pregnancy. She thought back to her encounter with Crystal on her first Sunday back and shuddered at the memory. She always tried to ignore the stares at her belly and realized most people probably meant well and didn't think too poorly of her. She realized that most of the stares weren't even real, but products of her own overactive imagination. However, knowing didn't make it easier for her to endure the looks, real or imagined. Her dad made his way to the front row and squeezed her shoulder on his way past. He sat and waited for the choir to open the service. They asked everyone to rise and sing This Is the Day. It was a nice way to start the service. Stella felt the love for her Lord bubbling up in her heart as she sang. She enjoyed praising God and was able to forget about her insecurities. Her father made his way to the pulpit and read the announcements. He declared that it was time for meet and greet. Stella stayed close to her pew, where she was surrounded by loved ones. A strange man stopped by to say hello to them. Stella was sure she hadn't seen him before, as his handsome, chiseled features, dark hair, and hazel eyes wouldn't be forgotten. Jason, I'm so happy you're home. You're such a sight for sore eyes. Joy greeted the stranger as if he were a long-lost son, hugging him fiercely. Ma'am, it's wonderful to see you too. Stella deduced he was a member of the church, who'd returned from some kind of military deployment. His high and tight haircut, respectful speech, and perfect posture gave him away. Claudia gently touched his arm. To Stella, it appeared as if Claudia was fawning over Jason. Not wanting to interrupt a private moment, Stella hurried back to her seat. Oh, Jace, we missed you. Will you be home long? Claudia asked. I should be home for good now. My deployment's over, so I'll be stationed at Tobyhanna. I should be able to make it here most Sundays. Jim returned to the pulpit and asked everyone to head back to their seats. While the offering was collected, Stella wondered why she hadn't met Jason before. He couldn't be that much older than her, and it was a small town. Then it occurred to her that maybe he'd recently moved to the area, and if he'd been away on deployment, she couldn't have met him since she'd been home. She hadn't been a regular at this church before she'd run off. They'd attended church where her father youth pastored. Why did she care where he came from anyway? She focused her attention on her father as he preached a sermon. His sermons demanded attention because he had the congregation flip to each biblical reference before he read it. It helped stay focused on God's word. The sermon was about God's mercy. She was finally starting to understand the topic in her heart and not only in her head. How many times had she heard her father explain that God's mercy was not giving us the punishment that we deserve, and God's grace was giving us favor that we didn't deserve? Until recently, the concepts had seemed foreign to her. She had parroted them back to Sunday school teachers and youth group leaders, but she hadn't understood the depth of meaning behind them. In the spacious social hall, Stella got in the food line after most people had already made their way to the tables. Her father asked the blessing before they formed the lines. As she started to fill her plate, Jason nudged her shoulder. May I give you a hand with that? No thanks, I've got it. She glanced back at him while hurrying forward to escape his presence. You sure? Quite, thanks. She picked up the pace even more as she made her way to the table and sat beside Claudia. Much to her chagrin, Jason appeared at the table only moments later. So, Stella, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I know your sister's life story, and a good bit about your mom and dad, but I haven't heard much about you.
Well, first off, my mom died. Joy is my stepmother, but she's the best mom a girl could ask for.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry that Joy's a great stepmother?
No. Sorry that your mom died.
She died in childbirth. I didn't know her. Stella turned back to her food. Why did she say that? He didn't need to know about her dead mother. She shoveled in food so she could escape the confines of the table. She didn't like being around Jason. He made her uncomfortable.
What else can you tell me about yourself?
Jason put his fork down and stared at her. There isn't much to tell. Stella glanced down at her food.
Oh, there's plenty to tell.
Where should I start?
Claudia interrupted. Stella glared at Claudia. The menacing look was ignored.
Let's see. Stella went to school to be a wildlife biologist, but dropped out to move to Florida. Then she came home pregnant. Prior to her trip south, she was the goody two-shoes of the family. But I guess that title now falls to me. Stella rose to her feet with her plate and cup in hand. That about sums it up. Now, if you'll excuse me. She kept her steps even, to keep it from seeming like she was running away from them. Inside, she wanted to literally run away and escape this whole church scene. Maybe even the whole town. But she tried that before. The problem was, she couldn't get rid of herself. Stella entered the social again on Friday night with Joy. They took seats near the front where Stella's dad could work on equipment. It was a computer equipped with a DVD player that projected onto a big screen. It seemed like there were always technical difficulties when they had movie night at their old church. She wondered if it would be the same here. They'd only had one other since she'd been back, and she had opted to stay home. First half of the movie progressed smoothly, and she was grateful for that. It was an interesting movie about Jesus working at a diner. It was called The Encounter, and so far she liked it. She meandered to the back to get a slice of pizza and a bottle of water, but Jason intercepted her. Does he ever stay home? He's always here, and he's not even a preacher's kid. Hi, Stella. Can I get you something? No, I'm fine. I can get my own slice of pizza. I'll go with you, Jason said. Stella sighed. Okay. She sat with Jason and ate her slice of pizza, but she kept looking over at her family. She would have much rather been in their presence. Of course, last week at the church supper, Claudia hadn't been much help to her. Her comments had stung. They were true, but they hurt. She hurried back to her seat when her father announced that they were putting on the second half of the movie, but technical problems ensued, and he called Jason over to help figure out what the problem was. So once again, she found herself in close proximity with the boy soldier. She wondered what he would think if he heard that go through her head. He probably didn't think of himself as a boy, but the dimples and boyish charm made her think of the boys in the Christian high school. They finally got the movie started again, and Jason took the seat beside hers. She pushed her seat as close to Joy as possible to avoid any contact. At first, she had trouble refocusing on the movie, with Jason sitting next to her, but eventually she got back into the movie. At the end, she was glad she'd come to movie night. To her, it was a movie about God's grace, and how far he would go to save someone that he knew would reject him. There were other stories intertwined within that larger one, but that was the one that really pulled on her heart, how big God's grace really was. Jason climbed into his Jeep Cherokee. A huge sigh escaped as he set his Bible and notebook on the seat beside him. He'd been shocked when he first learned that the beautiful woman from the lake was the pastor's unmarried eldest daughter. He tried to talk with her on multiple occasions over the past few weeks, but he had been rebuked by her cold shoulder of dismissal time and time again. She treated him as if he were nothing but an inconvenient insect to be squashed underfoot. He wasn't easily dissuaded, but he had a hunch that the cold shell she projected was a protective barrier to keep the world from hurting her. He intended to find out. He also planned to find out who got Stella in trouble, and then up and left her. Chapter 3. The man decided it was time to find out what his wife had been doing here. Using all the strength he could muster, he put his foot through the sliding glass door that led from the garden patio into a 3-season room at the back of the house. It surprised him that the glass was so difficult to break. The room let in the bright sunshine, which contrasted with his dark mood. He nicked his finger, pulling the glass shards from his denim jeans. Bringing the finger to his mouth, he sucked the blood that escaped the tiny wound. Making his way up the stairs into the room he'd seen Jane occupying, he brought his feet down heavily with each step. He'd been watching her for months. It was getting near time for her to have some other man's baby. Well, it could be his, but he doubted it. He and his wife had only had that one night together since she left more than a year ago. Most likely she'd been cheating on him with some loser. He stood in the doorway to her room and looked around the place. He walked over to her nightstand and picked up a framed black and white picture of Jane. He wasn't about to let her go. No, he'd fight for what was rightfully his. He rifled through her things, found her journal, and read a few pages. After reading it, he placed it back inside the nightstand drawer. The book didn't make a lick of sense to him. She was writing to God, and she'd never been religious or had any interest in God. He couldn't understand why she'd become interested in hanging out with the preacher and his family, or why she'd come here after leaving him. But she had, so his only recourse was to drag her butt home, even if she came kicking and screaming. She'd have to give him the answers he was seeking when he finally managed to get her home, because he surely wasn't finding answers in that journal. The following Saturday, Jason tried to take matters into his own hands. He'd prayed about it, but nothing seemed to be happening, so he figured there wouldn't be any harm in arranging a chance meeting with the beautiful Stella. He heard through the grapevine that Stella walked to Schmitty's Market around noon each day to get some exercise, so he parked his Jeep there and ambled in to purchase a loaf of bread and some eggs, even though he usually ate breakfast at Shelley's Diner. Sure enough, he was walking out of the store, he saw Stella walking up the road toward the market. He set his purchases inside his Jeep and turned to greet her. He recognized the instant fear in her eyes, but dismissed it as his own overactive imagination. He walked over to her. She gave him a slight smile, but didn't put her hand out. "Hello, Jason. Nice to see you again." "It's nice to see you, Miss Stella." He winked at her. "I need to be heading back." Stella turned on her heel and headed back the opposite direction. Jason was left wondering what he'd done to scare her off again. He hopped back into his Jeep and drove off faster than he should have. As he rounded a bend, a 5-point buck was crossing the road, and he clipped it with the corner of his Jeep. The Jeep spun around and ended up in the opposite lane. Thankfully, the road was deserted. Jason's hands shook as he righted the car and got parked on the side of the road. He sat there and put his head on the steering wheel while he waited for his nerves to calm. The buck had run off, appearing uninjured. Jason wasn't hurt, and his airbags didn't deploy, but the accident shook him up. Stella came home from her daily walk and entered the kitchen. She poured herself a cold cup of pink lemonade and sipped the drink as she looked out the front kitchen window toward the main road. Stella took notice of the sunlight glinting off the hummingbird suncatcher in the kitchen window. Since it was such a beautiful day, she decided to sit out in the sunshine and read a good book. She hurried to her room and grabbed the book from her nightstand. She'd been reading Hind's Feet on High Places and was enjoying it immensely. Strangely, her picture frame with the photo of her mother had been moved from her nightstand to the center of her bed. She wondered if Joy had dusted her room. Nice of her. I guess she forgot to put the picture frame back. She picked up the frame and noticed a smear of blood on the corner of the wooden frame. Joy must have cut herself. She wiped it off with her shirt and placed the frame back in its usual spot and headed downstairs. As she walked towards the back of the house, she saw broken glass scattered across the rug. Her breathing quickened. How did the patio door get broken? Nothing seemed out of place. Joy's laptop still sat on the little table by the love seat, and the Bose sound system was still in place, so it wasn't a robbery. She looked out the door and across the lawn toward the woods. She rubbed her temples as the beginning of a migraine threatened. Could a bird have flown into the door? No, they wouldn't be strong enough to break it. Should I call the police? No, I'm probably overreacting. I'll call Dad. He'll know what to do. In the meantime, she'd open the door. What if it was an intruder? Should I get out of here? No, nothing is out of place. She got down on her hands and knees and picked up the larger pieces of glass and shuffled off to the pantry to get a dustpan and brush to get the minuscule shards cleaned up without injuring herself. If she could get the remaining glass out of the track, she could be able to open the door and at least pull the screen door shut. She traipsed into the kitchen to adjust the thermostat. They'd need to keep the air conditioning off until the door was repaired. Joy picked up some fresh basil and oregano leaves from the garden. She decided she should dig up a few of the herb plants and put them in the kitchen within the next few weeks before a cold spell hit. She carried the herbs to the counter and chopped them on her cutting board, tossing a handful into the sauce pot behind the stove. Jim came up behind her and put his arms around her. "What smells so yummy?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe meatballs and pasta sauce?" "That must be it. I can't wait to try it." "What makes you think it's for you? Maybe it's for the church picnic." He nuzzled her neck with his chin and whispered in her ear. "That would be cruel." "I made enough for both. We'll have some tonight, but the rest is for the church picnic tomorrow." "I can deal with that," Jim said. "Will it be ready soon?" "Patience. You can't rush good food. You have another hour until dinner." "Okay, I guess I'll get back to my sermon." "How's it coming along?" "It isn't." "What's it about?" "I still don't know. I've been praying about it, but it isn't coming to me." "It will. It always does."
Yes, I know, but I prefer to get it on Monday afternoon rather than late Saturday night. I have this weird feeling that this week's sermon will be personal to us, and I get a little off my game when that happens.
I understand that, but trust God. He must have something special for us this week. You know your best sermons always come at the last minute. The Lord doesn't want to give you time to mess it up. He'll give it to you when it's time for you to have it.
I know. I do trust him.
I love you. Jim turned her around so she was facing him. And I love you. He kissed her before leaving the room. Stella looked down at the crib that Joy had purchased for her. The UPS man had delivered it to the front door. The problem was that it was still in the box. Her father was not a handy man. He was brilliant, and he understood the Word of God like nobody else she knew. But he didn't know how to work a wrench and a screwdriver. It was going to be up to Stella to figure out how to put it together. Preferably before Dad got home and tried to help. That would mean disaster. Stella was staring at the box, wondering how she was going to get it up to her room, when Jason drove by the house. He saw her outside and pulled over. He leaned out his window.
Hey, girl, what's going on?
Boy, am I glad to see you, Stella said.
I could get used to that kind of greeting.
Don't get too used to it. I could use a hand here.
Sure.
Jason put the Jeep in park and hurried up the driveway to the front door where Stella was standing.
What do you need?
I need to get this box up to my room so I can put it together before Dad gets home.
Using me for my muscles. You women are all alike.
Jason winked at her while he carried the wide box into the house. A few minutes later, he was seated on the bedroom floor with crib parts surrounding him. Stella brought him Joy's pink toolbox. Jason sat on the floor cross-legged and spread the directions out in front of him. He read them thoroughly before beginning the project. Stella could tell he was taking his time putting the crib together. He was beginning to unnerve her. As attractive as the view was, she didn't want to be in such close proximity with him, or any other guy for that matter. She needed a reason to leave the room. Can I get you a glass of sweet tea or something? She asked.
No, I'm fine.
She walked over to the window and looked out in the distance.
So, what do you like to do?
Jason asked. Stella turned from the window to face Jason again. I like to spend time with my family. She didn't give him a detailed answer with her hobbies. It wasn't like she was planning on letting him get close to her. Yet she felt herself beginning to enjoy his company. Even though she didn't quite trust him, he was certainly attractive, and she wasn't immune to his looks. He was wearing an army green t-shirt that stretched tight over his muscular biceps. She found herself imagining what he looked like underneath the flimsy t-shirt. Pulling her mind away from inappropriate thoughts, she walked over to the window and looked out again. I won't let him get to me. His dimples appeared and his smile reached his eyes when he caught her watching him. Joy appeared in the doorway. Perfect timing, Stella smiled. Smiling down at Jason on the floor of Stella's room, Joy said, I'm back from the grocery store and ready to grill up some burgers, fried potatoes, and onions. There's more than enough if you'd like to stay for dinner, Jason.
That sounds heavenly, Jason said. Do you need some help with the grocery bags?
No, I already brought them in. I only had a few. Thanks, Joy. Do you need help making the salad or anything? Stella asked hopefully, looking for an excuse to get out of the close quarters with Jason and back onto safer ground. No, you two keep up the good work and get that crib put together. We're going to need a place for that munchkin to sleep. Not that they ever actually sleep in their cribs, if I remember correctly. Joy left them alone again, and Jason got up off the floor and turned to Stella.
What are you so afraid of?
He asked.
I don't bite, you know.
He reached for her hand, and Stella jumped a little.
Hey, calm down. It's okay. No reason to be afraid of me, I promise.
Stella smiled shyly while looking down at his large hand, holding her slight one. I'm sorry. I don't know why I reacted that way, she said. She believed he wouldn't hurt her, but she still had a strong sense of fear. She didn't want to be touched by a man yet. The electricity in his touch scared her. He hadn't even kissed her, but she was pretty sure he wanted to. And she was afraid of her own body betraying her. Throughout dinner, she tried not to engage Jason too much. She didn't want to give him the wrong idea by encouraging his advances. He left shortly after the meal, claiming he had an early formation the morning and had to get some sleep. Jason was lying in his bed staring at the ceiling. His room was basic, a bed, nightstand, and a bureau with a coffee maker on it. He didn't have a lot of extraneous stuff. A blanket covered the bed, but he was lying on top of it due to the warmth of the August night. He didn't have air conditioning. The room wasn't uncomfortably hot. He liked renting a basement apartment because it stayed cooler than the rest of the house. His landlady was a kindly older woman named Maud. She'd been widowed when she was in her early 30s and never remarried. She was a congenial Christian woman. She was aware that Jason spent a lot of time alone, so she was always trying to push him out the door to meet a nice young woman. He'd spent the last hour fixing some things around the house for Maud. The dryer vent had come loose and was blowing into the house. The vents needed to be reconnected and taped up with duct tape. After he took care of that, he fixed a door hinge and nailed up a piece of trim that was falling off. It was approaching 10 p.m., and he needed to get up at 4:30 a.m., so he needed his rest. But that wasn't what pushed him to leave the McIntyre residence earlier. Stella had grown cold. He couldn't put his finger on why, but he realized it was after he grabbed her hand. I don't understand why she keeps putting up walls. I'm trying to be patient with her, but sometimes she could freeze hot coals on a warm summer night with those icy looks of hers. God, should I be pursuing this girl, or should I let go of the idea? Please show me your will. Does this dress make me look fat? Stella asked. You're kidding me, right? Claudia raised an eyebrow. I'm a blimp. Yes, you're a blimp. Get used to it. Oh, the love of a good sister, Stella said. I wonder what it would be like to have one. Funny. Your good sister is getting worn out from all the shopping. My feet hurt. Stella looked at Claudia and threw up both hands. Are you serious? Your feet hurt? Try carrying around some of this extra weight. Claudia had talked Stella into trying on maternity clothes after they had already been shopping for hours getting items for the baby. Stella's parents had purchased the large furniture items she needed, like the crib, changing table, and rocker, and Stella was using the money Bobby had so generously given her to buy the other items she'd need: diapers, wipes, onesies, outfits, and more. They had decided not to have a baby shower because Stella didn't want to answer a lot of questions. She wanted to keep the circumstances of her pregnancy quiet, to make it easier for her child to grow up in this small town. Better to let everyone think she'd had premarital sex and the guy had ran off, than for the child to find out the true circumstances of his rocky start in life. We might as well go. I'm not going to buy a dress that makes me look like a whale, Stella continued. You need to have a few more maternity dresses, Stella. There isn't much left in your meager wardrobe that you can squeeze into. Can't I wear yoga pants to church? I saw some cute separates over there. Get out of that tent and I'll go fetch them for you, Claudia said. Claudia came back with several skirts and matching shirts. Stella changed into the first of the outfits and admired herself in the full-length mirror. This isn't so bad. I kind of like it. I like the way the bottom of the skirt is floaty and twirly. She spun the skirt around her legs. Claudia laughed. It'll do. Try the others on so we can go home. I'm supposed to be going to a women's Bible study tonight with Mom. She'll be ticked if I don't show. She rarely reaches mildly perturbed, let alone full-blown ticked. Stella giggled. Okay, maybe ticked is an overstatement, but I want to be there. It's her first time running the study, and you know she must be nervous. I know. I'll go with you and support her. Claudia sat on the front porch painting her toenails. She decided to paint them dusty blue to match the dress she planned to wear the picnic in the morning. Stella sat across from her, relaxing on the porch swing, lost in thought. Earth to Stella, Claudia said. What's up? Are you going to wake up and talk to me, or are you going to continue staring into space for the rest of the evening? What are you daydreaming about? I don't know. Nothing really. I was wondering what it's going to be like to be a mother. It's scary, you know. A little human is going to depend on me for everything. Yep, that's how motherhood usually goes, Claudia said. You'll do fine. Stop worrying. I'm not that worried. Well, maybe I am. I guess I don't even have a job. Mom and Dad'll help you until you get on your feet. I know, but I hate to ask them for help. Why should they have to support me and my child? Because you're their child, and that's what parents do. Claudia screwed the lid onto the bottle of polish. It seems like too much to ask of them. Stop thinking about it. You'll be able to repay them someday, like when you have to change their diapers. Funny, Stella said, but you're the youngest. That job falls to you. No way. That's a job for the eldest daughter. Early Sunday morning, Stella and Claudia headed to the church picnic together. They got there early to help the stewards get things set up. Stella wondered how much help she would be, but she decided to tag along anyway. She was wearing one of her new outfits Claudia persuaded her to buy. She loved the feel of the gauzy fabric around her ankles. The mint green color was perfect for the season, and she actually felt pretty in it. The moment they stepped out of the car, Claudia got to work setting out folding chairs for the service. Hey, how are you two beautiful ladies doing? Jason asked as he walked up and grabbed the chairs out of Claudia's hands. He proceeded to set up chairs. Claudia leaned up against the post of the pavilion and twirled her hair around her index finger. She looked gorgeous as usual, in a cotton periwinkle dress. Life is splendid, Jace. Never had a bad day in my life, she said with a seductive smile. Well, you must be the exception that proves the rule, Claudia, Jason said as he turned back to look at Stella. Stella said, I'm okay, but it's a little warm out here. Can I get you a cool drink, Stella? Jason asked. Actually, that would be lovely, Stella answered. Jason headed out to the car where the cooler of drinks was located. Claudia turned to look at Stella, raised her eyebrows, but said nothing. She walked away without looking back. I wonder what her problem is. Stella watched as her sister stalked off to the playground and sat down on a swing. Jason returned with the cold cranberry juice from the cooler. Thanks. You're welcome. Jason wiped his hands on his jeans to dry them. Where did Claudia run off to? Playground. Want me to go get her? No need. I was actually hoping to talk to you. Me? Yes, you. I was wondering if I could take you to dinner tonight. Oh, I have to be at church tonight. What about before and after church? Well, Stella, you can say no, but don't make excuses. We can go to dinner immediately after the service. What do you say? Stella thought about it a while and twirled a piece of her hair around her finger, imitating Claudia's earlier action. Okay, great. Jason turned to walk away. He turned back and said, I'll be back in 15 minutes, okay? A lot can happen in 15 minutes. Stella felt heat rise to her cheeks. I mean, you might get sidetracked by my father. He likes to assign work to strong young men. I'll be sure to avoid getting too sidetracked. I don't want to miss the chance to converse with you some more. Getting to know you will be fun, Stella. He walked away with an extra bit of spring in his step. Stella watched Jason as he joined the other men by her dad's truck and wondered what had possessed her to agree to a date with him. As she wandered away from the tent, Megan caught hold of her arm. I thought you should know. Crystal and Stacy are spreading some vicious rumors about you. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but it seems high school doesn't end for some of us, Stella said. They're telling people that you were going to have an abortion. Well, clearly I didn't, so I guess people can judge that one for themselves. I don't want to entertain their gossip by listening to it. Thanks for letting me know, Megan, but I think I'd rather be left in the dark in the future. Stella caught a ride home from the picnic with Joy. Claudia hadn't materialized after the service, so Stella assumed she was either upset or she'd been persuaded to help with the cleanup. She didn't mind so much. It gave her time to think about the dinner invitation she'd accepted without the barrage of questions she knew she'd get from Claudia. Joy stopped at Schmitty's Market to pick up bread and milk. They both went inside. Billy was at the counter as usual, her long blonde hair braided into a side plate. Stella heard some ruckus a few aisles over, so she glanced up. A man in white overalls stood on a ladder removing ceiling tiles. Stella sensed something familiar about the man. It was disconcerting that she felt like she should know him, but couldn't place him. She figured he was from the church, but when Joy didn't seem to know him either, she racked her brain, trying to figure out how she could know the man, but finally gave up. Strange. Chapter 4. That's what you're wearing on your date. My prediction for you is that 60 years from now, your obituary will read, she died alone in her apartment, and before her body could be recovered, she was eaten by her 17 cats. Why does he want to take you out to dinner anyway? Claudia sat on the edge of the bathroom sink. I mean, I love you, and you're beautiful, but you're 7 months pregnant. I honestly don't know, Claude. He asked, and I accepted. Do you like him like that? I mean, you haven't said anything about liking him. In fact, watching you two together, I would have thought you hated him. I honestly don't think I'm ready to date. I've been trying to shake him, but he's persistent. And what's more, I didn't really think he could be interested in a big, fat, pregnant lady. Well, I may be a little jealous, but I'm happy that at least one of us gets to go out with Mr. Hottie. Are you sure you're okay with me going? I can always turn him away when he gets here. I don't want anything or anyone to come between us, you know. Claudia rolled her eyes. Don't be selfless. It's uber annoying. She gave Stella a side hug. You look fine, except for the old lady dress. You can stop staring at yourself in the bathroom mirror now. The anticipation of her upcoming date had Stella distracted throughout the service. When the service ended, she stood in her pew. She didn't know where she was supposed to meet up with Jason. He didn't keep her waiting long. He was at her side within a minute. Hey girl, you ready? Yep. Stella wiped her sweaty palms on her plaid dress. Excellent. Jason took her hand in his and reached out with his other one to grab her tote bag and sling it over his shoulder. He led her out to his Jeep and put her bag in the back. He held open the passenger door. I'm glad you agreed to go out with me, he said. It's a little strange going out on a date with anyone, to be honest. I'll take honest over a lie any day. Jason hopped in his seat, looked over at her as he turned the key in the ignition. I hope it'll be less strange after we have a nice dinner. About 20 minutes later, after driving much of the distance in comfortable silence, They arrived at Pedrico's Ristorante, a cozy Italian restaurant outside of town. Jason walked around the car and opened the passenger door for Stella. I could get used to this kind of treatment. Thank you, Stella said. You're quite welcome. He smiled down at her and took her hand again as they walked up to the door. Instinctively, she pulled her hand away. She rummaged through her purse for her lip balm, so it wouldn't be obvious to Jason that she didn't want to be touched. Reservations? The hostess asked as she looked down her scribbled sheet of paper. Jason glanced around the half-empty restaurant before replying. Yes, under Duncan. Follow me, please. She took them to a booth near the kitchen. They took seats across from each other, and the hostess handed them each a menu. Sorry about the table, Stella. I can't imagine why they sat us here. We have reservations, and the room is only half full. I don't mind, Stella said. Are you sure? Because I could ask for a different table. This is fine. Really, it's fine. They enjoyed a nice meal together, Stella opting for the seafood fettuccine and Jason for the veal parmesan. As they exited the restaurant, Jason grabbed Stella's hand once again. When they got in the Jeep, he leaned against the passenger door and grabbed her other hand, so he was holding both her hands in his. She tensed up, but didn't pull away. I know we don't know each other well, but I'm growing fond of you. I've had my heart set on taking you out since the first time I saw you up at Eagle View Lake. When did you see me at Eagle View? Stella tilted her head to the side. I don't recall seeing you there. You probably didn't see me. I was out on my boat, but I saw you and decided I had to get to know you better. Didn't you think I might be married, considering my condition? I did, but thankfully you aren't. Stella smiled. She searched his eyes and found only sincerity. She didn't know what to make of this handsome man, who seemed to have a real interest in her. It seemed too good to be true, and what seems too good to be true generally is. Maybe not this time. Maybe he's the real deal. I doubt it. Do you think I can see you again, Stella? Soon? I think that would be nice. He drove her home, and they enjoyed learning more about each other on the ride back. She told him how she liked to knit and was an amateur photographer. He told her about his hobbies of skiing, rock climbing, and spelunking. He also suggested she come with him to karaoke one night. She was open to hearing him sing karaoke, but didn't intend to embarrass herself by getting up in front of everyone. Claudia sat at the cafeteria table. Her friend Sophie joined her, folding herself into the chair. Claudia looked up at her and rolled her eyes at her friend's choice of attire. Sophie had pulled a beanie over her lovely brown hair and was hiding her curves in an oversized sweatshirt. Hey, what's going on, Sophie? I'm thinking about a movie marathon at my house on Friday. Want to come? Sophie asked as she wiped her glasses off with a napkin. On Friday night? Seriously? I haven't got any date requests, so why not? Speaking of date requests, Jason, the super hot guy I've been crushing on, asked my sister out. My very pregnant sister. Very pregnant? Can you be a little pregnant? You're too funny, Claudia. You're a dork. I'm serious here. Why would he want my sister over me? What, am I not good enough for him? He only recently met her, for crying out loud. It's irksome. And you should have seen how she dressed for her first date. She wore a blue plaid dress that fell to her ankles. I think she's going for the prim and proper look. It's glaringly apparent. He picked the wrong sister. Claudia gestured to her skin-tight leather skirt and laughed. He could have had all this. Sophie turned the thick black leather bracelet on her wrist while she spoke. Maybe you're jealous. You should give your sister a break. She probably looked nice. Claudia snorted. You infuriate me. Why can't you ever agree with me? Because that would make me a liar. I tell you the truth. Now, how about we go do something fun and forget about this Jason guy? I bet you can dig up another cute guy around here somewhere. I saw you cozying up to Samir when I was leaving the library earlier. He's in my film club. I bet he could be persuaded to join us for Friday night movie marathon. He's adorable. You two would be cute together. Really? You'd ask one of the hottest guys in school to come to a movie marathon? Nope, but you would, Sophie said. You're expecting me to invite him to watch movies? Yep, Sophie said. Let's see if we can find him. Kill me now. It'll be less painful that way. Oh, come on. It'll be fun. I doubt that. Jim watched Stella from the front of the church as the choir sang, Just a Closer Walk with Thee, every once in a while. Looking at her brought back images of her mother. She was the same size and shape as Summer. Thin and petite, if you didn't count the baby bump. The coppery red hair color was the same, but the style was different. Summer kept her hair back in a braid or twist most of the time, but Stella preferred to wear her hair down. Stella's eyes were steel blue like his own, unlike her mother's intense green eyes. From time to time, she'd move in a way that brought him back to an earlier time, back when he'd first married Summer. Stella wasn't similar to her mother in personality. Summer had been quirky. She had some silly little habits, like pulling the cheese off her pizza and eating it last, or collecting tabs off soda cans and tiny stones to turn into art pieces. Stella, on the other hand, was more practical, a bit of a bookworm, and an introvert like him. He'd been frightened for Stella when she first came home, afraid she'd blame God and turn away from his love. But she seemed to be growing closer to the Lord and to her family. She had a quiet strength about her that spoke to him of an inner peace, despite the challenges she'd soon face. The song ended, and he brought himself out of his reverie and walked to the pulpit to begin the announcements. Stella and Megan sat at the table behind Crystal and Stacy in Sunday school class. Stella wasn't trying to hear them, but once again, Crystal's idea of a whisper was anything but quiet. Crystal said, "Did you hear that Jason is taking Stella out?" "I did," Stacy said. "I can't imagine why that sexy specimen would waste his time on a tramp. He won't date her more than a time or two. When he finds out she doesn't put out, he'll dump her," Stacy said. "If only that were true. Unfortunately, she does put out, a fact made clear by her current circumstances." "I guess you're right. I was thinking of how she was in high school. She was probably a trollop then, too. She simply hid it better. Jason's probably toying with her anyway. There's no way a worldly man like him would take a girl like her seriously. Did you see the outfit she was wearing today?" Stella laid her hand on top of Megan's. Megan had balled her fist up in anger. Stella wanted to get even with the two for being so nasty. But she remembered her own earlier words at the picnic. She told Megan she didn't want to engage in the gossips, and she didn't want to hear what other people said behind her back. The best thing for her to do now was to walk away, find another seat away from those two. She grabbed Megan by the hand and whispered to her, "Let's move." They found seats all the way in the back on the far side of the room from Crystal and Stacy. Stella wished the words didn't hurt, but they did. She didn't want to care about the nasty things people said, but the hypocrisy bothered her. How could someone claim to follow Christ and at the same time be so wretched to others? As she considered the issue, she was silently reminded of her own sinful nature and how much she needed God's grace. Her sin may not be as blatantly obvious, but it was still there. She needed to show grace to Stacy and Crystal, even though they were not showing grace to her. Sometimes it seemed a lot to ask to be forgiving and to love the unlovable. She understood they weren't truly unlovable. The Lord had found something worth saving in her, so how could she not see the best in others? Yet, no matter how deep she dug, she couldn't reach deep enough to find a wellspring of love for those two. The only way she was going to find it was to continue to pray until God provided her the needed grace. She shifted in the metal folding chair trying to get comfortable and refocused her attention on the preacher, who was beginning to pray. Claudia walked across the lawn of the church, looking like a tigress hunting her prey. She was focused on the young man who'd pulled into the lot. When he got out of his silver BMW, she was there to meet him. She leaned on the hood of his car, looking up into his eyes that were the color of dark chocolate. He crossed his denim-clad legs at the ankles as he reclined beside her. She turned to the side, admiring the dark tan of his muscled arms and his short-sleeved dress shirt. She brought her eyes up to his face. He had the perfect smile, full of pearl-white teeth, which contrasted well with his complexion. She was aware that his parents had moved here from India. His father had come over on a work visa, so he could work in pharmaceutical research. Samir was born here, and he was as much an American as any of the other guys she knew. "I'm glad you came," she said. "How could I stay away?" His eyes looked her up and down admiringly. She took his hand and pulled him with her as she walked back toward the church. She felt her father's eyes on her as she entered the church with Samir. She realized that she'd have to introduce them after the service, but for now, she wanted to enjoy his company. She scooted into the back pew, and Samir sat closely beside her. Jim McIntyre was reclining against the counter at Joe's Hardware. He spent a lot of time hanging out with Joe at the store. It was his escape from the estrogen in his house. Joe was one of the church deacons, and they'd become close since Jim moved to Edensville to take over as the church's pastor. They were talking about how the weather would soon be turning cooler and lamenting how little time was left for fishing. Joe was trying to talk Jim into some ice fishing when Jason entered the store. Jason joined their conversation and reminded them that hunting season would soon be upon them, and that was something to get excited about. They hadn't been talking long when another man came into the store. Once inside, he was greeted by Joe. "Kyle, this is Jim. He's the pastor over at Edensville Bible. You ought to get yourself to Sunday meeting while you're in town. And this is Jason. He recently returned from Iraq. War hero." "I'm not a war hero. Ignore him. Nice to meet you." Jason shook the other man's hand. Jim also shook the man's hand. "New in town?" "Here vacationing," Kyle answered. He quickly grabbed the items he needed and headed to the counter to check out. "Been fishing lately?" Joe asked. "Sure have," he answered with a wide grin, waving as he turned to head out of the store. Joe told Jim and Jason that the man was renting the decrepit fishing cabin on the lake. It was up the street from the hardware store, not far from Jim's house. Jim thought about the broken-down cabin and considered briefly that it would be a welcome place to get away from a house full of women. He could go there and write sermons. He dismissed the idea and walked outside with Jason and Joe. Two teenage girls sat on the bench outside the store. They admired Kyle as he exited the hardware store and strolled across the lot. He was tall, with boyish good looks, warm brown eyes, and deep dimples. The other men had followed Kyle out of the store. Jason got in his car, throwing the duct tape and bucket in the back. Jim leaned against the building and Joe walked up beside the girls. "That guy is gorgeous," Stacy said. "Too bad he's got a ring on his left hand." "But Jason doesn't, and he's a hottie too." Stacy looked over to where Jason was pulling out of the parking lot. "I know, right?" Lydia said. "He probably won't be chasing down high school girls even if he wasn't married," Joe said. "I know that, Dad. Just saying," Lydia said. Stacy said, "Anyway, we graduate next year, so we might have had a chance with Kyle if he wasn't already married, and I'm definitely not ready to give up on Jason." "I think it's strange that Kyle spends so much time here fishing without bringing his wife along," Joe said. "You're gossiping, Dad." "Speaking the truth." Chapter 5. Stella combed her long copper-red locks and looked at herself critically in the mirror. She'd always disliked her eye color, such a dull blue, drab like the color of still wool. She couldn't have been graced with the brilliant emerald green eyes her mother had been blessed with. She put down the hairbrush and picked up an eyelash curler. She didn't usually wear makeup, but tonight was a special occasion. She'd add a coat of mascara after curling her lashes, and a touch of lip gloss to bring out the color of her lips. She didn't need more than that. Jason was receiving an ARCOM, which was an Army Commendation Medal, for his involvement in a scouting mission, and he wanted her by his side. He'd be taking her out after so they could celebrate. She was nervous, but she looked forward to being by his side. She was still flummoxed that he'd asked her to be his date. She couldn't understand what he saw in her, but she was enjoying his attention. Yet a part of her held him at arm's length. She wasn't going to let him get too close. Jim and Joe were walking into Jim's office when they inadvertently overheard Crystal as she was talking to several of the stewards of the church. She said, "I don't see how Pastor can flaunt his unmarried, pregnant daughter by sitting her in the front pew every week. What will people think?" Jim never heard the responses as he shut the door before anyone could answer her. Jim had the utmost trust and respect for the church stewards, and trusted that Crystal would be reprimanded for her comment. But he gave it some thought and voiced his concerns aloud. "Joe, is that what I'm doing? Am I flaunting my unmarried daughter's pregnancy?" "You can't seriously be asking that question. You know that girl is a troublemaker and a gossip." "Yes, but even troublemakers and gossips can speak the truth on occasion. Am I flaunting Stella's pregnancy?" "No, you're not hiding her in the closet, but you're not flaunting her pregnancy. She's pregnant. There's nothing that can be done except for her to have her child. Would you hide your grandchild? Of course not. So you certainly can't hide your daughter because she's pregnant. She's still your daughter, and she's as much a demonstration of God's grace and forgiveness as any other child of God. Joe, if you were aware how that girl came to be pregnant, you'd realize she's not the one in need of God's forgiveness. She may need His mercy and forgiveness for actions leading up to that night, but not for the pregnancy itself." "I'm sorry, Jim. I didn't know. I didn't mean to speak out of turn." "No, don't worry about it. I shouldn't have said that much. Stella wants to keep the whole thing quiet, but it's hard when people speak ill of her. Not that I think you were, but that girl out there, she can be vicious. And I'm expected to love her and show her the compassion she refuses to grant my daughter. I do love her, and I treat her as I'd treat my own girls. Somehow God gives me the strength and the grace to do that, but biting my tongue in moments like these isn't easy. My daughter isn't perfect,
but she isn't irresponsible either. This wasn't her fault. I don't know the full story, but I trust that you're correct, Joe said. Stella answered the door, surprised to see Jason there. What are you doing here? I wanted to see you again, and I thought if I called you would tell me not to come. I would have. I'm not ready for whatever this is. Give me a chance. Would you like a glass of lemonade? I think Joy made some this morning. Jason grinned. That sounds delightful. They sat together on the front porch swing. Hours passed as they chatted about mundane things, but eventually the topic got deeper. I know I've asked about your family before, but you didn't give me a straight answer. My father said enough for me to know there's something you're not saying. Not that you have to tell me, but I can be a good listener. Jason said, I don't tell anyone about my family. People pity me when they hear about the succession of deaths I've dealt with. I can't handle pity. Do you mind if I ask how they died? Afghanistan. IED got my brother. Heart attack my father. Suicide my mother. Wow, that is a concise explanation of a tragic series of events. How far apart did these deaths happen? My brother Alistair died 5 years ago. He was named after my father. He was the oldest son. I have an older sister too, but Pam got married and moved out the year before Alistair died. Dad had a heart attack 2 years ago. He and Mom were rebuilding their lives and beginning to live again after Alistair's death. Dad didn't come in for dinner, and Mom found his body outside of the cattle fence. He'd gone out to feed the cattle. He'd been gone for 20 minutes when Mom looked for him. He was never late for dinner. Mom lost it. She couldn't take any more. The last year of her life, she was a changed person. My mom was gone before she even gave up completely and took her life. I was angry at the time. It was a cowardly thing to do. I thought it was cruel for her to do that to Pam and me. Thanks for sharing this with me. I get that it isn't easy to talk about. No, it's not. So, tell me more about the mysterious Stella. Not so mysterious. You probably know everything there is to know already. I was born not far from here. Mother died in childbirth. Father remarried a great woman, and they raised me well. I goofed up when I decided to try being independent before I was ready. It didn't go so well, so I'm home. I think you're glossing over some details there, but I'll let it slide now. You'll have to open up more soon. I can be a good listener, too. A few days later, Stella was lying on her bed, paging through what to expect when you're expecting when she heard the phone ringing. She didn't get phone calls, so she didn't reach for the telephone by her bed. After a minute passed, Joy called out, Jason's on the phone, Stella. Stella picked up the receiver. Hi. I was wondering if you wanted to go to the karaoke bar with me on Friday night, Jason said. It's a dry bar, so you don't even have to worry about the pastor's daughter being seen in a seedy establishment. I think in my condition, whether I go to a bar is the least of the fodder for their gossip. So is that a yes? It's an okay, I guess so. I'll take it, Jason said. I'll pick you up at 7. See you at 7. Bye, Stella said. Bye. Jason waited to hear the click as Stella disconnected the call. Are you sure about going out with this boy again, Stella? Jim asked. Why, Dad? I thought you liked him, Stella said. I'm not sure about you going out in your condition. He scratched his chin thoughtfully and put his pen down on the notebook beside his open Bible. Stella stared out his office window at the horse barn. She could see Ruthie stretching her neck gracefully. How she wished she could get out there and ride her. She wanted to get on the Game Lands trail near the house and keep going until the trail ran out. I know it's weird, Dad, but I'm enjoying the time I spend with him. I'm scared, and I don't want to move too fast. I've even considered asking him to back off, but at the same time, I want to be around him. I know, but I worry. After everything you've been through, I want to protect you from further hurt. You can't protect me from everything, Dad. Claudia showed up in the doorway. Mom has dinner on the table. She looked from her dad to Stella and back again. It's her famous venison meatloaf. She walked away, leaving them alone again. Jason seems like a great guy, her dad said. I hope he's who he appears to be. Me too, Stella said, as they walked to the dining room. Stella sat in her father's office at the church. She stared out the window she'd opened wide to let in a breeze. She had the strangest feeling that something was deeply wrong. It felt as if someone was with her, watching her. She shook off the feeling and dismissed it as her overactive imagination. Stella had asked her father for ways she could contribute, since she hadn't been working and she couldn't contribute financially until after the baby was born. Her dad told her she didn't need to contribute, but Stella had insisted she wanted to help in some way, so he'd ask her to help him catch up on some items that his secretary hadn't gotten to before she left on a mission trip several weeks earlier.
Stella had been typing at the computer for hours and was beginning to go cross-eyed. She stretched her back to get the kinks out and looked back at the screen. The words were running together. Maybe it was best to head home for the day. Stella picked up her father's office phone and called home for a ride. Joy picked up on the first ring. "Hello?" "Hey, Joy. Could you see if Claudia or Dad could come get me? I think it's time to head home." Stella wished she had her own car so she could stop bothering people for rides. "Sure, one of us will be out there in 10 minutes. "Great. Thanks, Joy. See you shortly." Stella looked around at the mountains of paperwork left to do. She put aside the church directory with a list of information which she'd been working on updating and shut the computer down. She noticed her father's new Bible. He needed to transfer his notes from his old one, which was falling apart, to his new one, a wide-margin Bible that had been gifted to him, but he hadn't had the time to accomplish that monumental task. Stella thought it might be a way for her to get in some valuable study, so she suggested he let her start on the task for him. At the moment, the thought overwhelmed her, but she decided to grab the new Bible just in case. She was able to wrestle the old one out of her father's hands for long enough to start the process of transferring the notes. Maybe she could work from home and spend some time doing that. Stella closed the window, turned the light off to her dad's office, and closed the door. She walked the few feet to the front door of the church and unlocked the door while wrestling with the paperwork and the Bible she was taking home with her. As she stepped out the front door, she caught her foot on the metal threshold and tumbled, dropping the paperwork as her purse slid down her shoulder. "Let me help you with that," came the gravelly voice of a man. He gathered the papers from the steps and put them in a neat pile, while she relocated her purse to her shoulder and picked up the Bible. "I'm sorry, I don't think we've met before," Stella said, reaching out her hand to shake his. "Thanks for the help, but the church isn't open at the moment." He grasped her hand firmly in his callous, shaking hands as he stepped back and looked her in the eyes. "Oh, I know that. I'm here for a meeting with Pastor Jim. I'm sure he'll be by soon. I'm Mark Hunt." Stella felt nervous being alone with this stranger. Mark had deep, set eyes of the most brilliant blue she'd ever seen. His hair was long enough that his untamed curls brushed the collar of his golf shirt. He was wearing a simple gold band on his left hand. "Nice to meet you, Mark. Dad didn't mention that he had an appointment today. I may need to call home and remind him." "No need," Mark replied, as he glanced toward the lot and watched a truck pull in. "He's pulling in now." Jim climbed out of the truck and walked over to greet them. "Hey, Stella, Claudia will be out to pick you up shortly. She was already getting in the car when I pulled away." "Okay, great. I'll wait here for her." "You ready to meet, Mark?" Jim asked. "Let's head into my office." As the two walked into the church, Claudia's car pulled into the lot. Jason showed up in full cowboy attire, boots, hat, and big shiny buckle. "What's this?" Stella asked as she answered the door in jeans, high heels, and a silk maternity blouse. "I guess I should have warned you it's country karaoke night." "Oh, great." She stepped out and pulled the door shut behind her. "I should fit right in." Jason chuckled as he opened the passenger door for her. A few minutes later, they pulled into a trendy coffee bar that had recently opened in a neighboring town. The place had been totally transformed into cowboy chic, with sawdust on the floor and old wagon wheels decorating the entrance. They obviously took this cowboy karaoke seriously. The crowd was mixed. There were as many people dressed in low-cut jeans and baseball hats as there were in Wranglers and cowboy boots. As they took seats at the bar, Jason ordered her a Shirley Temple and himself a Coke. "I feel like a little girl drinking this." "You look like a full-grown woman to me," Jason said as he looked her up and down. Stella punched him in the arm. "That was totally inappropriate, Jason." "Oh, okay, I'm sorry," he said. "It won't happen again." Jason ambled up to the stage and signed up to sing an old Alabama song, "Angels Among Us." When it was finally time for him to sing, Stella sat back and enjoyed the show. She couldn't believe how beautiful his voice was. She told him as much when he arrived back at the table. The two of them sat together and listened to some poor woman try to sing "Stand By Your Man," who failed miserably, but put her heart into it. They heard an adolescent boy sing Dirt Road Anthem, and he wasn't half bad. Lastly, a middle-aged man sang Indian Outlaw and butchered it. Instead of singing the lyrics correctly, he made up his own lyrics to go with the tune. "She's a Edensville in-law. She's Polish and she's proud, y'all." "Are you hearing this?" Stella asked. "Her pierogies are to die for," the singer continued. Jason said, "I think my ears are bleeding." He leaned closer to be heard over the screeching of the would-be musical comedian. "You want to get out of here?" "Sure," she said. "You know what? Could you take me home? I'm not feeling well, and I want to lay down for a while." "Okay," Jason said. "But only if you promise me a rain check on the other half of our date." "Rain check granted, but only if you promise not to put me through this kind of abuse again." Chapter 6. Claudia looked at the clock and back at Stella. "It's only been 5 minutes since the last contraction started. I think we need to wake up Mom and Dad and get you to the hospital." "I'm not due for another 6 weeks," Stella said. "This can't be happening." "It can, and it is. We need to go now. I'm getting Mom," Claudia said as she hurried from the room. Less than 2 minutes later, Joy hurried into Stella's bedroom, tying her bathrobe. "Stella, with the contractions this close together, we need to get you to the hospital immediately. You know the hospital is an hour away. We can't chance it." "But how do you know it isn't Braxton Hicks contractions? The doctor told me they're common." "We don't know, but the hospital will be able to tell. Get dressed and let's go," Joy said as Stella let out another scream of pain. Claudia said, "Well, if Dad was sleeping, he's up now." Less than a minute later, they heard Jim's footsteps as he made his way down the hall. He entered the room rubbing his eyes and yawning. "Are you okay, Stella?" "I'm fine, Dad, but Joy thinks I should go to the hospital." Jim looked at his daughter's pale countenance. "I think she's correct. Give me 2 minutes to get dressed and I'll grab my keys. I'll meet you at the truck." "Don't you think we should take my car, sweetie? I think Stella would be more comfortable in my Audi than in your old truck," Joy said. "Yeah, I guess you're right. We'll take your car." He and Joy returned to the master bedroom to get ready. Claudia pulled out a pair of maternity jeans and a top for Stella. "Here, put this on. I'll call Dr. Olaf and tell her we're headed over to the hospital. Where's the number?" "Her number is in my wallet, which is in my purse on the chair," Stella said before letting out another scream. Claudia dug the card out of Stella's purse, picked up the cordless phone from the nightstand, and dialed. When she received the answering service, she left a message. "They're going to get a hold of the doctor and have her meet you at the hospital." "Thanks, Claude." Stella and Claudia made their way out to the Audi and found Joy and Jim already there. The 4 of them got into the car and headed off to the hospital near Danville. Jim paced back and forth while waiting to hear something. Claudia sat across the room, paging through an outdated magazine. Joy was in the room with Stella. Jim's thoughts were racing, and he kept sending up little prayers to God, asking that Stella and her child be healthy and safe. After an hour or so, Joy finally came back to the waiting room with news. Jim looked up at her expectantly. "They're trying to stop the labor. They want to give the baby something to speed lung development. I didn't understand much of it, but it sounds as if they want to try to stop her labor, or at least delay it for 24 hours. If they can do that, the baby has a better chance of being healthy. They also need to get the baby turned around. If they can't get the baby turned, she may need a C-section. Claudia, do you want to go in for a little while and sit with Stella? I'm going to run downstairs and grab a coffee." "Sure, Mom," Jim said. "I'll go with your mom. We won't be gone long. Let us know if there's any changes. I have my cell." Stella heard Claudia speaking softly to the nurse outside her room. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but they already told her they were trying to stop the labor, and that if it failed, they would have to keep the baby in the neonatal intensive care unit until it was safe to bring the infant home. Stella was nervous. She didn't want to leave her baby anywhere. She wanted her body to cooperate and hold off for a couple more weeks until she could safely have the baby. Claudia came around the side of the bed, and Stella looked up at her with tears in her eyes. "Is this my fault? Should I have taken it easy? Did I try to do too much?" "No, dummy. This is not your fault." Claudia took Stella's hand in her own and squeezed it. "You didn't do anything wrong. Stop fussing. Your baby is going to be fine." Within minutes, it was Stella squeezing Claudia's hand as hard as she could. Another contraction. She hoped they would stop soon. Joy wiped the hair off Stella's forehead while she slept. Her eyes shone with unshed tears. The contractions had slowed down, and Stella was going to be okay. The hospital was going to keep her for a few more hours to make sure the contractions stopped completely. If they did, she could go home if she followed strict instructions to take it easy. Joy sat in the chair beside the bed and opened her Bible for a little quiet time with God. She was confident that God's will would be done and that Stella and the baby would be fine. She felt God's love pouring from the pages as she reread the end of the book of John. She'd never truly grasped the magnitude of love God had for her. He offered her his son as a sacrifice and atonement for her sins. Lord, thank you that Stella is safe and well. Thank you for bringing her home to us. Claudia and Jim meandered outside to get some fresh air. They sat on a bench near the entrance. The sun was setting, and they watched God's beautiful artistry before either of them said anything. Claudia thought briefly about the tropical storm making its way up the coast and shook her head at the idea that it could be coming when the weather here was so beautiful. Wow, I can't believe she went into labor so soon, Claudia said. I thought first babies were supposed to come late. Oh, I don't know, honey. Your mom had you on her due date, and Summer had Stella a few days late. I don't think these things are ever predictable. They both watched a woman and her baby coming out of the women's and children's section of the hospital. Jim imagined they had been here to see one of the pediatricians for a well baby checkup. The infant was probably about 3 months old. The man in the car got out and strapped the baby into the car seat in the back and opened the door for the woman and returned to the driver's seat and drove off. Dad, I wish Stella could expect that kind of happy send-off. She has no hubby to drive her off into the sunset, and if she has the baby in the next couple of days, she won't even get to take the baby home. I know. You probably get sick of hearing it, but we need to trust God. Everything will be okay. Jim was struggling with his own faith. It had been so hard to endure watching Stella struggle with this unplanned pregnancy, and from something so horrendous being done to her. He still couldn't bring himself to say the word. Rape. What an awful word. How completely unfair for a child to start its life as a product of rape. God, why? Why, my little girl? Help me to be the man you created me to be. Help me to love Stella and the child with the love of Christ. Help me. Stella awakened to find herself alone in the room, blissfully alone. She felt the baby moving and the strong movements pressed on her bladder, causing an urgent need to pee. She carefully got out of bed, holding her thin gown closed in the back, as she made her way across the room to the restroom. By the time she'd peed and returned to the bed, the intense cramping had returned. She should call a nurse, but she wanted a few more minutes alone. Her and her baby. She looked down at her huge stomach and spoke softly to the unborn child. I may not have planned you, but I love you already. Please know that I'll do my best to take care of you. I couldn't give you up. Maybe it would have been better for you if I had. I don't know. But I couldn't do it. You're a part of me. Moments later, the door opened and Joy returned. She stepped out for another cup of coffee. She smiled at Stella, but noticed Stella's face was registering agony again. So she placed her coffee on the little table by the bed and quickly left the room to find a nurse. Joy hurried back in with the nurse at her side. What do we have here? More contractions? The nurse asked. I think so, Stella answered. Okay, let's get you hooked up to an electronic fetal monitor and see what's going on, okay? I'll be back in a jiffy. Within a few minutes, they had hooked her up to a machine that checked her contractions, and they also did a cervical ultrasound to check dilation. Within another 30 minutes or so, Stella's doctor had returned to the hospital and entered the room. Hi, Stella. I guess it's been a lengthy 24 hours for you, huh? It sure feels as if it's been more than 24 hours. Well, you're still in labor. They slowed down enough for the medication yesterday to give us time to give the baby some medicine to help the lungs develop. But we're still not out of the woods. We need to monitor your labor carefully, and if anything goes wrong, you may need a cesarean. You understand the risk of surgery as we discussed yesterday, correct? Yes. Stella gritted her teeth through another contraction. She was scared. She'd never had surgery, and she was afraid of natural childbirth, let alone the possibility of a C-section. Joy squeezed her hand. She always seemed to know when Stella needed reassurance. Jason walked into the waiting room. He was biting on his lip and rubbing his palms against his jeans when Jim caught sight of him. Hi, Jason. What are you doing here? Is everything all right? Yes, sir. I had a text message on my cell from Claudia that Stella was here. Is she okay? She will be. She's tired, but she's doing fine. Joy came out and informed us that Stella's labor had kicked back into high gear. It shouldn't be much longer now. Jason sat catty-cornered to Jim. But, sir, isn't it too early for her to have the baby? I mean, she wasn't due for more than a month. Yes, it's a little early, but the doctors and the nurses here are excellent. They will be able to handle early delivery. One of our parishioners recently had a grandbaby born here 3 months early. They were quite impressed with the neonatal intensive care unit. Oh, okay, Jason said. Pastor Jim, I know you don't know me well, but I want you to know that my feelings for Stella are real. I know you want to protect her, but I won't be like that last guy. I won't leave her to fend for herself. I care a great deal for her. I understood what I was getting into when I decided to date a woman who was with child. I won't shirk the responsibility. I'll be there for her every step of the way if she lets me. She's not inclined to let me, but I won't give up. I plan to stick around." "Is that what you think happened? She was dumped by some guy that didn't want the responsibility?" "Isn't it? I'll leave her to fill you in, but you're missing an immense piece of the puzzle, and I don't think you can decide to take on the role you're volunteering for until you know the whole story." "Oh, okay." Jason removed his baseball hat and ran a hand over his short hair. The clock ticked slowly as both men stared at the floor. A loud scream pierced the air. Joy tried to keep Stella calm, but the nurse hadn't realized how far Stella's labor had progressed until it was too late for an epidural. Stella had never felt anything comparable to this pain. She was in agony. "This is insane. I can't do this. I want to go home. I can't do this." Her labor had progressed to the point that when one contraction ended, the next was starting. She'd been able to rest between contractions at first, but there would be no resting now. This baby was determined to exit the warmth of the wound and join the outside world. "You're practically there, Stella," Dr. Olaf said. "The baby is crowning. A few more considerable pushes and you can rest." Stella grunted in pain and determination, and the baby crowned. 2 more pushes and Dr. Olaf was handing the infant up to Stella. "It's yellow," Stella said. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Joy asked. "It's a boy." "We're going to need to get him on oxygen and take him up to the NICU. You can have a moment with him first, Stella," Dr. Olaf said. They whisked the baby away from her for footprints, measurements, and washing. She was allowed a few more seconds with the baby before they took him out of her arms and transferred him to the NICU. Joy was grinning ear to ear as she entered the waiting room. Jim and Jason both looked up at her. "Glenn James McIntyre is 5 pounds, 2 ounces, and 17.5 inches long. He's beautiful, but a little jaundiced. The doctor assures us that jaundice is perfectly normal in babies born a little early. They don't expect to have to keep the baby here for more than a week or 2, but can't tell us anything definite until he gets a more thorough examination up on the neonatal intensive care unit. They were taking him up there when I left the room. They said that if we go up in 30 minutes or so, we should be able to see the baby." "I can't believe it. I'm a grandpa." Jim had a huge lopsided grin on his face as he digested the news. "You sure are," Joy said. Joy pulled in the driveway a little after 10 o'clock at night. She and Claudia had come home to get some sleep. Jim decided to stay at the hospital in case Stella needed him. Apparently they had forgotten to leave a light on, because the house was dark and uninvited when they pulled up. The horses were carrying on and making a ruckus, neighing in the barn. At the sound of a horse slamming its massive body against its stall, Claudia took off running toward the barn. Joy yelled after her, "Please don't go in the dark. Get a flashlight." Joy hurried up to the front door and put her key in the lock. She grabbed 2 of the flashlights she kept by the door and flipped the switch on the outside light. The light didn't come on. That was strange. She switched on the flashlight and headed down the path that led to the barn. She shined the light around the barn and on the horses to see if she could figure out what had spooked them. But there was no sign of trouble. Claudia stroked the neck of her horse Ava, and Joy slowly approached the other 2 horses. Ruthie and Boaz, who were in the stalls across from Claudia's mare. She pet both of them in a soothing way, and soon the horses had quieted down. She checked their water buckets, giving them each a handful of sweet feed. The 2 women headed back inside. As they entered the house, Joy wondered again what could have spooked the horses. She hadn't seen them behave like that before. She used a corded telephone to call the electric company and report the power outage. Strangely, they hadn't had any other reports of outages in the area. After the call to the UGI, Joy called Jim, and he walked her through the steps for checking the panel box to see if a circuit had been blown. He told her that it wasn't likely it was such a simple thing, since it seemed to have affected the whole house, so she was surprised to see that all the circuits were either tripped or turned off. Nobody had been home, so they had to have been tripped, but she couldn't figure out what would have caused it. She called UGI back and canceled the service call. Maybe she'd do an internet search tomorrow to see if she could figure out what might have caused it. But for now, it was time to get some rest. She trudged up the stairs toward the master bedroom, while Claudia lounged on the couch preparing to watch a movie. He watched the house again. They'd gotten the lights back on. It didn't take him long to figure out what he'd done. That should put some fear into him. They would know that he'd been in the house. They hadn't taken him seriously the last time he'd broken in. Maybe this time they would take notice. They'd gone off in the middle of the night when he wasn't watching, and now he had no idea where they'd taken Jane. She'd either be back or they'd go to her. When they did, he would follow them. He sensed a storm coming, but refused to budge from his post in the tree stand. Someone must have used it for deer hunting in time past, but it was falling down now. The ladder was nothing more than rotted pieces of wood nailed to a tree, and the platform had broken, half of it falling to the ground below. He looked down at the moss-covered pieces of wood, and then quickly looked back through the binoculars at the house. He didn't have time to worry about the stability of his perch. Stella sat up straighter in her hospital bed when the door opened. "Hi, Stella. I'm Belinda, the lactation consultant. I hear you've been having some trouble getting started nursing your baby." "I keep trying, but he doesn't seem to be getting any milk. The nurse showed me how to position him, but he isn't getting anything." "Let's see if we can get him started." Belinda helped Stella rearrange Glenn. "Try rubbing his little cheeks. Okay, reposition him on the other side. Make sure he can smell the milk. All right, super job." "I don't feel anything." "I don't think he's getting anything yet. I want you to keep trying tonight. I'll leave you with this sheet about nursing complications. I think you might find it helpful. It isn't uncommon for new mothers to have some difficulty getting their babies to nurse. Shouldn't it be natural and easy? For many women it is. Other than a little soreness, they have no problems. But sometimes that isn't the case. We'll keep at it, and hopefully we'll have you nursing in no time. I'll come by again tomorrow. Keep trying in the meantime." Belinda made her way to the door, turned and smiled back at Stella and Glenn. After the door closed, Stella brought the infant up to her face and looked into his eyes. "I'm sorry I'm failing miserably at this. You're so sweet and precious. I know it's better for your health if I nurse you, but this is so hard." Her eyes filled up as she blinked away tears. Glenn blinked at her in response. She kissed the top of his head and inhaled his scent before repositioning him to try again. Chapter 7. Stella sat on the gliding rocking chair her parents had gotten her. They decided to keep the rocking chair and the porter crib on the spacious screened-in porch until the weather got cooler. This way, Stella and her little one could enjoy the beauty of the outdoors without the bugs. Stella pulled her knees up to her chest, setting off the rocking motion of the chair and making herself a little nauseated. She waited for the chair to still while she stared out and watched the heavy downpour. She marveled at the sheer force of the water as it crashed into the stones around the pond. It reminded her of the way the ocean battered the rocky shores along the coast of Maine. But this wasn't a coastal town. It was a quiet country town, and the mountains of Pennsylvania, where storms with this kind of force were a rare occurrence. Stella was as restless as the weather. She left the baby at the hospital last night, and today the roads were impassable, so she was unable to return to the Danville area to visit with Glenn. The local news had warned that the rivers might overflow their banks, and that low-lying areas like Chickasha and Bloomsburg could get severe flooding. But none of them had thought that it would be that bad. They had wrongly assumed that the remote way around would remain open, even if the major towns flooded. But they hadn't thought about the creeks overflowing and the kind of damage that would do to the rinky-dink bridges on the windy country roads. If they had realized the extent of the storm to come, she'd have stayed in the hotel by the hospital. But now she was stuck here, watching the tropical storm while strangers cared for her newborn baby. Joy quietly entered the room and put her hand on Stella's shoulder. Stella jumped as if a mouse had run across her toes. "A little on edge, I see." "Yep, I can't stand sitting here with my baby so far away." "The river rarely stays up long. We'll be able to get there in a day or two." "I know, but I'm impatient and restless. I want to get there now." "Understandable." Joy sat on the wicker love seat a few feet from Stella, and they passed the next few hours in silence as they both watched the storm rage on. It was around 3 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon when Jason stood outside the McIntyre residence, dripping wet despite the umbrella he foolishly decided to use for the dash from the Jeep to the door. The fierce winds bent the umbrella as he tried to fold it back up. He only had to knock once. Joy had seen him pull up from her seat on the screened-in porch. Joy opened the front door. "I assume you're here to see Stella?" "You assume correctly, ma'am." "She's out on the porch, off the kitchen." "Okay, thanks." Jason made his way through the kitchen and onto the porch. He noticed that the rain had soaked the outer edges of the indoor-outdoor rug and splattered the wrought iron table and chairs in one corner of the porch. It appeared to be dry where Stella was seated, so he sat near her on a wicker ottoman, which he pulled out so he could sit facing her. "You okay?" Jason could see from her expression that she was not okay. but he didn't know what else to say. No, I'm not okay. I'm here, an hour's drive away from my baby, with no way to get back there. Would you be okay? Stella threw her hands up in the air. No, I probably wouldn't, Jason said. I wish I could fix this for you. I know you do. I don't mean to bite your head off. I just have so much restless energy, and I need to get it out. I have a topic to bring up that might make you even angrier, Jason said. Seriously? What on earth might that be? You let me believe that some jerk dumped you when you got pregnant. But I heard recently that isn't the whole story. So I need to know, Stella. Did you leave the guy? Did he leave you? Jason ran his fingers through his wet hair and stared at her with eyes so intense they looked as if they might burn up whatever they set their gaze upon. Look, Stella, I like you a lot. I could love you. But I can't get involved with a woman who'd abandon the father of her child unless she'd had a satisfactory reason. Will you please give me the courtesy of an explanation? I may not deserve one, but I'd appreciate you extending me the courtesy. Jason's words were cut off as Stella's lips found his. His mind went blank for a moment as he returned her kiss. If you're trying to get my mind off my questions, it's working, but it won't work forever. No, I need to tell you the truth, but for my own peace of mind, I had to take my time and get to know you before I shared too much. The pain is too fresh and too raw for me to tell the story any more than necessary. If you were going to be running for the hills a week after we met, I didn't want to share my past with you. Okay, so since I haven't run off anywhere, let's hear it. Stella told him about moving to Daytona. She told him about her waitressing job, and she told him about the nightmare that began the moment she decided to enter that nightclub. She ended with a simple realization. I could have aborted the baby. Few people would have blamed me, but how could I destroy an innocent life? I couldn't bring myself to do it. I thought about adoption, but I didn't think I could give up a child I had carried and given birth to. I was right. I couldn't have given him up. Jason took Stella's hand and led her over to the love seat so he could be closer to her and lend her his strength while she spoke. She said, I decided to trust Jesus and that everything would work out. But now I sit here trapped in Eansville with Glenn in the hospital near Danville, and I am not peaceful, serene, and trusting. Trusting Jesus is about more than passing emotions, Stella. The joy of the Lord comes from a place deep within, and it can be felt even in the darkest times. You may have temporary emotions that come and go, like the rest of us. You get happy, sad, angry, frustrated, and disappointed, but you have that joy. After what you've been through, you've remained a sweet and loving person, and that could have only come from the Lord. You allowed me to get close, even though you've been hurt so badly by another man. I won't take that for granted. He lifted her chin so he could look into her eyes. Thank you for sharing this with me. He recognized his hypocrisy as he muttered those comforting words, while deep down, instead of trusting Jesus, he was formulating a plan to find the scumbag that did this to her. As Jason drove home that evening, he kept repeating the latter part of Romans 12:19 to himself. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. Easy words to repeat, not so easy to live by. He wanted to find the man who raped Stella and beat him within an inch of his life. He didn't even want to leave him alive, to give him the chance to turn to Jesus. He wanted him to spend eternity in hell. He realized he needed to forgive the man, but not tonight. Forgiveness would have to wait. He wasn't in a forgiving mood. He drove down as far as he could to Shikshinny, until he came to the place where the road was closed with barricades. He pulled over on the closest street to the barriers and walked into town. He watched the river raging through the structures in town. A knock at the door got everyone's attention as they were finishing up a taco dinner. Jim answered the door and welcomed their neighbor Mason in out of the rain. Hey, y'all, Mason said. What brings you by? Jim said. We got the vehicle stuck in a few feet of water up at the curve. Wonder if y'all want to come persuade the guy to leave his little car until the water goes down. Wackadoodle New Yorker trying to get his sporty little car out the water. Sure, let me grab my jacket. I never mind an opportunity to meet someone new. The Lord might even provide me the opportunity to share the gospel. Aw, preacher, you're something else. This old hillbilly's already got himself a good dose of the Holy Spirit, and not sure Mr. Long Island will be open to what you has to say, but what do I know? After Jim and Mason left the house, Stella put on her muck boots and rain jacket and headed toward the door. Where are you going? Joy asked. I have to get out of this house, and watching this spectacle with the New Yorker is the best chance I'm going to get. I don't like you headed off by yourself in this crazy weather. Give me a minute to grab my boots and I'll join you, Joy said. A few minutes later, Stella was joined by Joy and Claudia, both dressed in their rain gear. They hiked the 1/4 mile up to the bend in the road. As they walked, Stella admired the beauty of the landscape and remaining light as the sun sank below the recently harvested cornfield covered with floodwaters, flooding off in trapped vehicles beyond that section of road. It was hard to understand why people would drive through the water when the creek had so obviously overflowed its banks. Always in a hurry, they didn't want to turn around and find another way to go, so they took their lives into their hands and tried to go through the dangerous floodwaters. When they arrived at the scene, it was easy to spot Mr. New Yorker in his shirt and tie. Jim and Mason were talking to him. Stella walked up onto the little hill where the group was standing, with Joy and Claudia following closely behind. "Hey, we wondered if you guys might need a hand," Stella said. "You got out of the hospital last night, Stella. I don't think you're in any shape to push a car," Jim said. "I know that, but I brought reinforcements." Stella smiled at Claudia and Joy, while Jim rolled his eyes heavenward. Claudia turned in the direction of the New Yorker. "Do you have a name?" "Steve." "Well, Steve, are you planning on driving through the water again if by some stretch of the imagination these guys manage to push your car out of the danger?" Claudia said, with her hand on her hip. I thought I might be able to get, through to the other side," Steve said as he stared at Claudia. "Don't you think it might be smarter to stick around for the night? I'm sure someone here can put you up for the night," Joy said, looking at Jim pointedly. Jim said, "We have a room you can stay in for the night. It has a private bathroom. Our house is an old bed and breakfast, so we're always prepared for guests." "Yes," Joy said. "You're welcome to stay with us for the night. The electric is out, but we have a generator." "It's settled," Jim said, not leaving any room for Steve to object. Steve said, "Okay." Stella's heart sank. She didn't want this stranger staying in her home. She was uncomfortable around him after the way he eyed up her sister, and now she'd be forced to make small talk with him, or hide in her room, which was always an option. "Okay, let's get this car moved somewhere safe. Mason, can you grab your tow chains and get your tractor?" "Sure thing, preacher. I was making sure old Steve was going to stay put before I unloosen his little old car. I'll be back in a jiffy." True to his word, Mason was back with the machine and chains in 5 minutes, and he had the car hooked up and pulled out within 15 minutes. Michael drove away from the fire hall where he volunteered, mostly to have a place to hide from his wife. He turned down Lark Street and pulled into the long driveway. He and his wife rented a little apartment over the garage of a large farm. The main farmhouse was occupied by an older widower whose children had moved away to live near the big city. Michael's rent was discounted in exchange for his taking care of minor maintenance tasks around the property. It was a perfect arrangement. He had so much debt, he couldn't fathom ever getting out from under it. He'd been spending too many nights gambling at the casino while his wife was off waiting tables at the local diner. She didn't know about the debt, but he was pretty sure she suspected. She couldn't understand why they were giving up their single-family home to move into an apartment above a garage. He told her he wanted to have a chance to put some money aside. She wanted kids, and kids were expensive, so they would need to save. If he could control his urge to gamble long enough to pay off some of his debt, then maybe he'd be able to give in to her incessant demands for kids. He shut the engine off and reluctantly walked toward the apartment. Her grating voice sent shivers up his spine before he even made it up the steps to the door. "Where on earth have you been? I have been worried sick. Couldn't you have the decency to pick up a phone?" Jackie said. "Did you not realize the phones are out from the storm?" Michael said. "Oh, well, you shouldn't have left me worrying all day in this rat hole." "Sorry," Michael said. "Did you make anything for dinner?" "Are you serious with that? You want dinner after what you put me through?" "Okay, I'll make something. Hot dogs and mac and cheese, okay?" "I guess it'll have to do. It's not as if there's steak in the freezer." She walked into the bedroom and slammed the door behind her. He wondered if it was even possible for him to make her happy. She was so miserable. Not at all the woman he married. He made dinner while staring out in the barren farmland. It was a few minutes past 1 o'clock when Jason clicked the purchase button on his mouse, completing the transaction that would take him on an overnight trip to Florida to visit the bar where Stella had been targeted. His conscience gnawed at him. He knew Stella wouldn't want him to go. And more importantly, he knew God wouldn't approve of him taking matters into his own hands. He brushed off his feelings. He'd be taking off first thing in the morning from the Scranton-Wilkes-Barre Airport with a brief layover in Atlanta. He didn't know what he'd do when he got there, but he needed to do something. He couldn't sit idle, knowing what happened to that precious little woman at the hands of a monster. Yes, he had to do something. He printed his ticket confirmation number in case he had any trouble when he swiped his ID. He'd get a few hours of sleep before he'd need to head off in search of an open route to the airport. He'd leave himself plenty of time to get there. The city was in great shape since they had a dam to protect them, so he didn't expect too many issues once he got through the tiny valley towns. He turned the alarm clock on for 4 o'clock and shut his eyes.
Jason stepped in the restaurant where Stella had waitress. He walked up to the hostess. "Do you know a girl named Stella McIntyre who used to work here?" The hostess shook her head. "I started a few weeks ago. Let me get Amy for you. She's been here like forever." The hostess disappeared and came back a few minutes later with a brunette, who couldn't have been there forever, as she looked to be barely 18. "Marcy says you're asking about Stella," Amy said as she approached Jason. "Yes. Did you know her when she worked here?" Jason asked. "Yep. She started around the same time as me. She was always dropping things. Total klutz, but nice girl." "Do you know where she was staying before she moved?" "Sure do. She was staying with Cindy," Amy said. "Cindy don't work here no more. She works down at the Exotic Orchid. It's a gentleman's club over beachside." "Thanks. You don't happen to know where her apartment is so I could avoid her place of employment, do you?" "I have an idea. I know it's a few blocks from here, but I don't know the address." "Okay. Thanks for your help." "You're not going to stay and have a drink?" Amy asked while twirling her hair around her finger and walking up to the bar. "I can't. I'm only in town until morning, so I must be getting a move on." Stella kept glancing at the clock in the kitchen. She was sitting along the breakfast bar watching Joy cook. The night before had gone smoothly. Steve had been a perfect gentleman. He was charming. He left at 9 o'clock in the morning when he saw that the roads were clear. He hadn't been nearly as much of a hassle as she'd expected. He told them all about Long Island, and he had some interesting stories to share. He told one story about a thief who held up a convenience store and tripped over his pants on the way out of the store because he was wearing them so low. It gave the store owner and a customer the chance to tackle the thief and hold on to him until the police got there. Her father had given the man a King James Bible and asked him if he knew where he was going when he died. The man had been raised in a religious household, but he didn't know the gospel very well. He thought you had to earn your way to heaven with good works. He was open to listening to everything her father said, but he wasn't ready to do any more than listen. He'd promised to read the Gospel of John and think about what they'd talked about. They'd exchanged phone numbers and addresses, and Stella could tell her dad was happy about it, and she hoped the man would keep his promise. She wouldn't mind seeing him again. He was funny and interesting. She had no romantic interest. He was old enough to be her father, but she liked him. He could be the adopted crazy uncle. Coming out of her reverie, Stella glanced at the clock again. "What's got you clock watching? Waiting on Jason?" Joy asked. "No, I don't know. I guess I told him the whole truth about my pregnancy. And now it's already 2 o'clock and I haven't heard a word from him. I'm thinking I might have scared him away with my drama." "I don't think you're giving Jason the credit he deserves. I doubt he's the type that would scare easily." "Maybe not. I'm a little freaked out. I didn't want to tell him, and now that I did, I'm insecure is all." "Completely understandable. But you'll forget about him when you taste this chili. It's going to knock your socks off." Stella laughed out loud. "I'm sure you're right. I can't wait." Through the binoculars, he saw her laugh. She put her hand to her stomach and threw her head back as she laughed. It was a beautiful sight. He couldn't wait until she'd be her old self around him again. He wanted her home. Time was running out. School was back in session this week, and work would miss him if he was here in Edensville watching her instead of on campus working. He needed to convince her that it was time to go home, and soon. Yes, he thought as he ran his finger along the blade of his hunting knife. Soon his little princess would be back in her castle where she belonged. But first, she'd have to spend some time in the dungeon as punishment for her crime of desertion. No, he couldn't let her get away with her little stunt, burning up the car. He didn't know where she got the body to put in the car, but she'd done an incredible job of faking her death. He knew the truth, now. He believed she was dead until she walked onto that on-campus deli more than a year and a half ago. He'd been watching her since then. She'd used the preacher and his family to help make her escape. If she behaved, he'd let them live. Chapter 8. Jason pushed through the heavy door, walked past the 2 huge bouncers, and into the smoky gentleman's club. His skin crawled. This was not his kind of place. His conscience nagged at him again, reminding him he didn't need to be in this club. He realized he was going against everything that was right and holy, but he was here nonetheless, and he had no intention of leaving without first talking to Cindy. Jason walked up to the bar closest to the door and asked the barmaid about Cindy. She got a strange look on her face. Who's asking?
I'm sorry, that was rude of me. I'm Jason, and I'm trying to find out some information about a friend named Stella. Do you know where Cindy might be?
I'm Cindy, she said. What can I do for you, handsome?
Jason was mildly surprised to learn that she was a barmaid and not an exotic dancer. He was relieved he wouldn't have to explore the club any further, or run into naked women. The thought came too soon as he witnessed a table dance out of the corner of his eye. He purposely refocused on Cindy and asked his next question. The night Stella went to Club Elysium with you, do you know what happened?
Not really. She seemed to get wasted after one drink. Then she left with two dudes I hadn't seen before. One was hot, but the one she was leaning on wasn't at all pleasing to look at. So I was a little surprised she'd run out the door with him. I know she's a country bumpkin, but one drink? An ugly frog don't become Prince Charming after one drink. Anyways, following day she split. Didn't even say goodbye, just up and left.
Do you have any idea who the guys were she left with? Names? Did you ever see them again?
Slow down, soldier boy, Cindy said, spying the outline of the dog tags through his shirt. One question at a time. No, I ain't ever seen them before. And no, I ain't never seen them again. And no, I don't know their names. But I do know the bartender that was working that night, and he might be able to tell you more. He goes by the name Shorty.
Hey, thanks for your help, Cindy. Jason stuck a $10 bill on the bar and made his way out of the smoke-filled club and back onto the sidewalk, where he could smell fish and salty sea air. He walked up the road to the place Cindy had told him Club Elysium was located. He didn't have any trouble finding it. The club was painted lavender and had a purple and white Elysium border around the club sign. He entered the dark club, leaving the brightness of the day behind, and strode up to the bar. Hey, do you know a guy named Shorty? He asked the tall, thin man behind the bar.
You're speaking to him,
Shorty said. Seriously? He looked up at the man who had a good 6 inches on his 5'11" frame. Well, I have to ask you if you remember a girl named Stella.
Can't say as I do.
Here's a picture of her. Maybe we'll jog your memory. It was a recent picture of Stella at the church picnic. She hadn't even known she was being photographed at the time, but he'd shown her the photo later. She'd hated it and told him she looked big as a house. She was leaning against the post of the pavilion, deep in thought. It was a lovely photograph. It caused him to reflect on the beauty of motherhood. The man studied the photo.
Sort of looked like a gal came in here with a note 6-7 months ago. But she wasn't preggo like this one.
He pointed to her generous belly. Jason said, Okay, tell me more about the note.
Wanted me to give her one of those guys she left with a month before that.
Shorty said.
I did, too. The guy came in that very night. I gave him the note, and I ain't never seen him again.
Do you know what the note said?
Nah, I didn't read it. Figured it was personal.
Look, I'm not an idiot. I know you read it. What did it say? Jason asked.
Alright, seeing as you probably won't leave well and nothing alone, I'll tell you. It said, I forgive you. That's it. Kinda freaked me out.
What's she forgiving that little weasel for?
Wait, did something happen to that little gal? You a cop or something?
She's fine. And no, I'm not a cop. Thanks for your help. Jason turned around and strode out of the club. He glanced down at his watch. Looked like he hit a dead end with the club. He'd found out the men no longer frequented the bar. What more could he do? He didn't know, but he wasn't ready to give up. He'd keep digging. He'd need to get more answers from Stella first. But how did he bring that up without setting her off? Hello? Stella answered the telephone on the first ring. Stella, Jason said. Yep, where you been all day? I'm out of town. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Where? My battle buddy came back from Iraq. I met him at the Philly airport and we hung out. I'll be back in the morning. I'm surprised you're calling now. It's after 11. You're lucky Dad didn't answer. You would have gotten an earful. I didn't want to wait to hear your voice. May I see you tomorrow night? I'm going to be at the hospital tomorrow. What about Saturday? I could take you to the hospital on Saturday. I guess, Stella said. But I'm still mad at you. I'll make it up to you. Promise. See you tomorrow, God willing. Good night. Jason ended the call and stared at his cell phone. He looked out his hotel room window at the waves crashing on the beach and felt a fresh wave of guilt gnawing at his gut. Stella sat in the rocking chair at the NICU feeding Glenn a bottle. The NICU nurses had insisted on bottle feeding him after she'd been unsuccessful at nursing for a few days. They suggested she continue to try, but they would supplement him with a bottle. After being away for 2 days, Stella decided to give up nursing completely. Joy had wandered off to visit one of the widows from church who'd been admitted. Stella recognized she was trying to give her some time alone with the baby, and she appreciated the gesture. She hadn't had much time with Glenn since his birth. The nurses were always fussing with him and taking him from her. The house was still without electricity from the storm, but her father had purchased a sizable generator, and it was making life bearable, and keeping the food from going bad. They were showering in the empty parsonage attached to the church, since the church hadn't lost power. Jason walked into the airport in plenty of time for his flight. He looked at the departure board and found his flight number. Delayed. Great. I guess I'll just have to wait. 2 hours later, he walked up to the counter to ask for help. He tried to get on another flight, but the only flight that would have worked for him would have cost an additional $300, and he wasn't willing to spend that to save on a few hours of inconvenience. As he sat in the airport, he listened to other delayed passengers talking about a malfunctioning inflatable slide as the cause of the delay. It was rumored that they were waiting on another plane to come in from Tampa. At about 6 o'clock that evening, a representative from the airline came in and told him that they had a new plane, but they were waiting for the new crew members because the initial crew had worked too many hours and they needed time off. He wasn't sure if he would make it home in time to get Stella in the morning, so he decided he'd better call. "Hi, Joy. May I speak to Stella, please?" "Sure, 1 minute." "Hi," Stella said. "Stella, look, I'm really sorry, but I don't know if I can make it to pick you up tomorrow morning." "Oh, okay. I'll get Joy to take me. She won't mind." "I'm really sorry about this." "No problem. I've got something I'm working on. I'll see you later, okay?" He thought he heard an icy tone in her voice. "Okay. May I pick you up for Sunday school?" "Are you sure you can make it? Maybe I should meet you there." Yes, he definitely heard a hard edge in her voice now. "No, let me pick you up. That way we can talk on the way, and I'll take you to the hospital afterward." "I guess that's okay. I'll see you Sunday. Bye." "Goodbye, Stella." It was past midnight before the plane got off the ground, and he would need a new connecting flight once he got to Atlanta. In the meantime, he had to figure out how he was going to get her to warm up to him again. Stella sat at the breakfast bar in the kitchen. She sipped on a coffee loaded with cream and sugar and watched the news. She was waiting on Jason to pick her up from church. She was nervous to see him after he'd blown her off the day before, but she was inclined to let it go. But on the other hand, he was now 5 minutes late, so it wasn't looking good for him. The news flashed a story about a missing man. Ron Adams lived alone, so it had taken a call from his office to his brother several days after he stopped coming to work before anyone noticed he was gone. The best they could guess from his neighbors is that he'd left sometime Saturday morning, 5 days before he was reported missing to the authorities. Stella thought about how sad it was that nobody had missed the man sooner. She wondered if that could have happened to her when she was in Florida. She was glad to be home. "I'll see you at Sunday school?" Joy asked as she grabbed her keys and headed for the door. Claudia had left with her father. She was filling in for the regular pianist, so she needed to be there at 9 o'clock for choir practice. "I'll be there. Jason should be here any minute." Joy turned around at the door and looked back at Stella. "Okay, I'll see you there. Love you." "Love you too." Joy hurried out to her car and drove off. No sooner had Joy pulled away, Jason's Jeep pulled in the drive. Stella turned her key in the lock before walking up to Jason's Jeep. He reached over to open the door for her, so she climbed in and fastened her seatbelt, avoiding his gaze. "Still mad at me, I see." "Yep." "What can I do to fix it?" "I trusted you with everything. I opened myself up to you, and you disappear for days without telling me first." "Be careful. I might start thinking you care." Jason decided it might not be the best time to ask her the name of the hotel. Stella looked up at Jason. "I'm going to run to the little girl's room. I won't be long." Claudia walked over to Jason as soon as Stella was out of earshot. "So, where were you?" "What do you mean?" Jason said. "It's been overcast and dreary here all week, and you have a sunburn. It doesn't take a detective to figure out that you weren't in Philadelphia." "I was in Daytona." "Seriously? She tells you Tuesday, and you run off Wednesday trying to be her hero. How cliché." "I didn't say what I was doing in Daytona." "Okay, what were you doing in Daytona?" "Trying to find the guy that did this to her." "She's going to kill you." "Kill him for what?" Stella asked as she walked to the side door. "I forgot my purse. Why am I going to kill you?" "Nothing important. We can talk about it later." "How about we talk about it now?" "What?" "This isn't the time or the place, Stella." "Really? I think I'll have Joy take me to the hospital to visit Glenn. Why don't you take some time about what it is you want to tell me? Maybe you can come up with a better lie than you told me the other night." "Stella, seriously, can't we talk on the car ride to the hospital?" No, we can't. Talk now or find someone else to talk to.
I flew out to Daytona.
You did what? What gave you the right?
I wanted to find out more, see if I could help you.
I don't need your interference. I was handling it fine before you came along. Stella grabbed her Bible and purse and stormed away, forgetting her need to use the facilities. Chapter 9. Claudia sat beside Jason on the front steps of the church. I'm sorry. I didn't realize she was there when I spoke. It's not your fault. I was the stupid one. Well, duh, Claudia said. She'll be fine. She just needs to cool down for a while. She's crazy about you. One stupid stunt won't scare her away. How do you know? She's still my sister, isn't she? I don't think she has much choice in that matter. After a few minutes of silence, Jason spoke. Hey, Claude, any chance you know the name of the hotel where Stella woke up after the rape? You can't be serious. You're not planning on doing any more digging after the way this morning went, are you? What choice do I have? I can't leave this alone. This guy stole your sister's innocence. Don't you want to see him pay? Of course I do, but it's Stella's call, not mine. I don't know the name of the hotel anyway. From her description, I'd say it's one of the big ones. Hilton or Wyndham maybe, but I'm not sure. Do yourself a favor and let it go. I'm not sure that I can. Crystal joined Jason and Claudia in the front of the church. She'd been hoping to catch Jason away from Stella. Hi, Jason. Hello, Crystal. It's good to have you back from the war. Thank you. I was wondering if you might like to join a few of us at the diner tonight after the evening service. Well, I'll have to see if Stella is up to it or not. Crystal visibly cringed at the mention of Stella. She is invited, is she not? Absolutely, of course. Crystal recovered herself and put on a big smile. It would be lovely if you could both come out. And you too, Claudia. Maybe we'll see you there, Jason said, although he had no intention of going. After Crystal departed, Claudia said, We should go, all three of us, and maybe even bring Mom and Dad. It would ruin their night and be oh so much fun for me. You have an evil streak, Claude. I know. It's the preacher's daughter curse. Why doesn't Stella have it? I've yet to figure that out myself. Stella paced back and forth outside the NICU while she waited for the nurse to let her see Glenn. Why are men so infuriating? I don't know, honey. Why on earth would he think it was okay to interfere in my life like that? He loves you and doesn't know any other way to show it than trying to fix things for you. Love. If he loved me, he'd have been here for me when I needed him instead of flying to Daytona. Besides, it's too early to talk about love. I can't even trust him to tell me the truth. I certainly can't trust him with my heart. Even though what he did was wrong, if he cared enough to go through that much trouble for you, he's most certainly falling for you. I don't know. Stella sat down and stared off into space, her mind in turmoil, thinking about Jason and the events of the past few days. The man had grown impatient and followed them to the hospital. He rubbed his palms on his denim-clad legs to dry them. He was growing more nervous by the minute. She'd be coming out soon, and this was even better than waiting until she was home. If he could grab her at the hospital, he wouldn't have as far to drive to get her to the hideout. Stella reflected on her visit with Glenn as Joy walked beside her providing quiet companionship. The doctors told her she could bring Glenn home in 2 days, as long as his tests continued to be positive. They'd have to go back to the hospital for follow-up care, but he'd get to go home. As the two of them approached the parking lot, Stella's eyes met the dark brown eyes of a stranger. She quickly looked away. That's one handsome boy, Joy said. He's hardly a boy. He is to me. Not that it matters. As stupid as he is, I'm not ready to give up on Jason. That's the spirit. That Jason's a keeper, despite his faults. They settled into Joy's car for the lengthy ride back to church for evening service. Stella reclined her seat a little, closed her eyes, and willed herself to relax. She sent up a little prayer of thanksgiving. She'd been given a loving family, and she'd been blessed by a man who was interested in her, despite the baggage she brought to the relationship. The man banged his head on the steering wheel of his Mustang, a purchase he'd made with the money from Jane's life insurance. There were too many people in the parking lot. She'd seen him. Her eyes had met his, but she'd looked away quickly. She was gone, on her way back to that primitive little town. He'd follow, of course. It was time to bring her home. But he couldn't turn the event into a spectacle. If the police found out about her deception with the burnt-out car and the body, she'd be going to jail instead of coming home. He'd have to be patient. Stella, wake up. Stella jumped a little when Joy touched her shoulder. We're back at the church. Do you want me to run you home so you can rest? Stella rubbed her eyes and stretched. No, I'm fine. I'll come in and hear Dad's sermon. When they entered the building, Stella noticed Jason sitting in her usual pew. She considered sitting somewhere else, but quickly realized she was being petty and slid into the pew beside him. Jason smiled at Stella and held his hand out to her. Truce? Okay. Jason scooted closer to her in the pew, and she looked up at him and rolled her eyes. He lifted her hand off her lap and interlaced his fingers with hers. She thought about pulling away, but decided she cared more about having him near than she did about whether or not she was in the right. She let herself take a moment to admire the strong set of his jaw, covered in a day's growth of stubble, the rough calluses on his hands, and the warmth in his gaze when he looked at her. In that moment, she understood she was falling in love. Her chest tightened as she realized she was ready to step off that cliff in free fall. Would he be there to catch her? She believed he would. If not, God would catch her. Wow, she needed to pray about this. Jason walked Stella out to his Jeep after service. Stella had told Joy she'd catch a ride with Jason so the two could talk. So, does this mean you forgive me? Jason asked. It doesn't mean I don't forgive you. What does that mean? It means I'm still upset with what you did, but that I'm not going to ask you to grovel before I forgive you. Does that mean I can see you when I finish work tomorrow? I guess so. Dad is going to take me to see Glenn in the morning, but I should be home before you get done work. When does Glenn get to come home? Tuesday, if everything goes right, Stella said. But I don't like the idea of bringing him home to a house without power, so let's hope the electric company gets their act together before Tuesday. Claudia said that UGI got the power back on after church this morning. She was ecstatic. I never saw someone so excited about electricity, Jason said. Try going without it a few days and you'll understand. I just returned from Iraq. Do you honestly think I've never gone without power? Oh, yeah, duh. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Let's get out of here. Okay. I could use a hot shower. I'm ready to go home. I don't want to take you home yet. I simply want to leave this parking lot. And go where? Somewhere quiet, where I can be alone with you. Do you think that's a good idea? I promise to be a perfect gentleman, but I want to spend some time with you, away from other people. Okay, Stella said, as Jason opened the passenger door for her. She was shivering slightly in the cool night air, so he turned the heat on and switched the seat warmer on for her. I can get used to this treatment. Jason smiled over at her. He drove in silence until they reached Lake Jean and Ricketts Glen State Park. He pulled into one of the lake parking lots where people kept their fishing boats. He grabbed a hoodie out of the back of the Jeep and gave it to Stella to keep her warm. They walked along the edge of the water, holding hands and talking. They talked about her time in school, his time in Iraq, and their relationship with the Lord. Stella and Jason had so much to share with each other that by the time they made it back to the Jeep, it was approaching 11. Oh wow, I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I didn't tell Dad and Joy where we were going. They're probably worried. Give them a call and let them know you're okay. I don't get any service out here. Do you? No, not really. I get a bar or two occasionally. It might be enough to get a text through. I'll have to wait until we get there, Stella said. Sorry, I should have suggested we call before we left church, but I was only thinking of spending time with you. It's okay. They may be upset, but they'll probably understand. Maybe they didn't even notice I haven't come in yet. They drove the 20 minutes back to Stella's house in relative silence. By the time they pulled into the driveway, Stella had removed her seatbelt and was reaching for her door handle so she could hurry into the house. In a hurry to get away from me, Jason said. You know I'm concerned about causing my parents to worry. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Good night, Stella. Good night. Stella opened the front door and saw Joy jump out of her chair where she'd been sitting with a book and a hot cup of tea. Before you say anything, I'm sorry I didn't call. I lost track of time and forgot that I hadn't told you we were going to the park. What park? I was troubled, and so is your father. He's in the office planning next Sunday's sermon. He had to do something to keep his mind off worrying about you. You also might want to consider what it looks like when you go off alone with a man so late at night. Seriously? You're troubled over my reputation? I thought you might be anxious that something may have happened to me, but it hadn't occurred to me that you'd be more afraid of what people might say about me. I'm going to bed. Please let Dad know I'm home and that I'm sorry for upsetting everyone unnecessarily, but that my reputation is beyond repair, so he can stop concerning himself over it. Stella, that came out wrong. That wasn't what I meant. Joy called after her as she made her way up the stairs. Stella ignored her and stalked off to her bathroom. She turned the water on as hot as she could stand it and took a long hot shower that soothed her tired muscles. After her shower, she collapsed on her bed, exhausted from the drawn-out, emotionally taxing day.
He saw headlights pull into the drive. He'd lost track of Jane earlier when she'd run off with that Jason guy. He hadn't been able to get to his car parked around the corner from the church quickly enough to follow them, so he'd lost them. A shame, as he wouldn't be introducing Jason to his Remington before bringing Jane home. He saw her hurry into the house, and a few minutes later, he could see the light in her bedroom window. Seeing her safely inside, he returned to his car, unloaded his weapons, placing his rifle in his trunk and his Ruger in his glove box. He'd head home and plan for tomorrow. Chapter 10. When Stella awoke, a heavy fog had settled into the valley. She got dressed, grabbed her Bible, and headed downstairs for some coffee. Joy had already brewed a pot and was sitting at her drafting table, creating illustrations for her latest children's book. Stella poured a cup of coffee for herself and refilled Joy's half-empty cup. Neither of them mentioned the night before. Stella headed off to the sitting room to read and pray. She was nearing the end of the book of Job. She found God's exchange with Job at the end of the book to be intriguing. She learned something new every time she read it. Stella had settled in for her morning reading when Claudia came in and sat beside her. Stella closed her Bible and turned in her seat so she could face her sister. "What's up?" "Not too much. No class this morning, so I thought I'd catch up with you." "How was the baby yesterday?" "He's well. They said that he might be able to come home tomorrow, barring any unforeseen problems. I'm sure Joy already told you that." "Yep, she mentioned it. But I thought you might have something to add, or something or someone else you might want to talk about." "I enjoy spending time with Jason, but I was pretty ticked about the whole Daytona thing. He shouldn't have gone down there." "You forgave him pretty quickly, if the time you got in last night's any indication." "I did. I can't help it. He looks at me and I melt." "He's a hottie. What do you expect?" Claudia said. "It's more than that. I think there's something there. I may be falling for him. I can't put the brakes on my emotions where he's concerned." "Why try? Why not things progress naturally?" "I'm scared. What if he decides to run away when he sees how much work it is to have a child around?" "Something tells me he won't run away from a crying infant. Give the guy a chance. The only stupid thing I've seen him do is go for you instead of me." "Just kidding. You're definitely the right girl for that man. I'll find a guy for me in time." "You will, and you have a lot to offer a man, so stop worrying about it. You're too young to be worried about a man." "Oh, and you're an old maid?" "No, but I have a child. I'm hoping to have someone to settle down with in the short run, so my child can grow up with two parents. But I know finding a father for my child shouldn't be my priority in dating a man." "Do you think it is with Jason?" "No, I didn't seek him out. He came after me, and I like him a lot." "Okay, well maybe I'm starting to fall in love with him, but keep that to yourself, okay?" "I'm pretty sure everyone already knows, but I won't mention it," Claudia said. "I'm gonna make breakfast. You hungry?" "Sure I am," Stella said as Claudia stood to go. Stella picked up her Bible and read. When Stella finished reading, she looked for her father so that they could head to the hospital. She found him in his office as usual. He looked up at her and adjusted his glasses. "Are you ready to go?" "I'm ready when you are." "Okay, give me 5 more minutes to wrap this up and we'll head out." "All right, meet me in the kitchen when you're ready. Something smells delicious in there. Claudia said she was cooking." Stella entered the kitchen as Claudia was taking sizzling bacon off the griddle and loading it onto a plate on the kitchen table. She'd also made scrambled eggs and home fries. "Why are you not at school?" "Not that I'm complaining. Breakfast smells delicious," Jim said. "First class was canceled. Woohoo, no calculus. This is me doing the happy dance," Claudia said as she danced across the floor doing a bad imitation of John Travolta. "Smells good in here," Joy said as she put aside her work and joined them. "Sure is nice to have the whole family eating breakfast together," Joy continued. They nodded in agreement. Jim asked the blessing on the food, and they dug in. "Are you guys headed out to the hospital soon?" Joy asked Stella. "Right after breakfast. Do you want to join us?" "I wish I could, but I'm meeting some of the ladies from church for lunch. I'd like to go with you to pick the little guy up tomorrow." "Sounds like a plan." "Oh, I wish I could go with you to bring him home tomorrow."
Claudia said.
We're only picking him up and bringing him home. You can see him when you get home from class, Jim said.
I know. Oh, I can go with you today. I don't need to go to my English lit class.
Yes, you do, Jim said.
I tried, Claudia said.
He watched Jane hop into the pickup truck with the preacher. He figured they were headed back to the hospital, and this time he was ready. His plan was in place, and it wouldn't fail. He considered grabbing her here, at the house, but it was too difficult to get her alone, and he'd have so far to travel once he got her. No, this plan was better. He'd get her today. Come hell or high water, he'd get her. Funny, the high water had already come, so now the only thing left to get in his way was hell itself. He walked the short distance to where he'd hidden his car and drove to the hospital. He'd be waiting for her today.
They pulled into the east entrance and parked in the lot for the women's hospital. Stella stopped at the restroom before heading up to the NICU with their dad. As they rode in the elevator, Stella said, I'm having the strangest sensation something is wrong.
Paranoia, most likely.
Yeah, probably. A guy was standing near the restrooms, and I think I saw him here yesterday, but if he's visiting a patient, there's no reason he wouldn't be here both days. I'm probably being paranoid, like you said.
Probably.
The stranger was soon forgotten as she held her tiny treasure in her arms. She'd never been so in love in her life. She was falling for Jason, no doubt, but her feelings for him were much different from what she felt for this tiny piece of her that had stolen her heart before taking his first breath. She kissed the top of his head and inhaled the scent of new baby. She'd never been happier. She didn't think her heart could contain the amount of love and happiness she had for this child. She was so glad he was coming home tomorrow. One more day, and she'd have her baby with her. Stella praised the Lord in her heart as she passed the baby to his grandfather. She used her camera phone to take pictures of Pop holding Glenn and posted them instantly to Facebook. When her father handed her back the baby, she asked him to take a picture of her with Glenn. After lunch in the cafeteria and a little more time with the baby, they headed back out to the parking lot. Stella's heart broke every time she left her child there, but it soared at the thought of bringing him home in the morning. Stella opened the door to the pickup and pulled herself into the passenger seat. Jim was already starting the truck by the time she pulled her door closed. She felt cold metal at the base of her skull.
Drive. Make a left up here. Bear to the right there. At the stop sign, make a left. Now, take the first right. Okay, pull over there to the left. Stop there.
Jim said, There's money in my wallet. Take the money and go. Or if you want my truck, take the truck. Let us get out of the truck and you can go on your way.
I don't want your money. I want my wife.
Your wife? Jim said.
Get out of the truck.
Okay. Stella, let's do as he says.
Not her. No, Jane, you stay put. Preacher, you get out now.
I'm not leaving without my daughter.
She's not your daughter. She's my wife.
He hit Jim in the temple with a Ruger. Jim slid down in the seat as consciousness faded. The man climbed over the seat while keeping the gun pointed at Stella. He removed the keys from the ignition, leaned over Stella and opened her door with his free hand. With the gun pointed to her head again, he told her to step out of the truck slowly and carefully. She was shaking uncontrollably, but did as he said. He followed her through the passenger door and kept the gun trained on her head as she walked the few yards to where he'd left his car. He opened the trunk and told her to get in. She looked up at him. Please don't make me get in the trunk. I won't try to get away. Please.
You already proved to be a flight risk. I didn't forget about Daytona.
Her mind reeled as she did what she was told. She climbed into the trunk and lay down so he could close it. He was the man from Daytona. She'd seen him on Sunday at the hospital. She'd seen him again today lurking by the bathrooms. She didn't remember him from Florida. She'd always believed she'd know her attacker if she saw him again. But she didn't recognize this man. What did he want? Did he want the baby? Was he trying to steal her child? Her thoughts were coming in rapid-fire succession, and all the while she was trying to figure out how she was going to get out of the trunk. She heard that newer vehicles had levers to allow people to pop them open, but she didn't know how to find the lever. He got in the car and slammed the door shut. He hurried from the parking lot, but drove cautiously, being careful not to break any traffic laws, as he didn't want to get the attention of the authorities. He figured the preacher would wake up in no time and call the police. Maybe he should have killed the preacher. No, he didn't need a murder on his conscience. It was bad enough Jane had killed that poor woman in the car. It would take a short time to get to the hideout. He would have his lovely wife alone, and they would have a nice long talk. Stella reached around in the darkness of the trunk, looking for a way to open it. She kicked at the trunk and tried to make as much noise as possible. Lord help me. I am so scared. Let me make it through this so I can see my baby again. I don't want to die at the hands of this madman. God, please, I know you're there. I need you. Chapter 11. Jim regained consciousness and rubbed his temple where a raised lump had formed. His head pounded as he tried to recall the details of what had happened. He remembered arguing with the man about Stella. Father God, where's Stella? This can't be happening. I put her in danger. I should have looked in the truck before getting in. Lord, forgive me. Please help me find her. His prayer was silent, but his distressed howls were piercing. Jim found Stella's cell phone under the seat of the truck. He dialed 911 and was surprised to find out he had a signal. He gave the details to the dispatcher, and she asked him for his location. He tried to tell her, but he was only able to give her a vague idea. A few moments passed before a white Ford Escape entered the parking lot. A female security guard got out of the SUV and lit a cigarette. Jim hurried over to her and told her about the abduction. She called 911 again and relayed the exact location to the dispatcher. A police cruiser pulled up within a few minutes. The field officer jumped out of the car and walked over to them. Officer John Slater, Mahoning Township PD. Got a report of a kidnapping? Yes, he took my daughter. Did you get a good look at the kidnapper? Something about him seemed familiar, but I was facing the road. He forced me to drive while he held a gun to Stella's head. He was in the back seat when we got in. I didn't look back there, and as soon as Stella got in, he held the gun to the base of her skull. I barely glimpsed him in the rearview mirror. I was concentrating on following his instructions so he wouldn't hurt Stella. He was wearing a baseball hat that partially shielded his face from view, so even the glimpse I got, I can't give you much of a description. Any information you give me would be helpful. He wore a Penn State hat, had dark hair, and I think he was about my height, but it was hard to tell since he was sitting, Jim said. Did he have glasses on, or any other identifying feature? No, not that I noticed. Do you remember what he was wearing? A dark hoodie and blue jeans. Sneakers or boots? Sorry, I couldn't see his feet. Do you have a picture of the victim? Jim pulled Stella's picture from his wallet and handed it to the officer. Sorry, it's an old one. Oh yeah, wait a minute, I took a picture of her and the baby today with her phone. Great, let me see that. Do you mind if I keep this? She may have information stored in the telephone that could provide a lead, the officer said. Sure, whatever helps. Officer Slater called and reported the details back to the dispatcher so she could enter the information into NCIC, the National Crime Information Center, and put out a bolo on the missing woman and the perpetrator. When he disconnected the call, he looked up at Jim from the driver's seat of his cruiser. Dispatch will notify other local agencies and the Pennsylvania State Police. We'll do everything in our power to get your daughter home safely. Now, we need to get you to the emergency department. That lump on your head could be serious, and considering you reported loss of consciousness, I think it's best for you to be seen. I think I'll wait until my daughter is home. I need to help locate her. You won't do any service to your daughter if something is seriously wrong from that blow to the head and you don't take care of it. When backup arrives, I'll run you over there and let them take a look at it. Shouldn't take much time, and you can head over to the station and we'll catch you up. Is there someone you can call for a ride? We're going to need to process your truck. It's our primary crime scene, and it may take some time. Stella continued to kick at the trunk, even though her strength was waning. She could tell the car had stopped moving, but she was hoping they were still in a populated area. The trunk popped open with a click, and he grabbed her by the hair and pulled her out of the trunk. She stumbled to her knees, and the rough gravel bit into her sensitive skin. Looking around, she could see that there wouldn't be anyone nearby to hear her scream. "Walk," he said. She spun herself to stand up and walk. He was waving the gun around haphazardly. She took a tentative step forward, and he grabbed her by the shoulder and spun her around. "That way." She walked for what seemed like a while, but in reality was 100 yards or so. He pushed her into the opening of a tunnel, and she panicked. If she walked in, would she ever come out? God, I'm trusting you as I never have before. I know you'll be with me in this. I don't have a choice here. I must go in here, and only you know whether I'll come out again. But Lord, I need your strength. I can't do this alone. He forced her to walk some distance, and upon reaching a branch off the main shaft, he turned her in that direction and pushed her forward. They soon came to a metal cot, which had been bolted to the stone forming the shaft. He produced a pair of handcuffs that he placed around her right wrist, securing her to the cot. He placed a shackle around one of her ankles, but left one other foot free. He unfolded his fishing stool and sat a short distance from Stella. "Lovely Jane, why did you leave?" he asked, the frown lines wrinkling his forehead. "First the car and the body, then running off in Daytona. You've been a bad girl. We're going to stay here until we work this thing out. You won't leave me again." Stella tried to figure out what on earth this monster was talking about. Yes, she had left the hotel room in Daytona, but she didn't know anything about a car and a body. Her heart pounded against her chest. She tried to assess the situation and figure out what to say to calm him down. A thought occurred to her, and she went with it. "I didn't leave Daytona. You left me. I woke up and you weren't there." "That doesn't explain why you left me in the first place. What was with the car and the body? You're going to need to explain yourself, Jane." Stella thought about screaming at the stranger and telling him her name wasn't Jane, it was Stella. But she thought better of it and forced herself to remain calm. She considered how she was going to explain something she knew absolutely nothing about, but she didn't have the slightest inkling of an idea. "Well, I'll give you some time to think about it. I need some fresh air, so I'm going to leave you alone for a little while." He sat on the edge of her cot and ran a hand down the length of her hair and rested his other one on her waist. "I'm glad I have you back, Jane. You may not believe that in your present situation, but you'll understand in time." He kissed her forehead and stood up. He walked back towards the main tunnel, and as he reached the end of the chamber, he turned around and returned to her cot to unlock the handcuff. He left her ankle attached to the cot, but allowed her some freedom of movement around the cot, so she could maneuver to the bucket he left nearby to relieve herself. "We wouldn't want you soiling yourself." He turned away again and walked quickly from her dungeon. Chills ran up and down her spine. It wasn't long before the cold and dampness began to penetrate her bones. She'd been abandoned in an underground mine. Imprisoned. Would they find her? She knew her father would do everything in his power. For now, she'd pray with every last bit of strength she had. "Lord, please don't let him touch me again. I know you'll get me through whatever comes my way, but I'm sick thinking about what might happen. Please protect me, Lord." Even as she prayed, she had thoughts running through her head, telling her that the Lord had failed her by allowing her to be in this situation. And she didn't understand why her dad had to get hurt. God, please let Dad be okay. Everything in her told her to rebel against God. He'd allowed her to be raped, and now he'd allowed her to be kidnapped, and allowed her father to be assaulted. It was true. God had allowed these things to happen. There was a soft voice inside her that told her his strength would bring her through this. She would rely on that small voice. She curled up on the end of the cot and pulled her arms into her shirt, trying to get warm. In her head, she sang scripture songs to calm her and remind her that God was near. The lyrics that kept going through her head were from Habakkuk 3. "The Lord God is my strength, and he will make my feet like hinds' feet, and he will make me walk upon mine high places." Sergeant McGinley pulled into the dirt parking lot. He got out of the car and walked up to the officer leaning against the cruiser, talking with the other man. "Hi, I'm Sergeant Seamus McGinley. We received a call from dispatch that you might need some assistance. I'm sure we'll be fine, but since you're here anyway, I might as well give you the lowdown. 2 heads are better than 1, I suppose." His words were pleasant enough, but his demeanor had changed. His spine stiffened, and he got red around the collar, as if his collar was a little too tight. "All right, let's hear it." Officer Slater recounted the details to Sergeant McGinley, with Jim jumping in to fill in missing gaps. Officer Slater pulled the sergeant aside. "Sergeant McGinley, call me Mac." "Okay, Mac, my best guess says the chief hands this case over to PSP. Can I have your word that it won't be another case that falls to the bottom of the pile? You can see the grief on this man's face, and the victim has a newborn baby. She needs to be found, Mac." "You have my word. I'll investigate the case with everything I have. I hate the idea of that child losing its mother." "Good. I've got to get back. See you around." At Jason's knock, Claudia came to the door in tight jeans and cowboy boots, looking stunningly gorgeous. Jason averted his eyes to avoid staring at her curves. "Hey, Claude. Stella around?" Claudia sensed she was making Jason uncomfortable. He'd been doing everything he could to avoid even a few minutes alone with her since he started dating her sister. She decided to mess with him a little. She leaned into the door frame, blocking the entrance with her legs. As she did so, she looked up at him with a seductive smile as she flipped her ebony hair out of her face. "No, Stella's not home from visiting Glenn yet, but I'm here." "I can see that.
Stella told me to come by after work. I'm already 30 minutes late. Thought she'd be ticked at me, but it never occurred to me she wouldn't be back yet. Must be the traffic.
Well, why don't you come in and wait for her? Mom's making dinner.
I would, but you're blocking the entrance.
Oh, silly me. Claudia stood and walked in front of Jason as seductively as possible. When she sat at one of the stools at the breakfast bar, she saw Jason's face had turned bright red. She was loving life. It was so fun to make him uncomfortable. Joy reached for the phone mid-pace. She'd finished making dinner 20 minutes ago and was keeping it in the oven on warm. She couldn't believe that Jim and Stella would be so late getting home without calling. Jason was at the breakfast bar with a cup of black coffee. Claudia leaned against the doorframe, leading into the sitting room. Jim, where are you? Dinner has been ready for 20 minutes. What? Are you okay? Joy backed up against the refrigerator, her free hand fluttering up to her chest. She felt her face get cold. She grabbed the counter to keep from falling. She looked toward Claudia, but she was preoccupied looking down at her cell phone. We're on our way. I love you too. We'll be careful. See you in about an hour, Joy said. What happened, Mom? Claudia asked. Stella was kidnapped and your father was knocked unconscious. Jason paled. Why would someone kidnap Stella? Yeah, hysterical. You're so funny. Seriously, what's going on? Claudia put her phone down. I wish I was kidding, hun. Let's go. The police want to question us. We may have seen something that can help them. Wait, you're serious? Unfortunately, I am. Now we need to get going. Throw some shoes on and grab a jacket. It's probably going to be a late night. Joy reached over and turned the gas off of the stove. She stopped at the hall closet and grabbed a jacket, which she threw on the seat of her car and turned the key in the ignition. Claudia sat beside her in stunned silence. She hadn't grabbed a jacket. She barely managed to get her sneakers tied. Jason followed in his Jeep. An hour later, Jason, Joy, and Claudia entered the Montour police station. The despair Jason felt before entering the room was intensified. The station was clean and orderly, unlike any other station Jason had ever entered, but the mood was sober. Jim was not there when they arrived. The officer who met them at the front desk explained that he had insisted that Jim be seen at the emergency room for his head injury. Officer Slater asked Claudia and Joy to wait while he led Jason into a cramped room with a table. Thanks for coming in. Have a seat. Can I get you some coffee? Jason said, Sure, black coffee would be great. Officer Slater returned with a coffee for both of them, stirring lots of sugar into his own cup. So, have you seen anything peculiar in the last few days? No, I don't think so. I've been trying to rack my brain to come up with anything that might help, but we'd argued, so things were tense between us, and that's taken most of my attention. I may not have been as alert to outside danger as I normally would be. Are you in the military? Yes, sir. Army, sir. What's your MOS? 13 Fox, sir. Oh, so you're a fister, huh? I've heard a thing or two about you guys, the officer said. Like how you guys are absolute nutcases. Jason grinned for what seemed like the first time in days. Glad to hear that someone knows who we are these days. Well, son, it wasn't that long ago that I served. As a matter of fact, I was stationed at Fort Sill and had a few close friends that were as crazy as you, he said as he took an ample swig of his steaming coffee. The officer leaned forward in his chair and looked Jason in the eyes. So what did you two argue about? She was pissed that I went to Daytona to try to find the guy who raped her. Now we're getting somewhere. Trying to take the law into your own hands, were ya? Jason couldn't hide his smirk. Yes, if I could have found the spineless creep, I would have, and Daytona's finest would be the ones interviewing me instead. Jason continued. Sir, I want to help you bring Stella home safely. I'll tell you everything I learned in Daytona, but I doubt it has any connection with what's going on here. Did you question her father about the attack? Get a description or anything? We did, yes, and we put out a bolo on both Stella and the perp, but we need more to go on. We need to interview anyone who might have seen anything, so let's hear what you learned at Daytona. Jason recounted the events from Daytona to Officer Slater. Thanks, Jason. Call me if you think of anything further. Officer Slater handed him a business card. Okay. Will you keep me informed? As best I can. Jason walked out of the station. He needed some fresh air. He didn't want to leave the women, so he couldn't go far. He had a strong urge for a cigarette. He'd picked up the habit in AIT, Advanced Individual Training, but managed to kick it a couple years ago. The desire to go back to it now was more tempting than ever before. He filled his lungs with cool night air and continued his pacing in front of the station. A short time later, Claudia joined him. I don't think you found me helpful. I wasn't back there nearly as long as you were. Claudia, can I ask you something? At her nodding, he continued. Do you think I missed something? Something important? Why would some random guy target Stella? And let's face it, at 6'2", your dad isn't a little guy. So why would the guy take a chance on Jim being able to overpower him? I don't get it. Am I missing something? If only I could answer even one of those questions, Jace, Claudia said. I think the best thing we can do is follow my dad's incessant advice and pray about it. I may not be much of a Christian, but if ever there was a time to turn to God, this is it. What do you mean you're not much of a Christian? Your father's a pastor. I'm sure you're a star Bible student. You'd be surprised at how far away from God some of us PKs can be pushed. By the time I was 13, I was ready to learn more about the world and less about the Lord. And believe me, I embraced everything the world threw at me. Many nights I snuck out of my bedroom and hung out with the wild kids who did drugs, drank alcohol, and had sex. They enjoyed the idea of corrupting the preacher's kid. I was tame compared to the group I was trying to emulate, but I got into plenty of trouble. The trouble with trouble is that it starts out as fun. Life is cruel. Stella shouldn't be the one who ended up in this situation. I put myself in danger so many times, but she's always tried to stay on the right side of things. The worst thing she ever did was run off to Daytona, but from what she's told me, she didn't even get in any real trouble there. She went to a club one time. I think she was always a good girl for Dad, more than for God. Well, until recently, her rebel streak didn't last long. Now she's gone all holy roller on me, as if she flicked a switch and changed. I've only known her as the beautiful girl in love with the Lord. I fell for her first based on her physical beauty. She has an ethereal quality about her. I don't know if it's the pale skin, the brilliant red of her hair, or something else that first captivated me, but I don't think her beauty mattered as much once I got to know her. I can't even imagine life without her now. She's so strong, and even after what she's been through, she still has this trusting and loving nature. I love her with every ounce of my being. Do you realize you told me that you're in love with my sister before you told her that you love her? How do you know that? Seriously, you don't think we have secrets, do you? She already told me her feelings for you, this morning as a matter of fact. Wait, is it really the same day? Wow, it feels as if it's been a week. Jim walked up to Claudia and Jason, who were standing outside of the police station talking. What are you guys doing here? We had to give statements to police. They thought we might know something that could help, Claudia said. And did you? Jim asked. I don't think we were much help, Jason said. We certainly told them every minute detail we could think of that might be of any use. Okay, good. What did the doctors say? That I have a concussion, but that's what I expected. After all, I lost consciousness long enough for the scumbag to take your sister off somewhere. I'm sorry, Dad. Are you badly hurt? No, it's a little bump on the head. I have a massive headache, but I wouldn't let him give me anything stronger than Advil. I want to be clear-headed to think about this thing. I can't believe I didn't check the truck before getting in. This isn't your fault, Dad. I didn't say it was my fault, but I should have checked the truck. You were leaving the hospital, not a bar. Yeah, I know that. I can't believe this happened. The crazed man said Stella was his wife, but he called her Jane. I hope she's okay. She's a tough girl, but I don't know what that nutcase is doing to her. She'll fight back, Dad. Yes, of course she will. She's tough, Jim said. I need to go inside and talk to Officer Slater. I'll see you in a little while. Go check us into the hotel across from the hospital, okay? Sure, Dad, Claudia said. Are you going to take Mom back with you, or do you want us to wait for her? I'll bring her back to the hotel in her car. They still need the truck for evidence. Call Mom's cell phone with the room number, okay? Will do. Claudia and Jason got in Jason's Jeep, and Jim entered the station. The darkness was complete. Stella couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Her kidnapper had taken the lantern with him when he left. Stella yanked, kicked, and pulled in an attempt to break the cot free from the wall. She knew she wouldn't be able to free herself from the cot without some kind of tool, but she thought it might be possible to pull the bolts out of the stone. A long shot, but plausible. She'd succeeded in irritating her ankle until it was swollen and raw from all the movement, as she pulled on the chain in the cot itself, even turning it over on herself at one point. She righted the cot after a massive struggle. She rested on top of the cot to regain her strength and try again, but sleep overtook her, giving her a short-lived rest from her living nightmare. She awakened to a thundering noise. She recognized the sound of thousands of bats leaving their roost. Under normal circumstances, she would have been fascinated and enjoyed the experience. But here in the pitch black of the mine, she was terrified. Oh, she understood perfectly well that the bats wouldn't hurt her. If anything, they would avoid her. Yet, the idea of being here in the pitch dark with all those bats was petrifying. Claudia approached the desk clerk and asked for a room with 2 double beds. Jason waited outside to make sure she was able to get a room. When she came back with her key card, he said his goodbyes. Claudia hurried straight to the room and collapsed on one of the beds. She didn't fall asleep, but she lay there thinking about the events of the day. She wondered if she could have done anything differently that would have prevented her sister from being abducted. It was a silly thought, but she couldn't help having it. About an hour later, her parents came in. They stayed at the hotel that night, but resolved that one of them, most likely her mom, would go back to the house tomorrow to take care of the horses and the chickens. The police wanted one of them there to answer the phone if the kidnapper called, but Jim asked if it would be okay to forward the calls to his cell, and they agreed to that. So he'd get the call if it came through tonight, and tomorrow, when Joy arrived home, the phones would be turned off forwarding. Jim said Officer Slater hadn't seemed too hopeful that they would get a call from the kidnapper. From what Jim had told him, it wasn't likely the kidnapper was after a ransom. Claudia wished that money had been what the guy was after. They didn't have much money, but they could have come up with something if it brought Stella home. None of them slept that night. They spent most of the night talking and trying to figure out how this could have happened. They did some praying too, but mostly they talked until they were tired of hearing their own voices. Officer John Slater interviewed the mother and the sister of the victim, hoping to catch a break, but all he was able to glean from the conversation was that a newer model Mustang had been seen at the church a couple of times, and they hadn't known to whom the vehicle belonged. It seemed to be there at odd times, long after service ended, so they were wondering who owned it. John thought it was probably a dead end, but something to look into further. He glanced at the clock as he filled out his reports, and suddenly it hit him how tired he was. He'd need to head home and get a few hours sleep before he'd be any use on this case. As he headed toward the door, the telephone rang. He sauntered back to his desk and picked up the receiver. Officer Slater. It's Chief Scruggs, John. What's happening? The best lead we've got is from the boyfriend, Jason Duncan. He went to Florida to investigate a rape. It's possible he's on to something. Won't know till we look into it further. I've talked to PSP, John. They're going to be taking over the case. We don't have the manpower to handle this investigation. I know you've already done interviews, but you know how this stuff goes. Would you please get in touch with McGinley and update him on your progress? Then go home and get some sleep, okay? John sighed before speaking. Sure, I knew this was coming. Max seems like a decent cop. He'll find her. He heard the click of the call being disconnected. Chief Noah Scruggs didn't waste time on formalities. John liked that about him. Chapter 12. The sunlight filtered through the trees, forming patterns on the leaves as he shuffled down the narrow trail toward the entrance to the mine. His thoughts were on Jane. He'd hoped she'd taken the night to think about the pain she'd caused him, and was ready to give him an explanation, so that the two of them could return home. Will we ever be able to go home? She lied to the police. I cashed the insurance check. Maybe we can go somewhere exotic, out of the States, where we can have a new life together. We can make those decisions together after we get out of this place. He entered the darkness, and the temperature dropped significantly. He toggled the switch on the lantern he carried. As he walked farther in the dark mine, the light of his lantern seemed to be swallowed up by the blackness surrounding him. He walked quickly and purposely toward the place he'd left Jane. He sat on the edge of her cot and drew her shaking body into his arms. He sang a lullaby he remembered from his childhood and rocked her back and forth. She tried to pull away, but he held her closer, rocking her softly and running his hand over her hair again and again. He said nothing. He simply held her close. His heart had been broken, but it would mend in time, now that she was safely in his arms. Tuesday morning, Jason picked Claudia up at the hotel, and they headed back to the hospital. Joy had come to the hospital in her own car a few minutes before them, as she had to drop Jim off at the station to get his truck back. They had called to say they could release it. They rode the elevator up to the NICU in silence. Claudia popped her gum loudly, and Jason gave her a look. Mind not doing that? Mind not being a big jerk? Wait, what? Jason said. I'm a jerk because I don't like you popping your gum. It's annoying. You're annoying, Claudia said. I'm upset about my sister, and I'm trying to think of something that can help. I think better when I chew gum, and yes, I like to pop my gum. I guess you'd rather I not be able to think and not be able to figure out where my sister could be. What do you care anyway? You've only come into her life recently. What the heck is wrong with you? You know perfectly well I care about your sister. You also know I don't care if you chew the stupid gum. I just don't want you to pop it. Well, sorry I can't be perfect like you, Claudia said. You're crazy, you know that? Takes one to know one. Let's drop it, okay? I guess. As the elevator doors opened, she stormed out, leaving him to follow her. Claudia and Jason stood at the window by the NICU waiting for Joy to come out and update them on the infant's condition. A nurse caught sight of them and came to the door. Hi, can I help you? Yes, we're here to see my sister's baby, Glenn James McIntyre. I'm sorry, but the police put him in protective custody. She nodded toward the officer who stood nearby. "They are only allowing grandparents to visit with him now." "Oh, okay. Can you tell my mom, Glenn's grandmother, that I'm out here?" "Absolutely. Right away." A few seconds later, Joy opened the door and joined them in the hall. The nurse had agreed to put the baby in one of the cribs by the window so that Jason and Claudia could visit through the glass. "Isn't he precious?" Joy asked. "He has such fat hands for such a puny thing," Jason said. "But look how tiny his teensy feet are," Claudia said. "He's a beautiful infant," Joy cried softly at first, but quickly turned into sobs that racked her 5-foot frame. At her mother's tears, Claudia's eyes filled to overflowing, and she looked at Jason. The tears no longer came as Stella confronted her captor. "You don't want to hurt me, do you?" "No, why would I want to hurt you?" "Look at me. You have me chained to a cot in a mine." Stella pounded her fist on the cot for emphasis. "You must know how dangerous these places are. If you don't want to hurt me, why are you keeping me in this nightmarish place? I'm cold, thirsty, and hungry. If you love me, you should take better care of me." "You're right. I wasn't thinking. What do you want to eat? I'll go get it now, and I'll be back soon. After you've eaten, we can talk and figure out where to go from here." "Fine, go," Stella said. "What should I get you?" "Pick me up an egg sandwich at the nearest fast food place. Whatever you get is fine." Kyle headed out the door, but couldn't imagine why she would ask for an egg sandwich. She was allergic to eggs. She was acting strange. He'd better get her out of that mine before she got any wackier. Joy got in the car to drive home, but tears kept clouding up her vision. She rarely thought of herself as an overly emotional person, but she seemed to be an emotional basket case now. Once she got her tears under control, she drove out of the hospital parking lot. She got home about an hour later and hustled out to the hay barn to get the horses some hay. She turned the hose on and filled their water bowls. She continued on to the chicken coop and gave them a coffee can of feed and fresh water. She checked on the nest boxes for eggs, but as usual, there were only 2. They always tried to buy productive chicken breeds, but for some reason these chickens weren't producing. Some of them were too young. She suspected that many of the chicks they'd hatched that year were roosters. They would likely have to take the roosters to auction. They didn't like to keep more than 2 roosters around. Joy caught herself thinking about chickens and mentally slapped herself. How could she be obsessing over chickens when her daughter was with some lunatic? She couldn't even believe she could be that easily distracted from worrying about her daughter. She'd actually wasted precious moments thinking about chickens. The guilt overwhelmed her. She straggled inside, and after a few hours of obsessing over Stella, she finally decided that a little distraction wasn't such a bad thing and turned on the television. She tried to watch a sitcom, but couldn't focus on it. Her mind kept being drawn back to scenes she could only imagine. The one in which her husband was hit on the head with a gun and her daughter was forcibly taken. She couldn't bear the thought, and what was even worse was she didn't know what came next. She didn't know where Stella was, or what the man wanted from her, and she was afraid to even let her mind explore the possibilities. Every time her thoughts wandered down that road, she brought them back forcefully and tried to pray. Sadly, prayer was difficult. She hadn't stopped praying, but she was struggling with her prayers. They weren't coming out smoothly, and she'd frequently forgot what she wanted to say in the middle of a prayer and be forced to quit or start over. She realized that God knew her heart, so she accepted by faith He'd understand her current struggle with prayer. Kyle drove through the drive-thru at the local Burger King. He picked up a sausage biscuit and orange juice for Jane. He got himself a couple sausage biscuits and hash browns. He grabbed an extra hash brown for her so she wouldn't eat his. He thought to put a fresh bucket in his car when he left the house this morning, but he'd forgotten to take it to Jane earlier. He'd bring it to her. She'd appreciate the thoughtful gesture. Jason walked the trail that led up the mountain from the parking lot where Stella had been abducted. He pulled at a twig on one of the quaking aspen trees and noticed how the color on the leaves had partially changed. The leaf was still green at the center, but it had turned yellow on the edges. He knew it wouldn't be long before all the deciduous trees had changed color. The beauty of autumn in north-central Pennsylvania was beyond description. He remembered many trips to the World's End State Park, where he looked from High Knob Overlook near the park and felt the power and beauty that could only be described as the work of the master craftsman, the Almighty God. He remembered how ecstatic he'd been when his parents had taken him there as a boy, but the memory brought no happiness. He was lost, a man with a goal but no distinct mission. He had to bring Stella home, but he had no idea how to find her. Walking back to his Jeep, Jason paused to look at the parking lot again, where Jim had told him the truck had been parked. He had nothing to go on, no clues to explore. He was at a total loss. He hopped in the Jeep and rode the minute or so back to the hospital. Walking the corridor, he hoped to run into Claudia. He needed someone to commiserate with. He pushed the button, with the intent to take the elevator to the NICU and find out where Claudia might be. But when he pushed it, Joy stepped out. "Hi, Miss McIntyre. I was hoping to find Claudia. Do you know where she is?" "Yes, Jason. She said she was headed to the cafeteria for some coffee. If you try her cell phone, she can tell you which cafeteria she's at." "Oh, okay. I think I have her number saved in here from one of her phone calls. I'll give it to you. It's probably easier that way." Joy wrote the number on a little scrap of paper she dug from her purse, and Jason pushed the numbers into his cell phone. He was soon connected to Claudia. Jason looked up at Joy and mouthed the words, "Thank you." Joy headed off toward the parking lot, and Jason hurried to meet Claudia. Claudia pushed her pie around on her plate. She couldn't eat it. It looked tasty, but she had no appetite for it, so she played with it instead. "Claude, do you think they'll find her?" "I don't know. I've never been more afraid in my life." "I know. I can't think straight. I explained the situation to my commander, and they're going to let me miss the rest of the week. What if they don't find her by then? I can't continue my life as if nothing happened. She's my world." Claudia leaned her head back against the chair and shut her eyes. She ran both of her hands over her face and pressed her fingertips to her temples. "I don't have any answers, only questions of my own." Jason walked into the waiting room of the NICU. He was surprised to see Jim watching a teenager intently as he performed an air guitar riff. Jason stayed in the background so as not to interrupt. He poured himself a coffee and grabbed a couple of cookies off of a plate. Food was often donated to families who had children in the NICU. Jason sat at the table and listened to the conversation. The boy had finished playing his air guitar and was now talking to Jim about how excited he was to be a father. Jason practically choked on his coffee. The boy could be no more than 15 and was already a father. Jason gained a new respect for Jim as he watched him interact with the boy, treating him as the man he knew he'd need to become, rather than the boy he was. It impressed him to see Jim taking on the cares of another when his own world was falling apart. He hoped that someday God would give him the strength and courage to be the kind of man that Jim was. He heard Jim invite the teenager to church. He was from the nearby town of Harveyville, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to get to Edensville. Jim looked over to the table where Jason was sitting and motioned him over. "Brian," Jim said, "I'd like you to meet a young man who's an integral part of our church community. He's also my daughter's boyfriend." "Nice to meet you, Brian." Jason stuck his hand out in the boy's direction, and the boy shook it. "Jason is in the Army, but recently came home from what we hope will be his last tour in Iraq. He's also here to see my grandson. Jason lost both his parents and his brother and had to grow up fast. I know it's not the same thing as having a baby, but it's the type of thing that forces you to mature before you're ready." "True enough," Jason said. He dug around his pocket and ripped a business card he didn't need in half. He wrote his phone number on it and gave it to the kid. "Call if you ever need to talk. You're starting a new journey, and you may need help along the way. And if you ever need a ride to church, I can pick you up. I drive past Harveyville on my way to Edensville." Brian said, "You don't live in Edensville?" "No. I found the church through the elderly woman I rent from. She recommended it, and I attend with her. Once I did, I kept going. Those people are like family to me." "Maybe I can talk Melissa into going with me." "You'd be surprised at how welcoming they are. There are judgmental people in every church, of course, like there are in every place you go in the world. Yet the kindness, love, and outpouring of support that you receive from most of the people there make it easier to forgive the few that are judgmental." "That's cool. Maybe I'll try it," Brian said. Jason and Brian got into a conversation about music, and Jim slipped back into the NICU to spend some time alone with Glenn. Chapter 13. Joy reached over to look at the caller ID on the handset. She saw that it was Elaine. She was probably calling for an update on Stella's situation for the prayer chain. Joy decided to let the call go to voicemail. She wasn't up for talking with anyone, and she didn't have anything new to tell them. She got up and walked to the back door. She saw the form of 2 does on the woods line in the backyard. Strange, she hadn't seen deer around much that summer. Now suddenly they were back. The sound of the doorbell interrupted her thoughts. Joy looked through the window in the kitchen so she could see who was at the door. She'd never seen the man before. She quietly picked up the phone and dialed Jim. He told her to stay away from the door and call 911. Although she thought he was overreacting, she quietly strode to the master bedroom and called 911. The woman on the other end of the line was kind and promised to send someone out. Considering the recent circumstances, they couldn't be too careful. Joy looked out the window again and saw the man heading back to his vehicle. She called 911 again and told them the man had gotten back in his car, but they insisted on sending a trooper out anyway to be on the safe side. Matt got back in his personal car, an older model Ford Explorer. He'd come by to check in with the kidnapping victim's parents. He was on his way home from his uncle's funeral. He'd seen someone inside looking out the window, so he knew someone was home. He called the communications officer and asked her to please call and let Mr. and Mrs. McIntyre know he was there. He could call himself, but his number would have come up private, and that wouldn't reassure them. He waited a few minutes and then strode back toward the door purposefully, expecting the door to be open. Stella wished she could turn off her sense of smell. He'd brought her a fresh bucket this morning, but she'd been forced to use it again, and he didn't move the used bucket far enough away so she couldn't still smell the strong ammonia smell. She tried breathing through her mouth, but that brought up dust from the mine. She tried to push the bucket away from her so the smell wouldn't be so strong. Why did he have to lock her up like this? She'd given up trying to get away. Maybe she could try again when he unlocked her, if he unlocked her, but he'd most likely overpower her. She still hadn't learned self-defense. Jason had promised to teach her after she had the baby, but time hadn't been on her side. Here she was, defenseless again. But she did have one defense. Her heavenly Father knew where she was, and he could still save her. All hope was not gone. She held on to that thread of hope that God himself would send to rescue her. She couldn't give up on that hope. It was what kept her holding on. She needed to let the kidnapper think she was in love with him. He clearly thought that she was his wife. She didn't know what his wife had done or why she had left him, but he was obviously deeply hurt and needed her to be understanding. She'd pretend to be his wife until she could get to safety. That was the best course of action. She was convinced of it. God, help me to play this part. If it be your will, Lord, I know I'm not supposed to lie, but I don't have to tell him something that would make him angry, right? I can keep it to myself. Wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. Isn't that what you taught me? Please get me through this. He'd brought her a blanket earlier. It was made of the same type of scratchy wool as her school uniforms had been. Oh, how she remembered those long gray skirts, how they'd come down mid-calf. Boy, they were ugly, but at least they were modest. She remembered watching Claudia get on the bus with her uniform skirt turned up at the waist so many times her knees were clearly visible. But by the time they left off at their house, Claudia looked like the perfect Christian schoolgirl. It was funny thinking back on it. Stella was the older of the two, but Claudia had always been the more daring one. Stella was glad for the memory. It gave her something else to focus on. She was also glad that Claudia wasn't here in her place. Claudia was strong, but Stella couldn't bear the thought of her ever having to go through something like this. Her sister deserved so much better from life. She was of great value, despite the mistakes she'd made. Yes, Stella knew about the boys, the drugs, and the parties. She also knew that Claudia was the warmest, most loving person she knew, and her heart was easily broken. She was a woman who was made to be cherished. Stella prayed that someday a man who'd treasure her sister would come along and sweep her off her feet. The caller ID showed PA State Police this time, so Joy picked it up. Hello? Hello, is this Mrs. McIntyre? Yes, it is. Sergeant McGinley is out in front of your house. He's the investigator working on your daughter's case. He thought you might be afraid to answer the door, so he asked me to let you know he was there. Oh my, I'm so sorry. I called 911 and reported that a stranger was lurking outside of my house. I need to call them back again. That's okay, ma'am. I can take care of contacting 911 dispatch for you. Would you please answer the door for Sergeant McGinley? Absolutely. Thank you. After disconnecting the call, Joy immediately dialed Jim back to let him know that it was the detective outside. He didn't keep her on the phone, knowing that she needed to answer the door and speak with the detective. Kyle rummaged around the attic, pulling out the battered suitcases. Jane had purchased the luggage at a yard sale. She said the tartan pattern would make it easy to spot on the airport carousels. He took the suitcases down and loaded one with Jane's clothes. They had a stale smell. He should have washed them before picking her up at the hospital. Oh well, it was too late. He didn't want to leave her waiting. He finished packing their clothes and took the suitcases out and put them in the trunk of the car. On second thought, he might need to put Jane back there, so he moved the suitcases to the back seat. Hopefully she'd be cooperative now that she'd had some time to think over what she'd done. Under a canopy of stars, Kyle loaded the cooler filled with ice into the car. He still needed to stop at the grocery store and pick up food and water to put in it, but he'd be ready soon to take her on an adventure. He was getting excited, pumped up about being with Jane again. She was becoming more cooperative already. He could tell she still loved him. He wasn't sure what had gotten into her, but she was his, and she'd be back to her old self in no time. He hated keeping Jane waiting, but some things worked out this way. He slammed the car door and headed out to the grocery store. Ma'am, please accept my apologies for not calling to let you know I'd be stopping by. Sergeant Seamus McGinley. You can call me Mac.
I was on my way home, but I decided to stop by and ask some questions before calling it a night,"
Max said as Joy answered the door. "Please come in. I'm so sorry for not answering, but, well, you know."
"Yes, I know."
Joy led him to the kitchen table and pointed to a chair. "I'll put on a pot of coffee. It shouldn't take but a few minutes to brew. I think we have some muffins, too. One of the ladies from church brought them by. Whenever there's a tragedy, the church goes into a cooking frenzy. It's as if they believe food cures all."
"Food can be a wonderful comfort to some."
"I can't eat a thing, but I keep trying. I know we need to keep our strength up if we're going to do anything to help our Stella, and our grandson will be home soon. The NICU won't keep him much longer. We need to get the legalities worked out."
"Ma'am, has anything strange occurred since your daughter returned home from Florida that might help our investigation?"
"Not that I can think of." Joy paused a moment, looking up at the ceiling. "Well, there was a broken window, but that's probably not important. We were thinking it was a bird that smashed it. Strange that it wouldn't have killed the bird, but we didn't think too much of it. Maybe a hungry predator carried the dead bird off."
"Do you still have the broken window?"
"I don't know. I would imagine so, but who knows? Jim hangs on to the strangest things. If it's still here, it'd be in the garage. I can check for you."
"That would be great. I have a few more questions, so let's enjoy our coffee and muffins. Maybe you could try a few bites. It would be good for you to eat something."
Joy set the coffee and muffins out on the table and sat back down.
"I hear that your daughter had reported seeing a strange car at the church several times on her way past, and that the same car had been spotted up the road from here."
"True, but it isn't unusual in a small town. People park by the side of the road frequently, usually because they're down at the creek fishing. I don't generally pay them any mind. Yet when you combine the spotting of the car at church, I guess it might have been suspicious in hindsight."
"Did you ever see the strange car?"
"Not that I can recall. I keep trying to remember, but when I think I might have something, I wonder if my mind is making it up or if it's real."
"Well, let me decide that. What do you think you might have seen?"
"I think I remember seeing a Mustang down by the creek one day, but I can't be sure it isn't my mind playing tricks on me. And I've never been adept at identifying makes or models of cars, so I can't be sure."
"That's okay. That could be helpful. Thank you for sharing that with me. How about we go take a look at that garage?"
Stella could hear the skittering of some kind of creature in the darkness of the mine. It wouldn't be long before her captor returned, and strangely, as afraid of him as she was looking forward to his return. She couldn't stand the dampness or the darkness of the mine. She was pretty sure she could convince him to take her out of this place. She needed the right words. "Lord, please give me the words. Unless you intervene, nobody will ever find me in here. But if I can get out, I might stand a chance. With you, all things are possible." Kyle couldn't believe his bad luck. There must have been something in the road. He heard his tire thumping as it lost air. He pulled over on the side of the road. While he was jacking up the car, he saw red and blue lights pulling up behind him. "Just what I need. Cops."
"Everything okay, sir?"
the officer asked as he got out of his car and pointed a bright flashlight into Kyle's eyes.
"Yes, sir. I have a flat, but I should have it changed in a jiffy."
Kyle flashed him a smile. The officer walked up closer.
"I'm Officer Stefanik. Let me lend you a hand."
Sweat droplets rolled down Kyle's neck. He would have preferred if the officer would get lost, but he tried to act as casually as possible as he accepted the officer's help and got back into his car. He couldn't wait to get out of the rat-hole little town of Shamokin and go someplace warm. He hated keeping his wife here, but he was afraid to bring her home. Maybe they would drive to the Florida Panhandle, and from there find a way to get to South Africa. That would be nice. He thanked the officer for his help and waited for him to pull away before heading to the mine entrance. He didn't need the law following him. Michael stood in line at the casino. He was digging through his wallet to get out a credit card so he could get some chips. As he fumbled around in his wallet, he came across a note he'd put in there 7 or 8 months prior. Had it been that long? He unfolded the note and reread the simple words, "I forgive you." Such plain words, but so much to ponder. He still wasn't sure he understood the whole of the message. He folded the note back up and stuck it back in his pocket. He left the line and headed for his car. His gambling was responsible for the note in the first place. He never would have been in Daytona if he hadn't been convinced by his buddy that they would be able to make up some of his gambling debt with odd jobs fixing hurricane damage. They'd gone out to a club one night. He hadn't realized what his friend had in mind. It soon became apparent that his friend wanted to score with some chick that looked like his deceased wife. He thought it was weird, but who was he to judge? He tried to refuse to help get the girl out the car, but his buddy threatened to tell his wife about the extent of his gambling debt. Yeah, some buddy he turned out to be. He'd helped him, but he didn't think it was that big of a deal.
Nothing more than a drunk hookup. She was wasted, but isn't that what girls like her go to bars for?
Michael came out of his reverie. He got in his car and started it. He drove cautiously through the blinding rain. He was home within an hour and logged onto Facebook to see what was going on. He once again thought of his buddy and typed his name in the box at the top of the screen. He took one look at his friend's wall and his blood ran cold. The first thing on his friend's timeline was a picture of Jane. Only, it couldn't be Jane. This picture was taken from a distance, and she was clearly pregnant, sitting near a lake or a pond. The caption under the photo said Jane. He knew Jane well. He'd attended her funeral. She was most certainly dead. He'd been one of the volunteer firemen on the scene of the accident and had seen her charred remains. Occasionally, he still had nightmares about it. Could this be the girl from the bar in Daytona? The one they'd let out of the bar so many months ago? As far as he knew, his friend never seen that girl again after their one-night stand. This girl was not Jane. Sure, there were similarities. Color of her hair, the pale skin, the freckles. But the similarities ended there. Chick from the club had seemed shy. They'd sat only a few bar stools down from her and her friends. Her friends were boisterous, but she was subdued, quiet. Jane had been outgoing and vivacious. She'd been so full of life, her death had been hard to accept for her friends and family. But it was especially hard on Michael's wife, Mary. She still blamed Michael and the other firemen for not getting there quickly enough. Jane had been Mary's best friend. Mary didn't have many friends. She wasn't outgoing like Jane. She'd grown up in a house next door to Jane, and Jane had always had a soft spot in her heart for Mary. She'd taken her under her wing, protected her from bullies in high school. As they matured into adults, Jane had remained Mary's closest friend. She'd even been the matron of honor at their wedding. Truth be told, Michael's buddy wouldn't have spent 5 minutes with him if it hadn't been for their wives being such close friends. They probably remained friends more out of habit than out of any true fondness for one another. They started hanging out together their junior year of high school, when Jane finally decided to stop playing the field and settle for the captain of the football team. Bringing himself back to the present, Michael clicked on a link to his buddy's blog. He was now in full-blown panic mode. The most recent entry in the blog was titled, "Back from the Dead." Another picture of a woman from Florida filled the screen. However, this picture was in Pennsylvania. He recognized the hospital door in the background. He'd applied for a job as an electrician there, but hadn't got past the first interview. Michael picked up the telephone and dialed 911. "Hi, I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but I found something on my friend's blog that I thought I should report. It may be possible he's stalking a woman." The dispatcher took his information and told him a trooper would be by shortly to get more information from him. Kyle sat on the cot beside Stella. She was relieved he finally came back. She wondered if she'd ever see another person. This place was so lonely and cold. She looked over at his handsome face and wondered once again why he was doing this to her. "I'm glad you're back," Stella said. "I'm glad I'm back too, but I think we're in an awful lot of trouble, Jane." "What kind of trouble?" "Well, since you faked your death, and I cashed the insurance check, I'm afraid the cops will be after us. I think we need to get out of here. On the way out here, I got a flat, and a cop pulled over and helped me change my tire. So I was real careful about what I said, and I made sure I didn't lead him back here. If they figure out you're alive, they're going to come after us for the insurance fraud. I know I'm probably worried for nothing, but I'm worried. Let's get out of here first thing in the morning. I'll try and find us a different car, and we'll get a move on. We can go somewhere warm." "Okay, that'll be nice," Stella said. She recognized that getting out of the mine greatly improved her chances of being saved. She didn't think Kyle planned to hurt her anytime soon, but she needed to keep him from thinking she'd leave. He became scary and violent when he thought she was thinking about leaving him. Kyle put his hand inside his shirt and drew something out. It took her a second for her to realize what the furry little creature was. "You brought me a kitten?" Stella said. "I did. It keeps following me down the trail, rubbing itself on my legs. I thought you might like to have it, so I brought it to you." Stella's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe it. The darkness would be so much less lonely with the little creature to keep her company. "Did you bring it any food?" "Of course. There's enough food for both of you in this bag. I picked her up a couple cans of tuna when I was at the grocery store. We'll be leaving first thing in the morning, so you can eat as much as you want. I have more in the car. There's a couple gallons of water in the other bag." "Thank you," Stella said sincerely. She was happy for the kitten to keep the loneliness at bay. The small kindness reminded her that God was still in control. He was comforting her, even through this man who'd brought her so much misery. Michael followed his wife to the door. He told her about his suspicions, but she told him he was jealous and insane. That was before he showed her the blog post. After seeing it, she trembled beside him, afraid for the poor woman. They opened the door to 2 uniformed state troopers. The female trooper held out her hand as she spoke. "Troopers Brian Kopchik and Stephanie Beck. Thanks for coming out so quickly, Michael said. I'm sick to my stomach with worry about what Kyle is up to. Well, if you let us inside, we can sit down and take your statement, Trooper Beck said. Oh, of course. Sorry, Mary said. Follow me. I put some coffee on. It should be ready. Would you like a cup? She led them in the paltry living area, and at Trooper Beck's nod, she left to get them coffee. She poked her head back into the room after a few moments. We don't have any creamer. Would you like milk? Both troopers shook their heads. Trooper Kopchik said, We both drink it black, thanks. After Mary came back with the coffee, Trooper Beck pulled a digital voice recorder out of her pocket. Do you mind if we record your statement? No, that's fine, Mary said. Sure, okay, Michael agreed. I'm going to ask again for the digital recorder. Trooper Beck pushed the record button and asked both of them their full names and whether or not they agreed to being recorded. She asked Michael for his statement. He launched into the story of the encounter at the nightclub in Daytona and how he'd led the girl out to Kyle's car. He told the troopers about the blog post and the Facebook profile. Getting up to get his laptop off the table in the corner of the room, he walked back over and showed them the blog post and the Facebook page, which he kept open in separate tabs on his browser. Trooper Beck immediately recognized the girl and got on the radio to inform her supervisor that the call was related to the earlier kidnapping. She told them that there was clear and probable cause to take to a judge to get warrants to search Kyle Johnston's property and vehicle. Trooper Beck looked directly at Michael. What you did in Daytona was deplorable, leading a clearly impaired woman into the car of an unstable man. Let's just say I don't get your thought process. However, it's not in my jurisdiction, and we have bigger problems to deal with. That said, I want you to come with us to the barracks. You may have further information that could help us find the missing woman. Will you come willingly? Of course. Anything I can do to help, Michael said, as Mary nodded. The sun was making an appearance by the time they made the 35-minute drive to Shikshinny Station. Chapter 14. Mac thought back to the conversation he'd had with Joy McIntyre the night before. She seemed unconvinced about having seen the Mustang, so much so he wasn't sure whether it was relevant or not. She'd shown him to the garage, and he'd found the broken glass. It had clearly been broken from the outside, which would be consistent with the bird, but the amount of force required to break through both panes of an insulated glass door wouldn't be possible with any sized bird, even with the momentum from its flight. And furthermore, the force required to break the glass would certainly have killed the bird, even if it had been possible. So they would have found a dead bird. More likely, whoever had kidnapped Stella had been in their house, and they hadn't even suspected it. Mac called the crime lab and asked them to head over to the McIntyre house to collect the broken piece of glass from their sliding glass door. He asked them to also check the sunroom that the door had led to. He hoped they might be able to find something useful in there. Mac sat staring at his notebook, trying to put something together to help him decide his next move in the McIntyre kidnapping case. The ringing of his phone jarred him. McGinley here. The trooper on the other end of the line informed Mac that Kyle Johnston might be the perp and should be the first on their suspect list. He passed along the details of Johnston's internet activity. Mac ended the call with the trooper and immediately dialed his partner, Paul Tudyk. He'd returned from vacation the night before and should have already been back in the office. It took 5 rings to get an answer. Tudyk, get your butt in here. I've got leads on the kidnapping case I'm working and I need to catch you up. I'm on my way out the door. Chill. You know I'm rarely there past 9. Sergeant Paul Tudyk responded. I expected you an hour ago. Well, not really. I know you too well. I'm leaving. Relax. Jason found himself back in the parking lot from which Stella had been taken. He looked around again, looking for something the police could have missed. He was coming up empty. Looking toward the place where Jim's truck had been parked that day, he spotted something shining on the ground. The light hit it at exactly the right angle so he could see it. He headed toward the object that had caught his eye, but his toe caught on a tree root and he screamed out in pain. Jason looked toward heaven and screamed out loud at God. Why did you let me fall in love with her if she was going to be taken away? Haven't I had enough heartache? Don't you care that you're tearing me up inside? I don't know what more you want from me. He hauled off and planted his fist into the pine tree whose root had attacked him. He yelled out in pain and frustration as the rough bark on the tree, combined with the force of his punch, ripped the skin off the knuckles of his right hand. Jason fell to his knees in the parking lot, trembling. God, what do you want from me? He remembered the shiny object, stood, and resumed his path toward it. He had a bit of difficulty locating it again, but he found it. It was Stella's gold cross, embedded with the minuscule diamond studs. He wondered if the chain was nearby. He picked up the cross and called the investigator working Stella's case. He left a message for Sergeant McGinley and returned to the hotel where her parents were staying to let them know he'd found her cross. It wasn't good news. She might have found comfort in the tiny object. That was taken from her. He knew her faith was strong, and she didn't need an object to remind her of the Lord's love. Maybe that's why it was here, as a reminder to him. Something to think about. Tudyk smacked Mac on the back hard enough to make him spit out coffee. "Hey, buddy. Sorry I'm late. I didn't want to be here. Did you miss me?" Mac turned around sputtering. "I didn't miss you sending coffee through my nose," Paul said. "I don't know how you drink that nasty mud. It smells as if it was something that came out of my dog." "How was your vacation? The wife keep you out of trouble?" "Are you kidding me? The wife is the cause of most of my troubles. Trying to get me to scuba dive in shark-infested waters. She got me to go snorkeling once. Swimming in the hotel pool. But scuba diving? No thank you. You should feel at home with bloodthirsty sharks. If you can't fit in there, where do you belong?" Mac said as he absent-mindedly cracked his knuckles. "Funny man, Mac. Good to be back in the presence of greatness." Paul bowed slightly. Mac caught Paul up on the details of the case, and they rushed about, getting search warrants issued and arranging for a SWAT team so the warrants could be served on the suspected kidnapper's house. It was early afternoon, and the house was surrounded. Mac waited patiently while the SWAT team communicated their positions. Soon they would storm the house and find out if the madman was keeping Stella there. He looked over at his partner, who was shaking water off his umbrella, as if he didn't have a care in the world. They wanted to search Kyle Johnston's Mustang, too, but it wasn't on the premises. A bolo had been issued, but he didn't expect immediate results from it. The man was likely with the victim, and it was doubtful that he'd be calling attention to himself. After the SWAT team secured the house, determining that neither the victim nor the alleged kidnapper were present, Mac and Paul entered the house. The first thing Mac noticed upon entering the house was the stale smell of cigarette smoke and alcohol. By the time he made it into the living room area, Mac was sneezing. It looked as if the curtains hadn't been moved in years. There had to have been at least a quarter-inch of dust on them. Most of the tables were the same, untouched, as if the place had sat empty. However, one chair, a lazy boy, appeared to have been disturbed. A remote control sat on the armrest, and the footrest wasn't pushed down. An end table stood near the chair, with an empty beer can and an ashtray filled to overflowing with cigarette butts. A pizza box sat abandoned on the coffee table. Otherwise, the place was untouched. A vacuum stood in the corner, covered in dust. The place was a little spooky. Who'd want to live in such filth? He moved upstairs and continued his preliminary search. The master bedroom was a big, beautiful room, but it didn't look as if anyone had used it for a long time. The bed was made, and everything was in order, but nothing had disturbed the layers of dust. He moved to a second bedroom. It was a nursery of sorts, a crib, a changing table, stuffed animals, and a mobile. Everything had a Winnie the Pooh theme. Looking through the window of the nursery, Mac saw a rainbow. The sky had begun to clear, and the sun was breaking through. He wasn't sure why, but he was comforted by the sight of the colorful bow in the sky. He continued his walk through the house, making his way up to the attic. Up there was different. The dust was disturbed on several storage containers, and on the handrail leading up to the attic. Mac could see a substantial, square-shaped void in the dust. On the dark green carpet, something had been removed, but he couldn't tell what. Maybe the crime scene techs would have a better idea. Looks as if the search was an exercise in futility for him, but at least he knew Stella wasn't here. Time to broaden the search. Jason had driven out here to the farmhouse in Benton. He still owned the property. He bought his sister's share out, but he'd allowed the animals to be sold at auction after his mother's death. He'd already signed with the Army, and he wouldn't be able to stay home to care for them. He'd watched as the auctioneer had sold off his family's cattle, their beautiful horses, and even their chickens. But Jason didn't see any other choice. He'd only had a few days to get his mother's affairs in order before he shipped out. He'd been looking forward to getting away from the memories, truth be told. He never imagined that his childhood home, where so many wonderful memories had been created, would become a place he despised. He tried to talk his sister into handling the formalities. She told him she was too busy to do so he'd rush to get it done. Jason walked along the fences, running his hand across the post and rail fence as he ambled along. He picked up a splinter, but barely noticed it. He thought about how he and his older brother had played down by the creek, getting soaked wet and sinking in quicksand before being rescued by their father. He thought about how they shot at the windows in the barn with their pellet guns until their father had caught them and made them work off the cost of the damage. Jason had so many memories of the farm. He wasn't sure he was ready to let it go, but along with the happy memories were the painful ones, the ones he had a hard time living with. He held the worn photograph in his hands and stared at the smiling faces of his mother and father. He and his brother were in the background playing in the sand, and his sister was standing over them with her hands on her hips. The photo had been taken at a family picnic at Ricketts Glen State Park back when his family was whole, before they'd lost his brother Alistair to the war in Afghanistan, lost his father to a massive heart attack, and lost his mother to a bottle of pills less than a year after his father. She hadn't been able to stand the heartbreak, so she'd chosen to take her own life. For the first time, he thought he understood how she felt. He thought he wouldn't be able to go on after his mother's death, but he'd thrown himself into his work and given himself wholly to the defense of his country. He'd purposed in his heart not to let anyone get close enough to hurt him that much again, but he'd failed. He'd let Stella in, and he didn't think he could live without her. He had no idea how to find her. His mind was spinning, and he felt useless. He was growing impatient. He'd been praying since Monday, but nothing was happening. He was not about to give up on her. This was the woman he was going to spend the rest of his life with. He wasn't willing to let her go. He'd find her himself if the police were incompetent. He got in his truck and headed back to the state police barracks. As evening grew closer, Claudia stared at the tiny bubbles in her Pepsi. She watched as the bubbles slowly dissipated. She had no idea how long she stared into the glass because her mind was far away. She couldn't imagine life without her sister. She recognized that the chances of finding her were growing slimmer with the passing of each tick of the clock. In fact, the clock seemed so loud she wondered how she'd ever been able to stand it. They had been taking turns spending time at the house, and it was her turn. She couldn't even stand the sound of the chirping birds. She normally enjoyed their lovely songs, but at the moment, those birds seemed to announce to her that life goes on. But for her, life couldn't go on. She couldn't see herself going back to school or continuing to live her life in any normal way without Stella. Besides, who'd care for Glenn if she was in school? Mom couldn't be expected to care for an infant, continue her writing, and fulfill the responsibilities of a pastor's wife. She had counseling sessions with some of the women and the women's Bible studies to attend. Claudia would need to help out. But why was she thinking like this? Stella was coming home. She had to. Claudia rested her head on the breakfast bar and finally let out the tears she'd been bottling up. Jason walked into the station and Matt came out to meet him and led him to a room in the back. Jason took notice of how tired the sergeant looked. He was clearly dragging. From what he'd seen on the news, it had been a busy day for the investigator. Mac reached out his hand. "Thanks for bringing it in. Coffee?" "That'd be great, thanks." Mac poured him both a cup. "Do you want cream and sugar? They're on the counter." "Do you have to constantly cook up that mud of yours, Mac? It smells disgusting." Paul chimed in as he entered the room. "Who asked you?" "Getting a little grouchy, are we?" Paul asked. "Keep testing me and you'll find out." Mac sat, cracking his knuckles as he did. Jason noticed the gesture and thought it was done to further antagonize the other investigator. "So, Jason, I understand you found something in the parking lot," Mac said. Jason pulled the envelope from his wallet and handed it to the officer. "Yes, this was on the ground in the lot. The light caught it, and it got my attention." "You're sure it belonged to the girl?" Paul asked. "She rarely took it off. It's the only piece of jewelry she wears. I didn't find the chain, but I thought you might want this. I doubt it helps, but, well, you never know." "You never do," Mac said. Matt continued. "I have your statement from officers later. Have you thought of anything further that might be of assistance?" "No, I really wish I could think of something. Do you think you'll find her?" "It's hard to say," Paul said. "We have a few leads we're following." "What leads? The guy on the news report?" Jason asked. "Yes, but there's some other things we're looking into as well," Mac said. "Can you share anything with me?" "It's better if we don't," Mac said. Jason sighed heavily. "It's so frustrating to be on the outside looking in. I want to bring her home, but I'm impotent to do so." Mac said, "I'm sorry we can't share more with you, but after your Daytona trip, I think it's safer for you and the girl if we don't share too much. Come on, I'll walk you out." When they reached the door, out of the hearing of Sergeant Tudyk, Mac said, "Look, I know this is tough. I can't know exactly what you're going through, but I'm sure I couldn't sit tight either. I get it. If I had any leads I could share, I would. We're looking into a vehicle. I can't give you more than that. Go home and get some rest." "I haven't had much rest since that animal grabbed Stella,"
I'm sure you haven't.
Claudia checked her makeup in the rearview mirror. She wasn't thrilled with what she saw, but she couldn't get any rest again last night. She figured eventually her body would collapse from sheer exhaustion, but it was more than 48 hours after her sister had disappeared, and she was still awake and still as nauseated as she was when she heard. She put the car in reverse to back out of the driveway into the road. She was jarred by a loud crash, and her body jerked back and forth. She hit something. What on earth could she have hit? She backed out of this driveway thousands of times. She got out to inspect the damage. Her lovely little blue Camry had a nice-sized dent from where she'd backed into the mailbox. The mailbox wasn't insubstantial. It was a rather large box designed to look like a birdhouse and attached to a wooden post sticking out of a metal milk jug. It looked nice before, but now the birdhouse sat crooked. The mailbox was made to be easily moved out of the way when plowing the driveway. Someone apparently moved it, and she hadn't the slightest idea why they would have done so. Claudia pulled the heavy mailbox over to the side of the driveway and drove off in the direction of the hospital. She needed to get out of here before she did anything else stupid. Stella curled up on the couch with the little kitten. Kyle had forgotten a can opener for the tuna, but she'd found some deviled ham with a pull top on the bag, so she fed half of it to the cat and put the other half on a piece of bread for herself. She hadn't had deviled ham sandwich since elementary school. As hungry as she was, it was tasty. The little one must have been hungry too, as she ate every bite within 2 minutes. After they had both eaten, she wrapped the wool blanket around them both and snuggled in as best as the little cot would allow, and tried to fall asleep. She pulled the kitten close to her chest and it purred. The purring was comforting. The little creature didn't know what danger they were in, and it was perfectly comfortable snuggled up against her. Her last thought as she fell asleep was that she'd call the kitten Grace. Jason tossed and turned under his light blanket. The clock kept ticking away, and soon several hours had passed. He tried praying silently, but he decided to get out of his bed and get on his knees. He prayed for another solid hour, and when he finally crawled back into bed, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. He shut his eyes and fell immediately to sleep. Jason sent back the coordinates for the enemy camp. He was about half a click away. His battle buddy was 100 yards to his right on a knoll overlooking the enemy camp. Jason watched as his friend rolled down the knoll, leaving a stream of deep red blood streaks on the hillside. Jason recognized that his friend was gone. There was too much blood for him to have survived. He couldn't bear to leave his body behind. He was afraid of what they would do with it. He found a high point from which to watch the camp until darkness fell, and he waited for hours until the lazy watchman fell asleep on the job. He communicated his location to his own base and dragged his friend from the base of the knoll into cover. His own body was soon covered in the sticky blood of his best friend. When he finally reached safety, he turned back and saw the explosion destroying the enemy camp. He held on tight to the lifeless body of his friend, but the tears never came. He was afraid he'd grown cold to the brutalities of war. Would he ever be able to feel again? With that thought, Jason stirred. He looked at the clock on his bedside table and saw that it was 6 a.m. Cold reality hit him. He was no longer in Iraq, but the turmoil he was going through was no less real. He was no longer cold inside. He could feel too deeply, and it scared the spit out of him. Matt cracked his knuckles out of habit and looked over at Paul's desk. He watched his partner dunking a tea bag in and out of his mug. "Tudik, we got a hit on the bolo for this guy's Mustang." "Yeah? Where at?" "Cop from Shamokin called. Said he saw it last night. Stopped to help the guy change a tire on Route 61. His description of the driver matched our suspect. He remembered the license plate. Said the first 3 digits were his daughter's initials. Plate number's JBS 4723. Jenna B. Stefanik. And he was born in 72. He didn't remember the other 2 numbers, but was sure he had the right car. He said the guy was real reluctant to accept his help, but he'd insisted. The guy got his flat on Main Street. Stefanik's coming in to do a photo lineup, but I think we can be pretty sure he's going to identify our suspect. At least we can put Johnston in Shamokin as of last night. He must be holding the girl in the area." Paul sipped his tea. "Nice lead. I hope something comes of it." Claudia answered the door of the hotel room, and Jason walked past her into the room. He greeted Joy and asked if they'd heard anything new from the police. "They aren't keeping us in the loop. If I hear something on the news, they'll confirm or deny. But they aren't keen on picking up the phone. The last I heard, they had a suspect, the guy I'd seen on the news report. But they hadn't managed to get him in custody yet, and they still don't know where the guy is keeping Stella. Joy said. Well, I don't know what they expect us to do, but I for one am not about to sit on my hands and wait for them to find her. I've got to get out of here and do something. I don't know what, but there has to be something more that I can be doing. It's Friday. She's been missing since Monday. I'm not waiting for them anymore. Joy said, Jason, you must be patient. The Lord will bring her home. I'm out of patience. Jason turned on his heel and walked out of the room without another word. Officer Jared Stefanik entered the station carrying a container of soupies. Thanks for coming in. We've got a picture lineup ready. You want to follow me back? Paul said. Sure. Here, I brought some soupies. Thanks. I don't usually eat that slimy stuff, but Mac loves them. Paul set out a printout of the various photographs on it and asked him to identify the man he saw in the Mustang the night before. Officer Stefanik immediately identified Kyle Johnston as the man with the Mustang. Thanks for coming in for this. You're a big help. Mac, Paul shouted down the hallway. He identified Johnston, so we're still in the area of last night. Mac joined them a few seconds later. That's great. Thanks for coming in. Is that soupies? Yeah, I thought you might like some. Made up a batch from the pigs my dad butchered. Great, thanks. Mac took the jar and opened them, taking a bite out of one. These are delicious. Paul looked nauseated. That looks nasty. What is it, anyway? A regional delicacy. Semikin is famous for them. How long have you been here that you don't know what a soupy is? Stefanik raised his eyebrows. Long enough. I don't know how you guys eat that stuff. Gross. Try it before you knock it. No thanks. Back on topic, Max said. We need to get a search party organized to do grid searches near where Officer Stefanik saw Johnston last night. Jason looked across the table at his landlady. Jason, sweetheart, you must get some rest. The doctor can prescribe something to help you sleep if you can't sleep on your own. I'm not going to the doctor. I didn't sleep after Stella is found. You love this girl, don't you? I do. I didn't realize the extent of my feelings until she was taken from me. What do you plan to do about those feelings if she's found and is well? I honestly haven't given it much thought. Why? What do you think I should do? That isn't for me to decide, but I think you know what to do. Only a fool would let a woman get away when given a second chance. Believe me, if you get another opportunity, God is giving you that second chance. I hadn't thought about it like that. I was concerned with finding her, not the future or how I screwed up my first chance. Did I screw up my first chance? Whether you messed up your first chance, I can't say, but you know. You need to let the police concern themselves with finding her. You need to concern yourself with what to do once she's found. God will work out the details of getting her safely home. You work out the details of what God wants you to do from there. You're a wise woman, Maud. Comes with age and putting into action what I've read in my Bible, my dear. Now go get some rest. You'll think more clearly once you're rested. I'll try. In the parking lot of the station, Mac waved goodbye to Paul. I'll see you in a couple hours. I'll be in around 10 a.m., Paul said. I'd better see your butt in that chair at 8 a.m., or I'll be dragging it out of bed myself, Paul said. I'm sure my wife would love to see you first thing in the morning in our bedroom. Mac smiled broadly. I bet she would. Lose the grin. You know what I meant. Mac got in his Ford Explorer and cracked his knuckles on the steering wheel before starting it up. He heard the squealing of the tires as Tudyk peeled away in his Dodge Challenger. He'd recently been partnered up with the younger man, and he got on his last nerve. He genuinely liked Tudyk and believed he had a heart of gold, but he could only take him in small doses. The younger man still had a lot of growing up to do. He hoped he didn't get them both killed with his hotshot behavior. Chapter 15. Joy stretched, trying to get the kinks out of her back. She tossed and turned throughout the night on the uncomfortable hotel mattress. She needed to call the lawyer to see about getting their grandson released into their custody. It was difficult to face the possibility that it might be a while before they found Stella, and it wasn't fair to Glenn for him to be kept in this sterile hospital environment instead of a warm, loving home. She had a nagging feeling that talking to her lawyer about bringing Glenn home was akin to giving up on finding Stella. She realized that she was being ridiculous, but the thought was there nonetheless. She and Jim had decided to call Leon today. Leon was a lawyer friend that they knew from their previous church. He probably wouldn't take the case, as he worked in medical malpractice defense, but he'd be able to refer them to a suitable lawyer. She needed to make the call, but something was stopping her from picking up the telephone. She paced the room for a few more minutes before the keycard clicked in the slot on the door to the room and Jim walked in. He walked over to her. and without saying a word, he put both arms around her and kissed the top of her head. He held her like that for a long time before either of them spoke. They shared their strength with each other in that one long hug. So much so that when they separated, she felt strong enough to make the call, and she did. Joy was crying softly as she rocked her grandson in her arms. She'd been up most of the night, much of it spent on her knees praying. She tried to open her Bible and read, but the words blurred together from the constant fog of tears. She couldn't think of anything but Stella's plight. Her heart was breaking. She wanted her home safely. Wasn't it enough for her daughter to have been forced to endure the trauma of being raped and bearing the child produced by that rape? Hadn't the Lord allowed enough pain in Stella's life already? Stella had always been Joy's child. For some reason, Jim had insisted on calling her Joy to Stella from the time she was able to speak, even though Joy was the only mother Stella ever knew. Sometimes it hurt that Stella never asked to call her Mom, but she hadn't pushed the issue. If the Lord granted her plea, and Stella returned home safely, she would talk to her about it. She kissed the top of her grandson's soft little head, and when she looked back up, Jim was entering the NICU. She handed the baby to his grandfather, kissed Jim, and walked out to the waiting area outside of the NICU. It was about 6:40 a.m., and the local news was on. She watched the goofy weather guy report the weather, and the anchors recap the top stories. She watched as they reported on the kidnapping. Her knees buckled when they flashed a picture on the screen of the man they were looking for in connection with the kidnapping. It was the man she'd seen in the parking lot 2 days earlier with Stella. She'd admired the young man's attractiveness. She hurried back into the NICU. "Jim, they have a suspect. It's on the news," Joy said. They hurried back to the waiting room so Jim could see, but the story was over by the time they reached the room. "The suspect they showed on the news report is the man that Stella and I noticed in the hospital parking lot on Sunday. I can't believe that I said he was attractive. I didn't get a bad feeling from him. I should have realized she was in danger," Joy said. "You couldn't have known that man was a threat," Jim said. "If anything, I was at fault. Stella told me a guy was hanging out by the restrooms and that he was at the hospital the day before. I told her she was being paranoid." "You're right. That's worse." "Yeah, I know, thanks. I didn't feel bad enough." "Sorry." Stella woke up with swollen, itchy eyes. She looked down at the little fur ball, petting at her face with her paw. Oh yeah, Grace. She was allergic to cats, but the comforting presence was well worth the little itching. If she ever got out of here, she'd get some allergy medicine. But she'd keep Grace. She scooped her up in her arms and kissed the top of her little head. She reached over and found some dry cereal in the grocery bag. She gave a handful to Grace and took a handful for herself. She hoped they would get out of this place soon. Jason climbed out of bed and set the coffee maker up to brew. He punched the button on his remote to turn the television on while he got dressed. He turned the volume up loud so he could hear it while he got ready. He heard them doing a story about Stella. He hurried back into the bedroom to watch it with a face full of shaving cream. He saw a picture of the suspected kidnapper flash on the screen. He couldn't believe it. He'd seen that man before. It was the guy from the hardware store, the one staying at the fishing cabin on the lake by Stella's house. Grabbing a towel, he wiped the shaving cream off his face. Shaving could wait until later. He walked over to fill his to-go cup with coffee he'd brewed, but he realized he hadn't put the coffee pot underneath and a stream of coffee kept coming, and it covered his dresser and soaked through the rug underneath it. He soaked the coffee up with another towel, decided to grab a cup at the store on his way out. As he made his way through the house, Maud met him with a cup of coffee. He didn't understand how she always seemed to sense what he needed. "I saw the news. They have a suspect." "Yes, that's why I gotta go. I think I might be able to help Stella." "Don't do anything stupid, Jason. Tell the cops what you know." "I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Keep praying for Stella." "I will, young man. I will." Jason pulled into the lot at the barracks and hurried in to talk to Mac. "Is Sergeant McGinley available?" "I'm sorry. He's on a case at the moment. May I take a message for him?" "Thanks, but no thanks. I'll call him later." Jason walked out of the station even more discouraged than he'd been when he entered. He didn't know where Stella was. The only clue he had was the cross that he'd found in the parking lot. But that wasn't much of a clue. Her chain must have broken in the struggle, but that didn't tell him anything. He'd given his clue to Mac, and he hadn't heard anything back. Had there been any DNA? If so, was it Stella's, or was it something to point them to a suspect? There had to be something he could follow up on, some lead that could help him find Stella. Jim had said the perpetrator seemed familiar, but he was a stranger. Some man that had decided on a whim to take his beautiful Stella. Jim sat in a folding chair at the police station waiting for Mac to come out and to talk to him. He wanted to talk to him about what he'd seen on the news, to find out if it was true they had a suspect, and if they knew why the guy took Stella. Another man sat across the room, dressed in an expensive tailor suit. The man directed his gaze at Jim. "What are you doing in a joint like this, if I may ask?" "My daughter was kidnapped. I'm here to talk to Mac about recent developments in her case," Jim said. "What about you? Why are you here?" "I'm waiting on our church secretary. She's being questioned about her ex-boyfriend." "Wait, I think I saw your daughter's case on the news." "Praise the Lord, she will be found. Do you have a piece of her clothing I can pray over for you?" "If we pray for her and bless something of hers, she'll be returned. I can sense it in my bones. The Lord will deliver her." Jim wanted to retch. This man was using the name of the Lord in some kind of twisted scheme. Most likely he'd ask for a donation next. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." "You're not interested in saving your daughter? That doesn't sound right. Are you sure? All we need to do is pray for her." The man narrowed his eyes and looked down the long bridge of his nose in Jim's direction. Jim couldn't believe the nerve of this guy. He was going to try to guilt him for not wanting to be scammed. "I'm not interested, sir." The man opened his mouth to speak, but Mac appeared in the doorway and waved to Jim. Saved by the wave, he was grateful to no longer be talking to that scam artist preacher. "Sergeant McGinley, I saw on the news that you know who took Stella. Is that accurate? And is there anything more you can tell me?" "I'm sorry. We weren't able to keep that out of the news until we could tell you. Yes, it's true. We believe that Kyle Johnston is responsible for your daughter's disappearance." "Why? What does he have to gain from taking Stella?" "It's rather strange. It seems his wife and their unborn child were killed in a fiery car wreck, and your daughter has the unfortunate resemblance to the dead woman." "Wow, that's sick. He took my daughter because she reminds him of his dead wife?" "From what we can tell, yes, it looks that way. Maybe he can tell us more when we're able to capture him. We're working on that now." "Okay. Is there anything else I should know?" "We don't have anything else yet, but we'll keep you in the loop if anything new transpires that we're able to share. In other words, I'll likely find out on the news first. That's the unfortunate thing about the media. We try to update the families, but reporters are persistent. They use scanners to find out what's happening. Some of them will hang around the courthouse and make friends with cops, lawyers, and judges so they can get information leaked to them. They tend to stay a step ahead of our notifications." "All right, thanks. Find her, okay?" "We will do our utmost to find her." Jim walked out of the station and hopped into his truck. He put his head down on the steering wheel and cried out to God. "Why did you let that madman take my daughter?" No answer came. He thought about his conversation with Mac and decided he trusted him. He wasn't sure if it was Mac's intensity or his blunt honesty, but he believed him when he said that he would do what he could to find Stella. After Mac walked Jim out of the room, he settled back down at his desk and leaned his head back against the chair. How on earth was he going to find this girl? He believed she was still alive. He wasn't sure what he was basing that on. Gut instinct more than anything else, most likely. He couldn't let the girl die because they dropped the ball. The dang media did more harm than good. Why had they put everything on the news the second it happened? He'd never understand. They often let the bad guys know that the cops were after them before the cops could gain advantage and actually capture them. It was a sad state of affairs. He would find her. This wouldn't be another unsolved case in the dusty filing cabinet. He was determined that that girl would be going home to her family. Mac punched the number for the forensic scientist Martina Perez into his cell phone. "Were you able to get any DNA off that cross I sent you?" "Hello to you too," Martina said. "Sorry, Martina, but I'm in a hurry. A woman's life is at stake." "Yes, I know. We were able to pull DNA off the cross, but it will be a few more days before I can get any results." "Can you put a rush on it?" "I did put a rush on it. You'll be the first to know when the results come in." "No, you'll be the first to know, but I'd better be the second." Mac hung up without saying goodbye. Mac walked out of the station and found that the sky was darker than usual. It was a moonless and starless night. The clouds must have been obscuring the glory of the heavens. He dismissed the strange thought and headed home. He had no idea what to think about the girl. Statistically speaking, she was probably dead, but his gut told him she was still alive. From what he'd heard about the young woman, she was extraordinary. Bright, pretty, warm, and caring. Of course, most victims had people saying nice stuff about them, but so far he hadn't heard anything negative about Stella. Other than her leaving home to explore the world, that wasn't so bad. She was behaving like a youthful, inexperienced person. They needed to find out about life, and sometimes they couldn't do that from home. He wanted to be able to bring this sweet girl home to her family and her boyfriend. He'd gotten lucky with the window. It was definitely broken from the outside with a heavy object, most likely a break-in. Nothing was missing, so the motive wasn't robbery. The mysterious electricity issue Mrs. McIntyre mentioned seemed to also point to a separate break-in. In his mind, this was looking like a stalker who turned kidnapper. If he'd stalked her long enough, someone was bound to see something. They'd have the DNA within a few days, but unless she lived a few more days and the perpetrator was in the system, it would be useless. Jason seemed to sincerely believe the girl was the only one for him. At first, Mac thought he made a decent suspect, but the longer he thought about it, he had to dismiss him as a suspect. It didn't fit. The father knew the boyfriend, and he didn't recognize the kidnapper. He thought about the possibility he'd hired someone, but that didn't fit either. The couple seemed happy together. He knew about the one fight they'd had, but they'd made up quickly after his ill-advised trip to Daytona. It simply didn't fit that he'd be their guy. Once the lead with Kyle Johnston came in, he knew they'd figured out who'd taken the girl. If only they could figure out where he was holding her. Claudia stared at the sky. She was sitting on the same bench she sat with her father a short time ago when Stella had been in labor. The sky was dark. She could see the barest outline of clouds in the sky, with enough light behind them for illumination, but she couldn't make out anything more. It was unusual for her to look at the sky and not see a sky filled with millions of tiny pinpricks of light from the stars out there. She loved staring at the sky. It usually filled her with awe and reminded her how small and insignificant she was. But tonight, that sky was causing her to think of a black void. She wondered if her sister was in a black void of nothingness. Was she alive? Or had that monster already killed her? If she was alive, what might he have done to her? She didn't deserve to suffer. She was a kind person. She understood that there were no good people according to God's word, but in man's estimation, Stella would definitely measure up as a good person. She was always trying to help others. She rarely put her own needs above someone else. She always found a way to help Claudia, even when Claudia was far from deserving. Claudia thought back to the night that Stella had her first date with Jason. Claudia had been acting petty and jealous and realized it, but instead of getting angry with her, Stella had patiently told her that she wouldn't go out with Jason if Claudia didn't want her to. Claudia's jealousy had begun to dissipate. How could she be upset with Stella when Stella was always putting her first? As Claudia looked back down at her hands clenching the bench on either side of her, she realized that she was holding on so tight her knuckles had turned white. She forced herself to release the bench and stood. She walked around the hospital. She didn't know where to go or what to do. She'd been spending a lot of time at the hospital and the hotel. She should probably go home, but she couldn't escape the situation no matter where she was. Tomorrow she would go to the house. Maybe Mom would go with her. It was probably time for them to go home. Stella snuggled up under the wool blanket with Grace. She had no way of telling time, but it seemed as if Kyle had been gone a long time. She worried if he was going to leave her here. Why would he do that? When he left the night before, he promised to be back in the morning. She was wondering why he hadn't come back yet. She didn't know what to think. Did he decide to leave the state without her? Did he think she'd be too much trouble? Had he decided to leave her here? She held the kitten closer and thought about his kindness in bringing her the fluffy present. She didn't think he was entirely evil. Yes, he'd hurt her. And what he was doing now, keeping her chained to the cot, was beyond her comprehension. But she believed he had good in him. He did some evil things, no doubt. But was there something more in his soul? She didn't know. She needed to stop worrying about his state of mind and concentrate on getting home. She pulled against the chain holding the cot again, but it still wasn't budging. There had to be a way for her to make it out alive. Stella shut her eyes and prayed and fell asleep once more. Chapter 16. A kitten appeared outside the entrance to the mine. It was mewing and got the attention of an early morning hiker, Jenny Lee. The hiker didn't have time for interruptions. She had to get back to the house and get ready for work. She was a nurse, and her shift started at 9 a.m. She couldn't resist the precious little thing, though. She reached down and scooped up the little critter and scratched behind its ears. She set it back down, and it ran into the mine. Jenny had heard how dangerous these mines could be, and she didn't want it to be in there too long, so she followed it. She was aware that she was risking her own life to save the life of a helpless kitten, but she couldn't resist it, and thought she might take it home. Her husband would kill her for bringing home another stray, but she couldn't leave the thing alone in a mine. It wouldn't make it on its own. She followed its trail using the flashlight app on her smartphone. She trailed the kitten for a good distance, turning down one tunnel and then another. As she attempted to catch it, before it rounded the corner, she brushed into the wall and heard some crumbling. She figured it was nothing serious. A few more steps and her foot caught in a sunken spot, and she crashed down hard. She heard a thunderous sound behind her. In that moment, she felt a bone crack under her, and she thought she'd broken her fibula above her ankle. The pain shot through her, and she screamed. To her surprise, another scream resonated back at her. It wasn't an echo, but another voice, a woman screaming for help. The darkness enveloped her completely, but she managed to push her back up against the wall. Jenny returned the call. "Hello? Who's there?" "My name is Stella. Can you get help? I'm chained in here." Chained? Thoughts ran through Jenny's head in rapid succession. Why does someone have a woman chained in the mine? What if they come back? What will they do to her? What will they do to me if they find me here? How can we get out of here? She had to help the woman, but she was paralyzed with fear. "Why are you chained?" "I think I broke something. I don't know if I'll be much help. We're pretty far into this mine, and my ankle is still stuck in this hole." "You've got to try to get out of here before he comes back. If he comes back, we're both in trouble when he finds you here." "What are you doing here?" "I was kidnapped. He's crazy. He thinks I'm his wife, but I'm not. I've never met him before. I saw him a few times at the hospital, but I don't know him. I'm glad to have you to talk to, but I'm afraid for your safety. Isn't there some way you can dislodge your foot?" "I don't think so. I'll keep trying. There was a lot of noise when I fell. It sounded like falling rock. I hope the entrance isn't blocked." "I was following a kitten. I know it was a stupid thing to do, but I couldn't let it get trapped in the mine. I don't know where she's gone off to now." "You met Grace? She's a sweetie. I was wondering where she'd gone off to." "Don't worry. She's in here with me. She came back a few minutes ago." "She's your kitten?" "My captor brought her to me. She's been a blessing in the worst nightmare of my life." "What are we going to do now?" "I don't know." Jenny fell silent as she tried to dislodge her foot and felt the pain shooting up her leg. She put her head in her hands. She remembered her phone. She dropped it in the fall, so she reached around looking for it but felt nothing but rough earth. It probably wouldn't work down here anyway. Jordan Schultz was the lead investigator, working at Johnston's home address in State College, Pennsylvania. He'd been there for 10 hours when his phone rang.
"Schultz here. It's CSI Sissek. There's a Mustang parked under the willow near the stop sign. I was headed back to the lab, but I noticed it as I was getting in my car. I thought I'd give you the heads up. It's probably nothing, but I thought you'd want to check it out." "Thanks for letting me know, Sissek. The perp drives a Mustang. I doubt he'd be doltish enough to hang out in a location swarming with police," Schultz said. "But we'll get on it immediately." He disconnected the call. "Morganson, get over here." Trooper Stephanie Morganson hurried over to Schultz. "What's up, boss?" "I need you to come with me. Got a tip from Investigator Sissek. He said there's a Mustang parked down the road. We need to check it out." The two of them hurried to Schultz's vehicle, parked on the lawn of the Johnston home. They drove past the Mustang without stopping, so they wouldn't alert the man in the car to their interest in him. Morganson caught a few digits of the plate as they drove past and called it in to run it by the dispatcher. It was a match for Johnston's car, so she called in for backup. Johnston had seen them come by and spun his car around to exit the road to avoid getting trapped in the cul-de-sac. Kyle had gone home to gather a few more items for their trip that he'd forgotten on his previous trip back to the house. He wanted to get on the road before nightfall, so he could drive throughout the night and they would stop somewhere to sleep during the day. That way, they wouldn't run into too much traffic. He was also hoping to trade his car in for a camper or a custom van. He thought it would be much nicer for them to have a place to sleep without having to stay at hotels. There were numerous campgrounds around, so it would be easy to stay in a camper. He pulled onto his road and noticed the police activity immediately. There were at least 3 cops standing by his front steps, and no less than 4 police cars were parked blocking his drive and up on his lawn. His first thought was to hope that they wouldn't tear up the grass too much, but then he remembered that it didn't matter.
as he wasn't going to be coming back. He and Jane were going to be headed off somewhere warm and settling down far away from this place and its oppressive memories. He wondered what the cops were doing at his house. They wouldn't send this many cops out for insurance fraud, would they? Did they find out Jane is alive? He was worried. They would arrest Jane for her part in the fraud. Wait, where had Jane gotten the body that was in the burned-out car? She didn't kill someone, did she? He needed to protect her. As the thought went through his head, he saw 2 cops get out of the car and come toward him. They drove past him, but he noticed the car slow down a little as it passed, and the female cop looking back to check him out. He needed to get away, and fast. He started the engine and put the car in gear. He spun it around as quickly as he could and tore off down the road past the cops. He narrowly avoided brushing the side of their car as he sped by. The troopers put their lights on and followed him. He wondered again if they were after him or if this was about something Jane had done. But he couldn't think about that now. He needed to get away. He turned right without braking, causing the car to fishtail a little. He increased his speed. He was doing about 60 miles per hour on the country roads. He needed to get onto an open road where he could floor it if he was going to lose them. Reaching speeds upward of 75 miles per hour, he turned onto Route 220 South. He got the Mustang well over 100 miles per hour. Yet the police were still on his tail. He decided to get off the highway and try more evasive tactics, so he made a sharp right and a quick left onto a bumpy dirt road. He slowed down some, but was still going way too fast for the bumpy road. The officers were still on his tail, and there were more behind them. He could see in his mirror and hear the sirens of several cars. He realized he didn't have much of a chance of escaping them, but he had to try. Jane's future depended on him getting away from the police. He made a left turn onto a road he'd never been on before, and another quick right trying to lose his tail. The tail bumped the back of his car trying to get him to stop, but he picked up his speed. He barreled down the road, reaching speeds over 80 miles per hour again. He turned around a bend in the road and realized a huge trash truck was blocking the end of the road. He saw a man throwing trash onto the truck. He panicked and slammed on his brakes to avoid hitting the truck, but the Mustang spun, rolled down the embankment on the side of the road, and slammed into a tree. The last thing Kyle saw was a huge white pine barreling toward him before everything went dark. Jim glanced at the clock. 11 o'clock. He looked out his window toward the stables. He watched the horses as one stretched its long, graceful neck, and another pulled hay from the feeder. Must be nice to be a horse, without a care in the world. He'd come home from the hotel last night, so he'd be able to take care of the horses. He sat at his desk with a hollow feeling in his gut. He wanted to be with Joy and Claudia at the hotel near the hospital, but he knew his loneliness wouldn't go away, even if he were in a room full of people. He got up and walked over to his bookcase. He pulled down a copy of Pilgrim's Progress and wiped the dust off the book with his jeans. Jim picked up the telephone on the 5th ring. Hello. Hello, is James McIntyre available, please? Speaking. I'm calling today to inform you of a wonderful opportunity. I'm not interested, but thank you for your call. But this opportunity is... Look, I'm not interested. Jim hung up the phone before the telemarketer could say more. He was exhausted, having had less than 2 hours of sleep the night before. He wanted to rest for a few minutes and gather his thoughts, but his mind kept going through scenarios about what could be happening to his little girl, and they weren't pretty. He tried praying, but he didn't feel as if God was listening. How was he going to get up in the pulpit on Sunday and preach if he was in this state? God seemed so far away, and all that was wicked and evil seemed to be invading their lives. Why would God allow Stella to be taken, and with him present but totally helpless? He felt like less than a man. He hadn't been able to protect his family. He loved his daughter so much, but had failed her when it counted the most. The telephone started ringing again. This time, he picked it up on the 2nd ring. Hello. There was a hard edge to its voice. Jim, it's Mark Hunt, your new youth pastor? Oh, sorry. Hi, Mark. I thought you were the telemarketers again. It's quite all right. I was wondering if you needed me to cover for you Sunday. Yes, definitely. I don't think I can get up there and preach. Thanks for thinking to call. I don't think I would have called in time for you to prepare. Well, there's not much time left for that, but I'm sure God will guide the preparation, Mark said. Thanks again. I gotta go. Jim disconnected the call and stared at the picture across from his desk. It was a reproduction of a painting that showed the narrow path to heaven, with hell and open chasm below. He stared into those painted flames for a long time, before he finally closed his eyes and prayed. The EMTs loaded Kyle into the ambulance after immobilizing him on a stretcher. Schultz spoke to one of them, a blonde girl with a few extra pounds on her petite frame. She had a round baby face and looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. "I've got to cuff him, in case he wakes up. I don't want him giving you a hard time." "All right, whatever you think is best." "Trooper Morganson is going to ride with you, and I'll grab another trooper out of one of those cars to join her. I'll drive myself and meet you at the hospital. Where are you taking him?" "Mountain Nittany Medical Center." "I'll see you there in a few." Schultz turned to Morganson. "Make sure you stay with him. He could be dangerous, and I don't want him hurting these fine folks while they're trying to keep the dirtbag alive." Morganson looked down at the unrecognizable man. It was a long shot that he would survive, let alone cause any trouble for the medical personnel. "Will do, sir." Mac looked over the twisted metal that was once a beautiful Mustang and shook his head. He watched as the team cataloged the evidence piece by piece. They had towed the car to the garage and were going over it carefully to avoid missing any crucial evidence. Mac reached a gloved hand out and wiped a bit of black dust from below the driver's side door. "Hey, Sissik, can we get this black dust up to the lab? Maybe if we can identify it, we can tell where Johnston's been." "Sure, I'll get someone working on it." Sissik walked away and handed it to CSI Evans and told her to put a rush on it. Mac watched the team processing the car. He tried to make sense of the suitcases, probably what had been missing from the attic of the home. A cooler was loaded in the back seat, filled with ice and food. It looked as if Kyle Johnston had been planning on taking a trip. The question was, had he planned to take the girl with him, or had he already killed the girl? He couldn't be sure. Chances weren't great for her. He watched as one of the investigators rifled through the suitcases. They pulled out women's clothes. "She's alive," Max said as he saw the investigator pull women's delicates out of the suitcase. "He wouldn't have packed women's clothes if she was dead." He hurried upstairs to the crime lab. Martina Perez and Anita Evans were standing at the counter, examining the black dust when Mac walked in. "I need you to expedite the black dust that was brought up a few minutes ago," Max said. "We have reason to believe the girl's alive, and we've got to find her while she remains that way." "Mac, we're already on it. You have to trust us to do our jobs. We want to see the girl brought home, too. We are about to enter it into the mass spectrometer. We should have some information for you shortly." "Okay, get on it," Max said. "Call as soon as you have something." "I've got the results from the mass spectrometer. I'm not sure how much it's going to help you, though," Martinez said. "Spit it out already." "It's coal dust. It looks as if the vehicle has been in coal country. But, being that we already knew it was in Shamokin, that doesn't exactly narrow down the search, now does it?" "Yes and no. We know to search mines in the area where the car was stopped the other night. Yet, that is a huge task, and he could have picked up that coal dust anywhere in the area. Can you narrow it down any?" "I'll try to narrow it down, but that's it for now. Oh, and the DNA on that cross. I've got 2 matches, the victim and the man named Kyle Johnston, and the system for petty larceny, kidnapping a college mascot, a goat." Max scratched his chin. "If the family will consent to give us DNA from the kid, we can confirm that Kyle Johnston was also Stella's rapist. That'll give us more to use against him in court if he recovers. Nice work." Joy cradled the telephone in the crook of her neck as she picked at her short fingernails. She'd been peeling them since Monday night, and now they were ragged and rough. "I talked to the lawyer that Leon recommended. He doesn't think it will be a problem for a judge to grant us temporary custody so that we can bring Glenn home. He thinks we can get the matter expedited, so he doesn't need to be left in the hospital." "That's good news," Jim said. Joy said, "Somehow I don't feel good about it. It's as if working to bring Glenn home is the same as giving up on Stella. God, why can't you bring her home and render all of this unnecessary?" "You can't torture yourself, Joy. Stella would want Glenn to go home. She wouldn't want him stuck in the hospital any longer than necessary." Chapter 17. Chan set his hot tea down beside the keyboard and grabbed a tissue from the box on his desk. This cold was killing him. He popped a cough drop into his mouth and turned back to his computer. As he did, his telephone rang. The caller ID readout said it was Shamokin Hospital. Probably Jen, calling on her lunch break. Chan picked up the receiver. Hello? Hi, is this Chan Lee? Yes, it is. He sniffled as he crumpled his tissue and threw it into the wastebasket. This is Kristen Jorgensen from Shamokin Hospital. I'm one of the RNs that works with Jen. Okay. We're calling because Jenny hasn't arrived yet, and it's unlike her to be late. It's noon. Wasn't she supposed to be there at 9? Yes, that's just it. We thought it was odd she hasn't even called. We were hoping maybe it was some sort of scheduling error or misunderstanding. I've tried your home number and her cell phone, but I got the machine on the home phone and the cell phone goes straight to voicemail. I thought you might know where she was. No, she should be at work. She left before I did. She was going for an early morning hike, but that was at 7:30 a.m., so she had plenty of time for her usual short trail. I'll take a ride home and see what's going on. Thanks for calling and letting me know she's not there. Of course. Please let me know if there's anything further I can do to assist. Will do. Thanks again. Chan grabbed his keys from the bowl he kept on his desk. Jen didn't skip work, and she didn't show up late. She was a conscientious worker. Her parents had instilled a strong work ethic in her from an early age. Jenny finally got her foot free from the hole and yelled out to Stella, I got my foot out. I'm going to see if I can go get help. I can't walk on it, but I'll scoot on my butt. It'll take a while, but hopefully we can get out of here. That sounds wonderful. Jenny scooted along on her tush for what seemed like an hour, but was, in reality, probably about 15 minutes. At that point, she reached a section that consisted mostly of loose stone, but she couldn't find her way through it. When she touched it, pieces crumbled away, causing her to fear that it might collapse further and cause them to be crushed. She hollered to Stella, I think we're blocked in. There may have been a collapse. She could barely hear Stella's reply. Oh no. It was quiet and resigned. Jenny wasn't ready to give up, but she feared Stella was. Jenny scooted back along the path she'd followed. She wanted to find her way to Stella. Once she got to her, they could figure out what to do. Chan parked in the two-car garage beside Jenny's Subaru. He opened the door that led to the kitchen, and his 3 boisterous dogs greeted him as he attempted to get into the house. He patted each of their heads, and his large mixed-breed canines proceeded to make his way through the house with the dogs following close behind. He yelled Jenny's name as loud as his sore throat would allow. He searched each room, but there was no indication she'd been home. He checked the back door where she'd normally change out of her hiking boots. She didn't like to get the rugs dirty. They weren't there. That was strange. He checked the master bedroom to see if she'd been in there for a shower. The towel he'd set out for her was still dry and folded. He resigned himself searching the trail for her. He wasn't much for hiking when he was well, but as sick as he was, he dreaded it. Jenny must have been hurt and unable to call for help. She'd have been at work otherwise. He pulled on the Timberland hiking boots that Jenny's dad had bought him 2 Christmases before. Her father had hoped he'd show more interest in Jenny's favorite activity. He hadn't. The boots still looked new. He headed down the trail from their house, hoping he wouldn't end up with blisters. But he thought about how Jenny might be out there needing his help and mentally slapped himself. He took the turn she favored about a quarter of a mile from their home and followed the path as far as he could remember until the trail split into 3 different directions. He was afraid for her. He hadn't found her and he'd run out of places to look. He hurried back to the house and logged into their Verizon wireless account. He paid extra for GPS tracking on their phones. It was a safety feature for this kind of thing. He paid for it fully expecting to never have to use it. The service was unable to show the location of the telephone, but it did show him its last known location. He put the coordinates into the Maps app on his phone and proceeded to hike back to her last known location. An entrance to a mine was close by, but he knew she was smarter than to go inside an abandoned mine. There were signs warning people to stay out, and being from the area, she understood the hazards associated with local mines. No, she wouldn't have gone in there. But there were large black bears in the area. It was possible that a bear had dragged her inside. They were known to use the mines as caves. He walked into the mine and continued down the tunnel for a little while, but soon he came to an area that was caved in. He could make no more progress from this entrance. It's highly improbable that Jenny's been in here, but just in case, I should notify the authorities. Chan picked up his own cell phone to call 911, but didn't get a signal. Duh, why would I think I'd get a signal down here? He made his way out of the mine and up onto a nearby hill and called 911. They promised they'd get someone out there to take his statement and asked to please remain where he was. He thought he should have gone home before calling so he would have been more comfortable while he waited. He immediately felt guilty. Wherever Jenny was, it was unlikely she was comfortable. If she was, she'd have called by now. He looked at his phone again. He had 3 bars.
Sergeant McGinley? What? There's a call for you on line 4. Take a message.
It sounded important. Mac pushed the button on line 4.
This is Sergeant McGinley.
Hey, it's Jared Stefanik, Shamokin PD. Thought you might like to know we've got another missing girl. This time, we got a last cell phone ping to go on.
Any similarities to our case?
The location. The guy was seen in Shamokin, and she went missing from Shamokin.
Give me the details. I'll get a team together.
Mac jotted down the information and made a few calls. Within 15 minutes, he was headed out the door with Tudyk right behind him. Jason jumped into his Jeep and headed toward Edensville. He was going to find answers. He wouldn't wait for the police to put things together. It was time he put his restless energy to use. It wasn't long before he parked his truck behind the dilapidated cabin. Using his shoulder, he was able to force open the little door, which sat crooked in its frame. The cabin was dusty, and there were mouse droppings covering the floor. He made his way to the table by the window. There were a few random papers, a receipt from Schmidt's store, a drawing full of the man scribbling, a picture of a woman that looked like Stella, and an ultrasound picture. He took inventory of everything as quickly as he could. He checked the undersized bedroom off the main room. A bare mattress sat on the floor, but otherwise, the room was empty. To say it was sparse would have been an understatement. Jason tromped back to the table in the other room and sat. He inspected the items he collected from there more carefully. He looked at the ultrasound picture. In the bottom corner was a name, Jane Johnston. The ultrasound showed a baby boy sucking his thumb. It would have been endearing at some other time, but at the moment, it seemed creepily out of place. Jason jumped into his Jeep and headed toward Edensville. He was going to find answers. He wouldn't wait for the police to get things together. It was time he put his restless energy to use. It wasn't long before he parked his truck behind the dilapidated cabin. Using his shoulder, he was able to force open the little door which sat crooked in its frame. The cabin was dusty, and there were mouse droppings covering the floor. He made his way to the table by the window. There were a few random papers, a receipt from Schmidt's store, a drawing full of a man scribbling, a picture of a woman that looked like Stella, and an ultrasound picture. He took inventory of everything as quickly as he could. He checked the undersized bedroom off the main room. A bare mattress sat on the floor, but otherwise the room was empty. To say it was sparse would have been an understatement. Jason tromped back to the table in the other room and sat. He inspected the items he'd collected from there more carefully. He looked at the ultrasound picture. In the bottom corner was a name, Jane Johnston. The ultrasound showed a baby boy sucking his thumb. It would have been endearing at some other time, but at the moment it seemed creepy and out of place. Jason looked at the next item, the receipt. The date on it was more than a month earlier. The items weren't listed, only the prices. It could have been for anything. He moved on to the last item. What had first looked like scribbles looked more interesting. There were coordinates listed. The scribbles looked like trails or maybe caves he'd been exploring, and marked entrance points and other features. Might take some time to decipher them, but he was pretty sure the numbers were coordinates. He plugged in the first set of coordinates onto his phone and came up with a location in Shamokin. He entered more coordinates and came up with locations in Cole Township and Excelsior. It didn't tell him what he was looking at, but Jason thought he might know what these coordinates were. The locations were all in coal country. He couldn't be sure without going there, but his first guess would definitely be coal mines. He'd go to each location and see if he could find more clues on Stella's whereabouts. She didn't deserve to suffer alone wherever she was. He'd search until he found her. He wouldn't trust the cops. He'd get her on his own. There wasn't much battery power in the lantern Kyle had left behind. She kept it off most of the time to preserve the power, but in its dim light Stella could make out the figure of a woman coming toward her. She couldn't believe it when the Asian woman walked up to her cot. It was such a relief to see another person after so much time alone. The woman scooted over to where Stella was chained to the cot and fiddled with the shackle. I have a knife, but I can't cut through the shackles. I'm wondering if I can somehow pick the lock. I have a nail file on my Swiss Army knife. Do you have a hairpin or a bobby pin? Surprisingly, yes. I had 2 in my hair the day he kidnapped me. I took them out and put them on the floor at the bottom of the cot, I think. Stella felt around for the hairpins and handed them to Jenny. Thanks. This is perfect. No, thank you. It would be so wonderful if I could be freed from this cot even for a little while. Let's hope it's for good, and we can get out of here somehow. That would be even better. I've been worrying he'd come back and find you in here. Why do you keep calling him he? Don't you know his name? He's never told me his name because he thinks I'm his wife, so I'm kind of expected to know it. I call him Honey to avoid making him angry by asking his name. Jenny worked on the locking mechanism of the shackle attached to Stella's foot. It didn't take her long to get it open and free Stella's foot. Stella lifted her foot from the bed and rubbed her ankle. She had the sensation of pins and needles, and it hurt so bad she had to suppress a scream. The last few minutes before the pain subsided, she was able to stand. She knelt down beside Jenny and hugged her. Thank you so much for getting that off of me. Stella picked the knife up off the ground and cut a section off the blanket. She helped Jenny wrap her ankle with it. Jenny smiled through her own pain. You're welcome. Jason drove fast as he could back in the direction of coal country. He should have left the clue at the cabin and sent the state police to check it out, but he knew they had to follow protocol that would eat away at precious minutes, and he couldn't take that risk. The delay might cost Stella her life. He realized that the PSP had excellent resources, and they'd be able to check all the locations at once. He'd make a copy of the map coordinates and drop it off at the station for Mac. Mac would be working with the same evidence that Jason had, so he'd be able to get teams together and prepare to move on the new evidence while Jason started the search. He'd even stick a note in it for Mac, so he'd know where he found it and what he thought it was. He stopped by the Staples on his way through Bloomsburg and made a copy of the map. He wrote out a message to Mac and folded the 2 pages together. He stuffed them in an envelope and dropped them off at the barracks. He hurried on his way. There was no time to waste. He strode to the point of entry for the Glen Burr mine, indicated on the first set of coordinates. But there'd been a collapse and it was no longer accessible. He didn't think it would be a great place for holding a woman hostage. It was located in a semi-populated area off the main road. There'd be a reasonable probability of explorers going in and out of this mine on the weekend, but they'd have to use a different entry point. Not the best choice. Jason was disappointed that he wouldn't be able to enter the mine and check it out. He'd need to find another entry point and return. Jason put the coordinates for the next location into his phone. It required a bit of hiking to get to. It'd be a great place for hiding something or someone, but it'd take time to hike here, and it'd be difficult hiking while trying to control or carry a woman. There was also the matter of getting inside. There was what appeared to be a long chute that would have to be navigated to enter from this location. It wasn't much more likely to be the holding place than the other had been, but he slowly inched his way down the chute and into the dark mine, hollering for Stella as he hurried along the tunnels. The sound of rushing water from the lower levels of the mine had an eerie quality to it. From the appearance of things, he didn't think anyone had been in this mine for a very long time. He decided to climb back out and check the next set of coordinates before it got dark. He struggled to get out of the mine. He couldn't get a solid footing, and his feet kept slipping out from under him. He used his arms to brace himself and keep from sliding back down. When he finally pulled himself free of the chute, he collapsed on the ground. After lying there a minute, he forced himself to rise and hiked back to his Jeep. When Jason arrived at the next point of entry that led to the Buck Slope mine, he noted that the parking area drawn on the map was quite a distance from the coordinates, but not too far for it to be plausible to get a woman from the parking area to the mine. He moved forward and explored the front of the mine. The signs warned to keep out, but he ignored them. This mine had a strange white coloring to it. He noted that the entrance was wide. Bats lined the inside of the mine. He walked into the mine with his flashlight leading the way. The darkness was so complete that it completely swallowed up the beam of his flashlight. He soon came upon a collapsed section. He couldn't go any further that way, but he could see that another tunnel led in the opposite direction. He followed the tunnel and it led to another, taking him lower into the mine, but he wasn't getting anywhere. He returned back to the collapsed section and stared at it. He wondered how long ago it had collapsed. He had no way of knowing, but he thought about how dangerous the mine was and hoped that Stella wasn't somewhere beyond that collapse. He hollered for her, but nobody answered him. He straggled back outside, trying to decide what more he could do to help her. He needed to explore this mine further. What if she was in there? What if she couldn't hear him? She might be unconscious and unable to scream for help. He decided to research this particular one more before moving on to the others. He'd call his buddy Ethan. He explored mines and had been in most of the ones in the area. Jason liked exploring natural caves, but when it came to exploring man-made mines, he recognized the incredible risk for what it was. He'd ask Ethan what he knew about the Buck Slope mine. He might know how long ago it had collapsed, and whether or not there were other points of entry. Claudia's mother was sitting on the bed in the hotel room when Claudia opened the door to the room. Her father was sitting on the chair, switching channels on the remote. Claudia closed the door quietly behind her. "Mom, I think I'd like to go with you to the house tonight. Do you want me to stay here so you can have some time alone?" "No, I need to be around either you or Dad. I like it if one of you came with me to the house. I can drive if you want and leave your car here." "Okay, let me grab a few items and we can head home." "Thanks, Mom." Ethan answered the phone on the second ring. "Yo." "Hey, Ethan, it's Jason." "What's going on, Jay?" "I need to ask you about a mine." "You're calling me about a mine at 10 o'clock at night?" "Yes, I think my girlfriend is being held in one." "Wait, what? Slow down. You have a girlfriend, and you think she's being held in a mine? Held by whom?" "Long story, but I need your help. Can I stop by?" "Yeah, dude, I'll see you in a few." Jason hurried to Ethan's house, barely tapping the brake at stop signs. He needed answers from his friend, and he needed them fast. The two women and Grace explored the mine together. It was slow going. Jenny had to keep resting as her ankle was throbbing and swollen. They spent hours going down tunnels, always returning to where they started so they wouldn't get lost. It was a difficult process, wrought with pain and frustration. Eventually, they needed sleep. They were running low on water, even though they were only drinking enough to ward off the extreme thirst that was plaguing them, and they gave a little to their small companion. They pulled the thin mattress and the wool blanket off the cot and spread the two items on the floor so they could share them. Then they covered themselves with Jenny's jacket. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than nothing. As soon as Ethan answered the door, Jason rushed past him and laid his coordinates out on the table. "How was Iraq?" Ethan asked. "Eventful, but don't have time to tell you the stories now. I'm in desperate need of your help." Jason laid out the hand-drawn map on Ethan's kitchen table, while Ethan's girlfriend Janice set out cups of coffee and cookies. "You see these? They're coordinates for mines in and around Shamokin and Cole Township. I drove out there and checked out 3 sets of coordinates. You can see how he has the points of entry marked, along with the parking area and the path he takes to get there." "Yep, I can see that." "This one here is the Glen Burn. The point of entry marked on the map is collapsed. I think this mine would be frequented too often for this guy to use it to hide a woman." Jason pointed at another mark on the map. "Now, this other one is Buck Slope. It has an entrance not far from the road. There's a cleft section on the left where the arrows were pointing. This one here," Jason pointed to the third location on the map, "seems like the best location to take a woman, but I couldn't find any evidence that someone had been in there. I think the Buck Slope is the best bet. I found the collapse, but for all I know, it's been there for years. That's where you come in. You know these mines well. Do you remember anything about a collapse in this one?" "Well, yeah, part of that mine collapsed, but that's not where I remember it being. It was in the roof of the old mule stables that had caved in. If there's a collapse on the left branch, I'd have to think that it's fairly recent, maybe in the last 6 to 8 months. That mine is treacherous, so I haven't been in there more recently than that." "Okay, now for my next question. If the new collapse happened, is there another way to get into that section?" "There might be. If I remember correctly, there's a ladder entrance further in. It was created from a sinkhole above it, so it isn't the safest way to get in. And that part of the mine is dangerous to be exploring. Not that there are any safe areas in mines, but this would be extremely inadvisable." "Okay, let's go check it out." "Not until morning. It would be foolish to go there now. You need to crash here, and we'll get on your adventure at first light." "Ethan, this isn't an adventure. Stella is missing. A man has taken her, and I believe he's holding her in that mine. You have to help me. What's the difference if we go now or in the morning?" It's not as if it's going to be bright daylight in the mine even if we wait until morning. Jay, I'll do this with you, but I won't help you risk your life by trying to enter a dangerous section of a mine in the middle of the night. You're correct about the light issue, but you can't be going down there until you're fresh. Get a few hours of sleep. We'll go at first light, I promise. Now, tell me more about this Stella and how she got to be kidnapped." Jason told Ethan the whole story, from start to finish. Afterward, he stretched out on Ethan's couch to try to get some sleep, but his restless energy prevented rest. Chapter 18. Claudia took out her mare Ava and set off at an easy trot, but soon picked up the pace. Before long, she had Ava riding hard on the game lands trail. She couldn't outrun her pain, but at least she could share it with her longtime companion. Eventually, she slowed down and brought Ava to a stop. She took her to the brook to get a drink of water and rest. Claudia sat on a wide rock and let Ava graze nearby, tied loosely to a tree branch. Ava wouldn't try to run away unless something spooked her. She was a well-behaved horse. Stella's horse Ruthie was also a nice, calm horse. They had both been broken by a friend and neighbor back in Dewshore, Dawson Montgomery, a cowboy through and through. Stella had a crush on Dawson when they were little girls. He had a big, sexy grin and was forever wearing his hat and his boots. He was cute, all right. Claudia could see the attraction, but he wasn't her type. And he was in reality much too old for either of them, or at least he had been before they'd finished high school. Since they'd grown up, the age difference wouldn't matter as much. It would have been a huge scandal, and Pops would have never gone for it. Pops was their grandfather on their father's side. He owned the farm beside the Montgomery's farm. That was how they knew Dawson's family. Claudia smiled at the memory of Pops. She wished she could have him back for one last hug, but he was gone. He died of a massive heart attack a few months before Stella took off. It might have had something to do with her taking off in the first place. She didn't think that even Stella could explain why she'd felt the need to go. She wasn't going to sit here and analyze her sister. She wandered over to where she tied Ava up and untied her. The mare waited patiently for Claudia to mount her, and they walked at a much calmer pace back to the house. Mac finished the last bite of his drive-thru burger as he walked into the station. He was handed an envelope as he walked by the front desk. He took it back to his desk, but his mind was consumed with the second missing girl. They were consulting an expert to help them explore a mine near Jenny Chan's last known location. After taking his seat, he opened the envelope and inspected the contents. He grew agitated upon realizing that the envelope came from the missing girl's boyfriend. Why was he getting involved? Hadn't he been told to let the police take care of the investigation? He was out tampering with evidence and causing problems that Mac would need to clean up. Mac mumbled under his breath. How come we haven't heard a thing about the fishing cabin? Why is the victim's boyfriend getting evidence before we do? He picked up his telephone and punched in Tudyk's cell number. I don't care what you have to do to get this expedited. We need to check out these coordinates and I need a warrant for the cabin. Get someone on it and meet me at the coordinates. I'm about to text you. I'm going to head over there now and meet the expert. Send somebody else to the cabin. He poured himself a cup of coffee and sauntered back to his desk. He scrutinized the map before him. He wasn't sure what the coordinates indicated, but if he were a betting man, he'd put money on mines. He put the information in his computer and came up with the locations of several area mines. One of them was the same as the last location of Jenny Chan's cell phone. It looked as if they'd have a busy day ahead of them. They'd start with the mine where Jenny Chan had gone missing. It seemed strange she'd go missing after they got their suspect. He must have an accomplice, not something they saw often in this kind of case. They still couldn't rule out Michael Foy. He could be setting up his friend to take the fall, so he could keep the women to himself. They'd better get him back in. Whatever the case was, he didn't like the involvement of the boyfriend. He didn't need the kid involving himself in police affairs. Jason made coffee while Ethan took his morning shower. They would be hitting the road before the sun came up. The plan was to be at the mine at first light. The mine itself would be dark, but at least they would be able to see any dangers at the point of entry. Ethan had gathered up his equipment so they could make the search as safe as possible. The recent collapse was not okay and didn't bode well for the overall stability of the mine. Once Ethan returned to the kitchen, he poured their coffee into to-go cups and they jumped into Jason's Jeep. Ethan glanced at Jason sideways. Jay, I have to warn you that the mines are unstable, and from what you've told me, there's already been one collapse and you need to be prepared that if a girl was down there, she could have been injured or worse.
You're not helping, Ethan. Every possible scenario has already run through my head, so I need you to help me explore this mine. I don't need any reminders of why I shouldn't look for her, or what I might find when I do look for her. This girl is the love of my life, and I intend to bring her out alive. Okay, Ethan said. I needed to make sure you'd considered the possibilities. I have, and I don't want to dwell on them. Fair enough. Let's go get your girl out of that mine. That's better. A ghost of a smile appeared on Jason's face. Upon reaching the mine, they first checked out the entrance Jason had visited earlier. Ethan grunted as they encountered the fresh collapse. Then he led the hike to where he thought another point of entry was, but it wasn't where he thought. It took another hour of searching before they found it. Ethan was unsure if it would lead them to part of the mine that was past the collapse, but he believed it would. They lowered a chain ladder down into the opening, and Ethan climbed down first. Once he made it safely to the bottom, Jason joined them. They walked slowly down the tunnel, trying to make their way back toward the front of the mine. Mac and his team were assembled outside the Bug Slope mine, in which they surmised the perp might have stashed the girls. They were concerned when they found the collapse. Mac wasn't surprised to find Jason's sheep already at the location. He hadn't been located yet, so that was another cause for alarm. The team had contacted a local expert, Cole Stevenson, to assist them in checking the mine. Cole served as a guide and took people into mines to explore. He wouldn't be permitted to go in with them because of the possible danger, but he was giving them expert advice. He warned them about the possibility of black damp, a dangerous lack of air, gas pockets, crumbling rock, lack of proper supporting structures, and even a polluted stream that ran through it. Mac entered the mine and stopped at the collapse of the left branch. It was a cause for concern, but he saw that there were open shafts to the right, so they continued in and explored those. He wondered if they would run into Jason, and if so, whether Jason would leave quietly or if there would be a confrontation. He hoped the kid would understand they had to do their jobs without his interference.
Jim and Joy stood before the judge as he granted them temporary custody of their grandson. They would be home in a few hours and able to put Glenn in his crib for the first time. The limited amount of satisfaction Joy felt at knowing Glenn would be coming home was overshadowed by the grief that his first day home wouldn't be spent with his mother. She hurt for Stella. She couldn't imagine how hard it would be to miss an important first in her son's life. She refused to believe that Stella wouldn't eventually be coming home, but she was coming to grips with the fact that they would need to live their own lives in the meantime. Life would continue, whether they wanted it to or not. Jim would need to preach sermons, and Claudia would have to return to school. Jason would need to get back to work too. The world continued to move around them. It was time to face it. Life continued on, with or without them. "Ethan, do you hear that?" Jason said. "Yeah, I don't know what it is. Some kind of animal?" Ethan said. "It sounds like a cat purring." "Kind of. It's probably not, though." "Wait, quiet," Jason said as he put his finger to his lips. They heard the soft voices of women talking. He felt a thrill of excitement when he realized one of the voices was Stella. She was alive. "Who's in here with her? It sounds like another woman." Ethan whispered, "Who knows? I can hear them, but I don't know how to get where they are. Let's try to follow the sound." Jason wondered who the other woman could be. Did Kyle Johnston have an accomplice? Jason and Ethan proceeded with caution. They slowly and quietly made their way toward the soft voices. Chapter 19. Stella and Jenny heard the sound of footsteps within the mine. Stella jumped up and backed up. She stared at Jenny with wide eyes and motioned that they should move down another tunnel where they could find somewhere to hide. Jenny picked up Grace and hobbled into another shaft, pulling Stella behind her. They moved as quietly as they could, trying to hide from Stella's kidnapper. Stella had been willing to go with him before because she feared it was her only choice if she wanted to make it out alive. But now she was free from the cot and had Jenny to help her. She stood a much better chance of surviving this ordeal if she could avoid her attacker altogether. She thought about baby Glenn and prayed silently she'd get out of this so she could hold her baby again. It amazed her that something so sweet and precious could come from something and someone who had caused her so much grief and fear. Jenny reached out and took Stella's hand, offering her comfort in the blackness of the mine. Stella took the hand gratefully and squeezed back. As they dressed Glenn to leave the hospital, Jim admired his grandson. He'd already given his heart to the little guy and looked forward to the day he'd take him on his first fishing trip. He hoped that his mother would be home soon. He prayed for her safe return, but the Lord wasn't answering him as quickly as he'd hoped. He didn't know for sure if his daughter was alive or dead, but he believed somewhere deep inside himself that she had to be alive and she'd be coming home soon. He knew logically that the chances she were still alive were slim, but he held out hope. He picked up the little guy and started down the corridor with Joy at his side. The car seat had been installed. The hospital had done a car seat breathing check a few days earlier to make sure Glenn could breathe properly once situated in his seat. The nurse followed them down to the car and watched as they secured Glenn into his seat. Claudia was already at the house preparing for their arrival. Jim held the door for Joy, and they walked around the car. He reached his hand across the armrest to take Joy's hand in his. They looked into each other's eyes, communicating the things left unsaid. Mac leaned up against his car. Cole stood across from him.
"Do you think we can find a way into the collapsed section?" Mac asked.
"I'm not sure it's a tolerable risk. The section is highly unstable, and anyone you send down there will be at risk. Cave-ins are quite likely with too much activity. If you're going to try it, I recommend a 2-man team, no more than that. The more people you send down, the more dangerous it is for them. Each additional person poses an additional risk. They could bump into something that causes a collapse. They could trip and fall, triggering a collapse. And they could simply make too much noise, which would result in a vibration that could trigger a collapse."
"So what you're saying is that anything they say or do could potentially trigger a collapse."
"You got it, sir."
"Okay. Tudyk and I are going in. Everyone else can stay out of here."
"Are you sure you want to risk going in yourself, sir? Shouldn't you send someone else in?"
"I wouldn't ask anyone else to do something that I was unwilling to do myself. No, I'm going in."
"Okay, if you insist. There is another entrance, but it wasn't an intentional entrance. It was formed by a collapse, and it's dangerous to go in that way. I don't know any other way, so I think it's our only option if you're sure you want to explore that section of the mine. I must reiterate that I strongly recommend against it, but I understand that you have reason to believe someone is being held down there. I've cautioned you on the danger of the situation, so good luck."
"I got it. It's dangerous. I'm going in. I'll grab Tudyk, and you can lead the way to the entrance."
Stella and Jenny quietly made their way through the mine until they came to a section wide enough for them to fit through one at a time, turning sideways to make themselves smaller. Stella entered first, and Jenny handed Grace through the opening before entering herself. Stella noticed a bad smell as she led the way in farther into the shaft. Her foot caught on something and she fell down hard. She cried out and bit her lip to keep from making any more noise. She reached down to see what her foot had snagged on and felt the handle of a lantern. She handed it to Jenny for her to inspect. Strange to find a lantern in the mine. They continued along the shaft until Jenny kicked something herself. It took a moment before she realized that it was a body. They had identified the source of the bad smell. Both girls remained quiet as they considered the dead man and what might have brought about his demise. Jenny suddenly noticed that the kitten was turning in circles and acting strangely. She lifted the kitten up and felt it go limp in her hands. "Stella, we need to get out of here, now." "What's wrong?" "I think it's carbon monoxide. If we don't get out, Grace will die, and we may not be far behind her." Jenny turned back to the opening and pushed the little kitten through. "Okay, we'll go, but let me see if this man has any ID, so we can get it to the authorities." "Stella, you're not thinking clearly. If we don't get out now, it will be your ID they're searching for." "Wait, what? You're not making any sense. We need to keep going. The bad man is behind us somewhere." Stella pulled away from Jenny and tried to run in the opposite direction from where they come. Jenny tried to go after her, but her injured foot slipped out from under her, and she slipped and landed on the dead man. Stella stopped and turned around. "Why are you following me? Leave me alone!" Jenny reached out to grab her, but Stella pulled away again. Jenny finally got a hold of Stella's shirt and pulled her back through the shaft, toward the opening. She tried to force Stella through the opening, but Stella was kicking and scratching. Jenny was running out of strength and her ankle was throbbing. She finally pushed Stella through the opening, but she realized she didn't have much time to get herself through too before she'd become confused and disoriented. If that happened, they would all die. After they were safely out of that section of the cave, Jenny took Grace in her arms. She stuck her finger in her mouth and checked her tongue. It was blue. She wasn't getting any oxygen. The precious moments it took to get Stella out of there probably cost Grace her life. She wasn't ready to give up, so she performed mouth-to-nose resuscitation on the kitten, hoping she might still be able to save the precious little creature's life. She let out a whoop of joy when the kitten revived and made little noises. Jenny finally looked up at Stella. Her eyes were wild as she looked back at Jenny. "Are you okay, Stella?" "Why didn't we keep going? We need to get away. The bad man is coming." "Stella, don't you remember the body? Someone died in there." "A body? Died? What about the bad man?" "Come on, Stella. We need to get out of here somehow. You need medical attention, and when you get some fresh air, you'll feel better. We need to get you outside." Jenny tucked the kitten into the waistband of her jeans to keep it safe. She grabbed Stella by the arm and pulled her along. When she heard someone coming into the shaft they were in, she tried to blend into the wall and stay hidden, but it wasn't long before a beam of light illuminated them. Jason and Ethan had been searching the mine for hours. Suddenly, the beam of Ethan's headlamp illuminated a crevice that was roomy enough for someone to go into. They had missed it their first time through the shaft. He headed for the opening to search it when his light illuminated two women crouched against the side of the tunnel trying not to be found. Jason hurried to take Stella in his arms, but received a kick to his jaw for his effort. He heard the scream of a cat as the kick landed. He rubbed his jaw while noticing the kitten tucked into the waistband of a woman's jeans. Jason made another move towards Stella, and Jenny stood in front of her. Jason stared at Jenny. "What are you doing here? Are you in on the kidnapping?" "Wait, what? Are you the guy that kidnapped her?" "No, I'm her boyfriend." "She said the guy thought she was his wife. How do I know you're not him?" "It's Jason." Stella was beginning to get her wits about her again. "How did you know where to look?" She threw herself into Jason's arms. "It's a long story. Let's get you out of here." Stella pulled away from Jason and vomited on Jenny's shoes. "Gross. A little vomit to go with my broken foot." "You have a broken foot?" Ethan said. "Do you need me to carry you out?" "No, I've been getting around on it. I haven't had much choice. Can you lead the way out of here?" Ethan nodded. Jenny said, "Oh, and there's a dead guy back there." She pointed to the narrow opening in the rock leading to the other tunnel. "We were on the verge of losing Grace in there, and that's why Stella's out of sorts. She entered that section first, so she got the worst of it. Carbon monoxide, I think." "Well, let's get out of here. We aren't far from that opening, and we shouldn't be hanging out with noxious gases," Ethan said. Mac and Tudyk cautiously entered the mine one at a time using the old chain ladder. Cole was with them and would remain above. Mac held a strong flashlight out in front of him while Tudyk illuminated the ground with his. They made it to the first possible turn and followed it to the left. They continued until they came to another tunnel off their right. They turned, leaving a length of twine from a spool to unravel as they made their way inside. They would use the twine to find their way back out of the mine. As they turned down yet another tunnel, they came face to face with a group made up of men and women. The women were covered in dirt and grime. Mac and Tudyk immediately recognized Jason. "Fancy meeting you here, Mac," Jason said. "I suppose that is Stella cowering behind you?" "Yes, sir. She's alive and well, sort of." "Sort of? She may have been exposed to carbon monoxide. Well, I guess we better get her to some medical care. What else do we have here?" Mac had his hand on his weapon, and he could sense the tension in his partner, so he knew he was ready for confrontation if necessary. "This is Ethan, an expert in things mine-related, and this here is Jenny." "Sir," Jenny said, "we found a body. We didn't have much light back there, but it was definitely a body." "Okay, we'll check it out after we get you four to safety." "5, Jenny said. Mac looked around. "Where's the 5th?" Jenny held up Grace for Mac to inspect. He felt his lips curve upward slightly. He turned before anyone could catch the smile. He led the way back toward the chain ladder.
Cole put on his headlamp, pulled on his backpack, and climbed down the ladder not long after the cops entered the mine. He'd have an easier time keeping an ear open for them if he was inside. He wouldn't be any use to them above ground. Mac had been abundantly clear that he and his partner would be entering the mine alone, and he was to remain above. He was even going against his own advice to only send in 2 men, but he understood the risks, and he was more prepared than the cops for an emergency. They might need him. Cole ignored the uneasy feeling in his gut and lowered himself slowly to the tunnel below. He sat himself down and gently leaned up against the stone wall of the tunnel near the entrance, so he was positioned to watch the long shaft ahead of him, with the beam of light coming from his headlamp. He waited quietly, listening to the distant rushing of water from the lower levels of the mine.
As the group of 6 reached the last section of the mine, leading back to the chain ladder, they encountered a beam of light. Mac spoke first. "I thought I told you to stay out of the mine." Cole stood too quickly and tripped over his own feet, falling hard and slamming into a wall and a wooden beam holding it. The sound of cracking wood. Ethan signaled for the group to turn around and run in the direction they'd come from. Tudyk ignored Ethan and reached for the chain ladder. As he grabbed the bottom rung, the beam finished splitting and the rock above it came crashing down. The noise from the roof fall was deafening. Mac turned back as he ran. The collapse seemed to be following them. They continued to run until they were well clear of the section that had caved in on itself. The 5 of them collapsed together. Tudyk and Cole didn't make it out with them. Mac put his head in his hands and cursed. Rescue crews would be deployed. The police presence outside of the mine was heavy. There were also firefighters and EMTs. Mac knew they would be trying to rescue them, but at the moment they were trapped in a mine, and they had lost 2 men. He kicked the wall of the shaft and muttered another curse. Running his fingers through his hair, he scowled and turned back toward the group. "So what do you think caused my mine expert to be stupid enough to disobey my direct order and come down here?" Mac wiped a tear from his eye before anyone could see it. It wasn't likely that Tudyk would have survived the crushing weight of the rock. Mac couldn't bear the thought of losing his partner and dreaded notifying his wife. "I don't know. Probably wanted to be in on the action," Jason said. "Is that what you're doing down here?" "You know that isn't fair. My feelings for Stella are no secret. I came down to bring her home. You had to know we would come in and get her as soon as we had those coordinates." "I did, but I couldn't take the chance that you wouldn't get to her in time." "You did a stupid, foolhardy thing," Mac said. "I did, and I'd do it again." Mac sighed. "I don't doubt that you would." "Jay, we need to think about how we're going to get out of here," Ethan interrupted. "What do you have in mind?" The whole group stared at Ethan, waiting for an answer. He tapped his fingers on his knee while he tried to think of a plan. Chapter 20. Joy heard the telephone ringing as she tried to open the front door. Jim was behind her carrying the sleeping infant. She pushed the door open and hurried to answer the phone, but it stopped ringing before she got to it. Instead of checking the caller ID, she gathered what she needed for Glenn and found the Moses basket she'd bought for him. It was the perfect size for a newborn and easy to move from room to room with her, so she could keep an eye on the little guy. Jim suggested they place the infant in his crib in Stella's room, but after a stern look of disapproval from Joy, he relented and deferred to her motherly wisdom. No sooner did Joy have the precious child settled into the basket than the telephone rang again, startling him. She thought they would need to silence some of the handsets to keep the phone from bothering the baby. Jim reached for the receiver before it rang a second time. "Hello? Newswatch 16? I'll switch it on now. Thanks for calling." Jim hung up the phone and reached for the remote, changing the station to channel 16. "That was Joe, calling to say they were doing a story about another missing woman on the news." The color drained from Joy's face. Another missing woman? From the area? Let's watch. They had to watch the weather and wait for the top stories to be recapped as they missed the first report. Claudia came into the room. "Sorry I didn't have the door open for you. I was taking a shower." "That's all right, sweetie," Jim said. "Sit down." He waited for her to sit and continued. "Joe called and said a story was airing on the news about another missing woman." "Another one?" Claudia's eyes shone brightly in the reflection of the light coming from the television. The top stories came on, and they focused their attention on the news anchor. The report showed a coal mine and reported that it was the last known location of the missing woman, who was a nurse at a hospital in Shamokin. Her husband had reported her missing after being notified by her coworkers that she hadn't made it to work. They flashed a picture of the missing girl. She was a lovely Asian woman who didn't look too much older than Stella. Tears made their way down Claudia's face as she watched the story. A breaking news alert banner flashed on the screen, and a man was shown on location at the coal mine in Shamokin. "I'm Joe Carroll, on site at the abandoned Buck Slope coal mine near Upper Excelsior. I'm here with emergency personnel. There's been a mine collapse. The noise was deafening, and emergency personnel are scrambling to find out if there are any survivors stuck in the heart of the mine. It's been confirmed that at least 2 members of the Pennsylvania State Police were inside the mine searching for the missing woman, Jenny Lee, and another woman who went missing from the Danville area on Monday afternoon, Stella McIntyre.
Police have been hopeful that this latest tip would lead them to the missing women. Now they search for 2 of their own as well.
They think Stella is in the mine, Joy said. The mine collapsed, Claudia said. Jim grabbed the hands of his wife and daughter and pulled them to the ground to kneel with him in prayer.
After a few minutes of silence, Ethan finally spoke. We have to get back through the chamber with the carbon monoxide. I know it sounds scary, but it's probably the only way out, unless we purposely create another roof fall, and that would be foolhardy. We've been through the branches of that side of the chamber, and we haven't found a single spot that looked as if it could provide an exit. I don't think we have a choice. Jason looked at him with widened eyes. Have you lost your mind, bro? Stella barely made it through the chamber the first time. We can't put her back in there. Okay, here's how we do it. I'll be the first one to go through. I'm the biggest. Well, Mac and I are about the same size. I'll go through alone, and we'll see how well I do. You keep the fat end of the twine. If I make it through the next chamber or tunnel, I'll tug on the twine 3 times to let you know that I made it without any major adverse effects. Ethan continued. If I make it through okay, Mac will come through with Jenny. He may need to carry her because of her broken foot. We want to get her through quickly, and she won't have enough speed on her own. Once Jenny is through, you'll bring Stella through, Jay. And if everything goes according to plan, we'll be through the chamber in less than 15 minutes. But we'll need to be quick about it. That means no stopping to identify the body or anything like that, Mac. No argument from me, Mac said. I want to see the rest of us make it out of this pit alive. Agreed, Jason said. They each nodded in agreement. They hiked back to the tunnel where they'd found the girls, and Ethan squeezed through the narrow opening. He felt his skin tear as the stone tore a gash open in the flesh over his hip bone. It took him about 5 minutes to make it through the chamber to the next tunnel, which had only a narrow opening. He pushed his backpack in ahead of him and pulled his body through slowly. He twisted and turned to get his torso through, pulling himself with his arms until it was finally freed. He pulled on the rope 3 times to let the others know he'd made it. He took a clean cloth from his emergency supplies in his backpack and held it to his hip to stop the bleeding while he waited for the others.
Next, Mac entered the tunnel. He squeezed in first, and then Jenny climbed in after him with Jason's assistance. Mac squatted down, and Jenny climbed on his back, piggyback style. She had tucked the kitten into her shirt to help protect it. Thankfully, she was thin, and the extra weight didn't slow Mac down much. He glanced in the direction of the body as he trudged through, shining his flashlight on the decomposing corpse, but he didn't slow down to take inventory. He understood that the threat of the carbon monoxide was too great for him to tarry in the chamber. He reached the end of the chamber and helped Jenny into the opening so she could get to the other side. When he tried to go through himself, he got stuck. He had put his head through first, so he was getting some fresh air on the other side, but his middle section was stuck in the opening. It was reminiscent of Winnie the Pooh getting stuck in Rabbit's front door hole, and had it not been so dangerous, it would have been funny. Mac told Ethan to tug the rope again. Jason might be able to help push him through the opening. Mac heard Jason's chuckle as he approached with Stella. He heard the soft thud as Jason set Stella down. Mac was agitated that the young lady was once again stuck in the menacing chamber due to his own failure to fit through the narrow space. He was going on a diet if he ever got out of here. Not that he was fat. He was actually in decent shape. He was a large man, but he didn't have any fat around the middle. Jason pushed hard on Mac's rear end in an attempt to help him through the opening. "Can you help without groping me?" Mac muttered. "Do you want out of this hole or not?" Ethan was pulling from the other side while Jason pushed, and Mac felt as if he were a massive piece of furniture being threaded through a narrow stairway. It didn't take long before he finally budged a little and slid the rest of the way through the opening. His chest and stomach were pretty well scraped up. Mac reached back to help Stella through the opening, and Jason followed her. They'd made it safely through the dangerous chamber. Now they had to trust that the next tunnel wouldn't be equally filled with carbon monoxide. They had no way of knowing unless one of them exhibited symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. It would be smart to keep a close eye on the cat.
As they made their way through the various tunnels, Stella took Jason's hand and kept him back a little from the others. Once enough distance was between them for her to trust that she wouldn't be heard, she stopped in her tracks and turned to face Jason. Standing on her tiptoes, she kissed Jason gently on the lips and whispered in his ear, "Thanks for coming for me, my darling prince." His cheeks heated with embarrassment and pleasure. He wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered back, "Glad to have you back. We've been a wreck worrying about you." "Sorry, I didn't mean to worry anyone." Please don't do that. You have nothing to apologize for. A monster did this to you. I keep thinking that my kidnapper will be back to get me and will hurt anyone who's trying to help me. You don't have to worry about him, Stella. Why not? Stella asked. Because you'll protect me? Jason walked with her hand in his while they talked. Well, there is that, but also because he's in a coma. They caught up with him and a chase ensued. He hit a tree. Stella said, Wow, I've been wondering what happened to him. He said he was coming back to get me out of here, but he didn't show up. Thankfully, he left a clue as to your whereabouts in the fishing cabin by the lake near your house. What was he doing at the lake by my house? Stella asked. Never mind. I don't want to know. After some discussion on the matter, Jim, Joy, and Claudia decided they should be headed to that coal mine in case Stella was really in there. They decided it was best not to take Glenn with them, so Claudia called her best friend, explained the situation, and asked her if she could watch Glenn. They hated leaving him on his first night home, but they didn't want to drag him into a dangerous situation, and none of them were willing to remain behind. Jim gathered his family into the truck and headed southwest. He wasn't exactly sure where Upper Excelsior was, but he programmed it into the GPS. He knew that if he called Mac, he'd be told to stay home and out of the way of the police. But he needed to be there. It was his daughter, and he wanted to be there when she emerged from that mine. They all needed to be there. He couldn't sit home knowing that his daughter could be in a cold, dark mine in coal country. He had images of a happy reunion, but they were overshadowed by moments of dread, where his mind allowed him to consider the possibility that his baby girl wouldn't make it out of the mine alive. According to the news, the collapse had occurred where the police had gone in an attempt to rescue the girls. It didn't name the police, but Jim was fairly certain that Mac wouldn't have been one of the troopers to enter the mine. He prayed for the safety of the heroes who were trying to rescue his daughter. As Jim got closer to the area, he realized that finding the coal mine might be harder than he thought. He didn't know the area well. He drove around town a few minutes and then gave his cell phone to Joy and asked her to try to call Mac. The call went straight to voicemail. For some reason, he must have his phone turned off, Joy said. Jim said, Okay, now what? I can try to call Jason. Yes, do that. We should have already called him. He should know what's going on anyway. Joy pushed the numbers into her phone and Jim waited for a response. It was going directly to voicemail. Well, that's strange, Jim said. Dad, why don't you try following that fire truck? It's probably going to the mine. You may be right. Can't hurt to give it a try. Jim did a quick illegal U-turn and followed the fire truck. Before long, he was pulling up behind the fire truck on the side of the road. The meager parking lot was overflowing with vehicles, and there were people standing everywhere. There were firefighters dressed in full gear, as well as paramedics and EMTs in uniform, police from state and local agencies, and 2 news vans. Jim couldn't believe the excitement, but he got out of the car and opened the doors for both Claudia and Joy. The 3 of them began walking toward the mass of people when they were spotted by the news crew. Excuse me, could you tell me what your involvement is in the story? It isn't a story. My daughter is down there. Your daughter? Is she one of the missing women? Yes, Stella McIntyre is my daughter. Would you like to say anything to our viewers? I'm grateful for the officers that are working to bring my daughter and Jenny Lee home safely. Please ask your viewers to pray for the emergency personnel who've put themselves in danger to help these young women. Jim held Joy's hand as he hurried past the reporters. The same reporter tried to stop Claudia, but she gave him a withering look and kept walking. Max saw the light at the same time Ethan did. It was a tiny sliver of daylight that showed through a long-ago forgotten entrance to the mine. Ethan pushed against the heavy door. It wouldn't budge. Mac put his shoulder against the door and helped Ethan push, but still, the door remained closed tight. Jason squeezed in between the other 2, and the 3 of them pushed against the door, and they finally heard the slightest little creaking sound. After a few more pushes, they were able to get the heavy iron door to open. As the door opened, the group covered their eyes in unison. Even though the daylight was waning, it was blinding after having been trapped in the darkness of the mine. Stella fell down on her knees and Jason lifted her back up. They had exited in a wooded area, so they didn't immediately see anybody around, but they could hear quite a bit of commotion. After walking a few hundred feet, they found the source of the noise. There were people everywhere. It didn't take long for Jim to spot the group coming down the hill toward the parking lot. He ran to greet them, but Claudia ran past him and practically knocked her sister off her feet again. Chan Lee got to the group at the same time as Claudia and reached out and lifted Jenny off the hill before she made it to the parking area. Max stood back with tears in his eyes. His sergeant was on the scene at this point and asked him, "Where's Tudyk?" Max shook his head and uttered the word, "Collapse." Sergeant Rothstone nodded his understanding.
I'll get your statement later, Mac. Let's get you checked out by medical, okay? Sure, as soon as I get the victims checked out, okay?
Yeah, that's fine, Mac. Daddy, I missed you, Stella said when Claudia finally released her and let her hug her father. Joy patiently waited her turn, but when Stella finally hugged her, she looked Stella in the eyes and said, I'm your mother. I want you to call me Mom, okay? Jim seemed a bit taken back by the comment, but tears streamed down Stella's face as she held Joy and responded, Yes, you are my mom. Okay, I want to call you Mom. I've always wanted that. Why didn't you? I didn't think you wanted me to. I love you so much. Mac interrupted the moment with a soft tap on Stella's shoulder.
We need to get you looked over by medical, okay?
Sure. Turning back, Stella looked at her family. Are you coming? Is Glenn still in the hospital? Yes, we're coming. And no, Glenn came home this morning. He's with Sophie. Claudia called her, explained the situation, and asked her to come over to the house and babysit. We didn't think this was any place for a baby, but we all wanted to be here in the hopes that you'd be coming out of that mine, Joy said. Praise the Lord for answered prayer. He brought me out of that mine, and I get to see all of you again.
Come on, Stella. This won't take long, but you need to be checked out after that carbon monoxide scare.
Wait! Jenny came over with the fluff ball. I almost forgot to give Grace back. As much as I'd love to keep her, I know you'd never give her up. Thank you so much, Jenny, Stella said.
Jenny, you need to come with us. Medical has to check you out, too, Mac said.
Oh, okay. I've got to let my hubby know where I'm going. He may never let me out of his sight again. A few minutes later, the trio was being checked out by medical. Jason and Ethan had already been hustled into the area where EMTs were waiting to provide medical care and transportation to the hospital if needed. None of them wanted to go to the hospital, but Mac insisted that Stella would have to go after she'd had such a bad reaction to the carbon monoxide. So Jason joined her in the ambulance, not bothering to explain that he was not yet her husband. At the hospital, a woman in scrubs handed Jason a form and asked him to fill it out for his wife. He smiled sheepishly at her, saying he was not Stella's husband. She asked him to do it anyway, to the best of his ability, and they would take it back to Stella to fill in the missing sections. He agreed to do his best and filled out the form. As he filled in the sections he could, name, address, telephone number, he realized how much he wanted to know everything about her. He got to medical history and was unable to fill the section out. He resolved to ask her more about her past. It was strange. He felt as if he knew her as well as he knew himself. Yet simple questions like, did she ever have measles, were a complete mystery to him. He smiled when Jim and Joy walked through the door. He handed the form off to Joy, and she filled out the medical history section. Before long, another woman in scrubs came out from the back. Is Jason here? That's me. Stella's asking for you. You want to follow me back? A look passed between Joy and Jim as they watched Jason hurry into the back. Chapter 21. Claudia unlocked the door and trudged inside to find Sophie sleeping to the sound of a movie on television with the baby in a porta-crib beside her. She dropped the kitten on the couch next to her sleeping friend, and then picked up Glenn, who made a little sound, causing Sophie to sit bolt upright. You scared the devil out of me. You shouldn't be letting devils in you, so that's good. Ha ha, you're so funny, Sophie said. Who's this little guy? That's Grace, and she's a little girl. She's adorable. Yep, she is. Thanks for coming over to watch Glenn. We got Stella. She's in the hospital being checked out for carbon monoxide poisoning. I saw it on the 11 o'clock news. I'm so glad she's okay, Claude. I've been worried about you. Now you can come back to school. I'll help you get caught up. I know someone who wants to help you get caught up too. Oh yeah? Who's that? The one and only Samir. He's been asking about you every day. Seriously? Yep. Cool. I might let him help me do some homework. He is pretty smart. Yeah, I'm sure that's what you have in mind. Right now it is. I like him, and I think I'm going to take a page out of my sister's book and slow down a little. She seems to have found the perfect guy, and I want what she has. I want a guy who loves me for who I am, not for my looks or what I can do for him. That's smart, but don't sell Samir short. He did go to church with you. He might be more than meets the eye. Maybe. We'll see. Claudia didn't think Samir was the real deal, but time would tell. After Sophie headed out, Claudia fed the kitten and set up the litter box. She'd stopped at Walmart on her way home and picked up some items. Scented bubble baths, soaps, bath oils, loofahs, fluffy aloe-infused socks, and a super soft bathrobe. Dumping the bags out on the table, she made up a basket for Stella. She knew Stella would appreciate the gesture, but that wasn't why she did it. She wanted some way, as inadequate as it might be, to show her sister how much she loved her, and she understood her needs. She carefully placed the robe at the bottom of the gift basket and arranged the other items decoratively around the robe. Once she was pleased with the result, she wrapped the whole basket in clear plastic and tied it with a ribbon. It looked very pretty. She tied a handmade card onto the ribbon. Satisfied with her work, she scooped up the little kitten and headed off to bed. She'd sleep soundly tonight. The hospital was unwilling to release Stella that night. She thought about signing herself out against medical advice, but her parents and Jason insisted she stay and be treated. She was given oxygen and IV fluids. She was dehydrated after too much time in the mine with little in the way of fluids. Claudia had headed home to be with Glenn and take Grace home. Stella was grateful that the child would once again be in the care of family. She liked Sophie, but felt safer having family caring for Glenn. Stella tried to be the model patient, but she was homesick. She didn't want to stare at the four walls of the hospital room any longer than she had to. If it wasn't for Jason at her side, she'd probably be throwing things. Jason calmed her with sweet words. I missed you so much, Stella. Do you know how much you mean to me? I'm not sure I do. Stella smiled at him. Why don't you keep telling me? I plan to. He stared into her eyes for a full minute before kissing her gently on the lips and setting back to his seat. Now, get some rest. Yes, sir. In the morning, Stella reflected on her time in the mine and shared a bit of her ordeal with Jason. He tried to comfort her. It's okay, Stella. He can't hurt you now. I can't believe he's in a coma. It's hard to reconcile. He'd been in the mine earlier and was supposed to come back to get me out of there, but he didn't come back. And then Jenny came in and freed me from the shackle, so I was able to move around and try to find a way out. But it was dark, and we couldn't find an escape route. We tried different sections, but we kept going further down, closer to the water. We talked about trying to follow the water, but that seemed unwise. It was terrifying. When we heard you coming, I thought he was coming back, and I lost it. I held it together when I had no choice, but once I was free from that shackle, I thought if I didn't get away, he'd kill me. I know it might not make much sense, but I thought I was fighting for my life. All the while, he was in a coma anyway. He couldn't have hurt me. Strange, isn't it? No, you didn't know he couldn't hurt you anymore. I feel bad for him. I wish the doctors had more hope that he might awaken. It doesn't seem fitting that it should end this way. I'd have been happier if he got the mental help he needed. How can you be so forgiving? Why don't you want to see the guy get the electric chair after what he did to you? Jason asked. You know that isn't me. He didn't understand what he was doing. Sure, if he'd understood the magnitude of his actions, I'd have wanted him to be punished appropriately. But his mind had snapped. Even if you thought you were his wife, and that you'd faked your death to get away from him, what could make him think it was okay to kidnap his wife at gunpoint and force her into a mine and shackle her in there? That's what I don't get. I don't get it either. I guess when someone loses their mind, things aren't so clear. I wish I could ask him these questions, but I don't think I'll ever get the opportunity. A nurse came in, and Stella was given her release papers to sign. After that, Jason drove her home from the hospital. This time, she looked into the back seat before getting into his Jeep. He was carrying his 9 with him everywhere, but he hadn't told her that. He didn't intend to let anything bad happen to her again. They pulled up at home about an hour later, and Claudia came running out the door to greet them with Glenn in her arms. Stella grabbed the child before she'd even gotten out of the passenger seat. She showered the baby boy with kisses and held him close. She didn't remember a time when she'd been so happy. There were moments in that mine she thought she would never get to see her child again, but by God's grace, she was back with her little one, and surrounded by loved ones. It was an answer to prayer. She was overcome with joy. Sometimes you don't appreciate your loved ones as you should, until you're shown what life could be without them. Stella intended to count her blessings from this day forward. After spending some time inside with her parents, Stella sat quietly on the front porch swing, swinging gently back and forth with her infant son in her arms. She'd convinced Jason that she'd be fine long enough for him to go home and shower and change. Claudia joined her outside and brought the big gift basket with her. She held out her arms in front of Stella to take the baby while Stella opened the gift. Stella's eyes widened. This is for me? Yes, I thought you might like something to help you relax. Claudia, that was so thoughtful of you. This is absolutely perfect, exactly what I needed. I can't wait to use it.
Why don't you use it tonight before bed, and I'll watch Glenn while you take a nice long bath." "That sounds heavenly," Stella said. "I can't believe how blessed I am to have a sister like you." Claudia saw the tears in Stella's eyes. "Stop being sappy. I mean it. Stop it. No crying. If I start bawling, I may not be able to stop." "Okay, I'll try to stop." Stella dabbed her eyes with the corner of her shirt. The two of them laughed until they were hysterical, and before long they were both crying. After a good cry, they settled down together on the swing, and Stella told Claudia the details of her ordeal in the mine. Chapter 22. Jason threw Stella into a big pile of leaves her father had raked up. They all mocked him relentlessly about raking leaves out in the country. It was a strange thing to see a lawn bereft of leaves in the quiet countryside. It was a beautiful autumn morning. Jason held his hand out to Stella to help her out of the leaf pile. Grinning, she pulled him down into the pile with her. As they lay there in the leaf pile, he looked her in the eyes with a strange intensity. "Do you want to go for a ride with me?" "Sure. Let me ask Mom to watch Glenn while we're gone." "No. If it's okay with you, I want to take Glenn with us." "Okay." Stella's heart soared that Jason wanted Glenn around as much as he did. He strapped Glenn into the car seat in his Jeep and drove them down the road to Eagle View Lake, where he'd first seen her sitting in the edge of the water. He led her over to the rock she'd been sitting on that day. "Sit down here with Glenn. I've got something for you." "You do?" "I do." He got down on one knee and held a velvet box out to her. "I love you with all my heart, Stella McIntyre. Will you marry me?" Stella's eyes widened in shock and excitement. "Yes, I love you, Jason Duncan." She laughed and cried at the same time as he put the diamond on the ring finger of her left hand. "How did you know my ring size?" "I asked Claudia. Apparently you two share everything." "Not quite everything," Stella said, pulling him up to sit beside her. Jason buckled Glenn into his car seat and held the door open for Stella to get into the Jeep. He drove in the opposite direction of Stella's house. "Where are we going?" Stella asked. "I want to stop by the cemetery if that's okay. It's not too far from here, but I need to pick something up first." "Sure, that's fine," Stella said. Jason pulled over at the produce stand and picked out a bunch of wildflowers. He climbed back into the Jeep and grabbed Stella's hand, lifted it up, and kissed it. "I can't get over how relieved I am to have you back." Stella smiled while looking down at her shoes, and then glanced out the window. "Thanks." "Hey, look at me." "Okay." Stella looked over at Jason, her cheeks turning red. "You mean everything to me. I need you to know that." He started the Jeep and headed off to the cemetery. As they arrived at the gravesite, he pulled a brand new photograph from his pocket and gathered up the flowers and a small flag he'd brought from home. He opened Stella's door and took her hand. He led Stella to the side-by-side plots where his parents and his brother were buried. He knelt at the graveside and wiped the dirt off the headstones, shining them with his jacket. He took the photograph of himself, Stella, and Glenn and placed it inside of the plastic surrounding the bouquet of flowers. He laid the flowers on his parents' headstone. He took the flag and pushed the little stick on the end of the flag into the ground between the two headstones, near his brother's stone. He spoke aloud. "I know you're not here, somewhere far from this cold place. But for lack of a better place to come, I brought my girl here. I wanted you to meet her. Yes, it's probably a little weird, but I wanted to talk to you and to let you know that I'm moving on. I'm going to start over with Stella, and I don't want you to worry about me. I don't know if you can hear me, but I know Jesus can. So if you can't, maybe he'll tell you that I'll be okay. I found the right one, and we'll be okay together." A single tear slid down his cheek, and he quickly wiped it away, but not before Stella saw it. "I love you, and I miss you, and Mom, I forgive you for leaving me." Stella touched the cross at her neck that had belonged to her biological mother. It had been returned to her days earlier. She hadn't known her mother, but if Jason's bond with his mom had been anything like her feelings for joy, then the loss must be tremendous. She wiped tears away with her fingers. Jason stood and held out his hand to Stella. They walked in silence back to the Jeep. Epilogue. 1 year later.
Stella stood on the porch of their newly purchased ranch-style home. Jason quietly approached her from behind and put his arms around her huge belly. He whispered in her ear, "I can't believe we're having twins." "Neither can I," Stella said. "I've never been so nervous in all my life. 2 newborns and a 14-month-old at the same time. God is going to have to give me strength for this for sure."
"He's always provided you strength before, so I don't think he'll fail us this time. We have each other, and we have him."
Stella turned around, admiring the way his trooper hat looked. She was surprised when he'd chosen to leave active duty to stay close to her. But he had. He'd chosen to stay in the Army by joining the reserve so he could remain home unless called active. He'd enrolled in the first cadet training program available for the Pennsylvania State Police. She realized it would be a challenge to be a trooper's wife, but she'd be supportive, and she'd always remember the sacrifice that Trooper Paul Tudyk had made by coming into that mine to save her life. This has been Shadowing Stella, written by Elle E. Narrated by Megan Lott. Copyright 2016, Elle E. Production copyright 2019 by Elle E.